You are listening to Supreme Magus. Chapter 51, Darkness Falls 2. Black, Lith was flabbergasted. According to their light spectrum theory, a black mana core would indicate the complete absence of any form of mana. In a world where even rocks had it, how could a living being have none? He immediately activated his life vision. Lith's original spell. See Chapter 13 for more details. Fuck me sideways. Despite the small build and the thin limbs, the Wither was emitting an energy signature stronger than the four of them put together. To his eyes, it was like staring into a black sun. The three kings and Lith surrounded the Wither with a square formation, alternating attacks with paralyzing spells. If the Wither moved in a direction, the whole formation moved along with it, trying to prevent it getting closer or away. Lifebringer was capable of using earth and water magic, using the first to slow it down, and the second to attack with a torrent of razor-sharp ice blades. Reaper used both air and earth magic, using mainly air to restrict the Wither's movements and lightning to attack. Speed was crucial in inflicting damage. The black fog surrounding the abomination was capable to eat away everything, even sunlight. Protector's fire magic was useless. He could only use air magic following Reaper's lead. Despite Lith's help, the situation wasn't getting any better. As the Wither weakened, it always started ignoring the attackers and forcibly moved toward a new area to replenish its vitality. Lith's and Solus's brains were spinning at top gear, trying to find a way to end the struggle. If it's alive, why can't we kill it? What are we doing wrong? After another 2 acres of woods were lost, Lith's life vision could see the three kings' mana and stamina dwindling. It was only a matter of time before the Wither had all of them for dinner. Fuck, is this the level of strength of a monster? If it wasn't for the formation and their impeccable teamwork, I would have died within the first minute. Also, how the fuck do they have so much energy after 3 days of this? I'm here from barely an hour and had to use invigoration thrice to replenish my energies. I don't even remember when was the last time I actually slept. My timer is ticking even faster than theirs. Magical beasts are damn overpowered. Protector, Lith called for him, being the closest to his position. I'm going to get close, there's something I have to try. If I am right, you should notice immediately, so leave me there. If I'm wrong, pull me out as fast as you can. The Rye was too busy conjuring a lightning storm after another, so he just nodded. Lith broke the formation, entering the black mist. He immediately felt his body becoming heavier and heavier. His life and mana were slipping away with every breath, allowing the monster to get stronger again. If that thing has a black mana core, maybe is like a darkness elemental. That should mean that light magic is its weak point. I need to get closer to hit it with my most powerful healing spell. Light and darkness magic had by nature a shorter range than the other elements, and moved slower when casted against a target. Lith needed to get close enough for his next spell to hit, not giving the Wither enough space to dodge the sudden attack. As soon as Lith started merging his mana with the world's light energy, he felt a strong pull at the level of his mana core. The spell was getting drained even before manifesting. The Wither suddenly looked stronger, his body less ethereal. His low-pitched scream of agony was now a moan of pure joy. Suddenly Lith remembered the words of the Lacra Silverwing. See Chap 27. Hers was the only book he had ever copied from the first to the last word, reading it over and over while mulling over new spells. Lacra Silverwing was a Magus, and most likely another true magic user. Her wisdom was something Lith treasured deeply. Damn it, how can I always be this stupid? This is not a video game, there is no such thing as elemental vulnerability. Magus Lacra repeated it over and over. Light and darkness are not opposites, but two matching pieces of the same puzzle. Darkness' greatest bane is not light, but darkness itself. Lith canceled the healing spell, spreading out a dark aura of his own. The two forces started colliding, emitting black sparks every time they came into contact, trying to cannibalize each other. Lith's aura was weaker, but he was free to manipulate it whenever the two dark fields clashed, condensing it where the enemy's defense was weaker. The Wither instead was constantly harassed by the Three Kings' attacks, disrupting its focus and weakening its life force. The Wither's body was getting incorporeal again, but this time he could not turn his back and run, otherwise Lith's dark aura would consume it mercilessly. Lith was full of joy, intoxicated by bloodlust and the pride of having finally cleared the mystery. That creature is not burning with power, rather it's bleeding it from every pore or whatever it has. That's why it need to relentlessly feed on so much energy. Its metabolism is akin to a shark. If it stops, it dies. The Wither was getting weaker and weaker. its high-pitched scream filled with fear and pain. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, Lith's aura managed to consume a whole chunk of the abomination, giving Lith a sudden, unwanted enlightening. It was very similar to what happened with Solus, the first they introduced to each other. Lith was once again inside a memory. He could see himself as a young bear, striving to become strong enough to surpass Urdu's strength and become the new king in the East. Somehow the young bear knew about mana cores, and was able to refine its own in a way disturbingly similar to Lith's. But unlike Lith, the young bear was a natural at both earth and darkness magic, so it continued to relentlessly refine its mana core, even when it got painful. Its hunger for power grew along with the mana core strength. Tired of waiting for its body to develop naturally, the young bear decided to try at all costs to evolve the mana core from green to cyan, so to become strong enough to claim the title of king. It fought against the pain, bravely and recklessly at the same time, until it made it. But its happiness lasted less than a day. The mana core was too big and strong for its young body, and soon started to fall apart, while the energy contained inside started to leak out. Darkness magic went out of control, the survival instinct kicked in, trying everything just to survive a second longer. The young bear let the dark energy overflow, until it became the Wither. Lith's bloodlust dissolved like a bubble. That poor bastard, it's not a monster, he is me. A me who failed promoting his mana core, too eager to do things his way to care for the consequences. A me that just wants to live, fighting against an unfair life. Becoming aware of his opponent's story, Lith no longer wanted to play with it. Its screams of agony were a torture for his heart. "I'm sorry for what happened to you," he said. "I'll do my best to give you a peaceful death." Lith's compassion didn't make him lose his cool. On the contrary, it gave him a renewed focus. He knew that to achieve his goal he needed killing intent, not mercy, so he looked inside himself in search of hatred. He recalled his first life, his father's abuses, his mother's indifference, until the day Carl died. He remembered the burning anger and desperation, how it peaked before Carl's murderer got his joke sentence. His angriest day happened when he was planning Carl's funeral. Out of the blue, after ignoring their lives for years, his mother had the gall to come to his door. Crying, she asked for his forgiveness, offering to pay for Carl's memorial service. Lith could still remember his eyes seeing red, his right hand holding her throat, trying to squeeze the life out of her. That woman that seemed too strong and cruel when he was little, was now a frail little thing. She begged him to kill her to let her atone for her mistakes and join her little boy in the afterlife. It was then that Lith's anger burned brighter than ever. He threw her out of his house, alive and well. "Too little and too late, you bitch. I hope you live a long and miserable life, knowing that for both your sons you were nothing but an embarrassment, a shit that they flushed out of their life as soon as they could." Those were their parting words. In a corner of his mind, Solus was crying for him, yet she couldn't avoid noticing that despite all he had done, Orpal amounted to nothing in Lith's mind. His existence was merely an annoyance. Focusing all that rage and anger in his fist, Lith released a stream of dark energy that struck the Wither's mana core, forcing it to crumble, unable to withstand the conflicting forces from within and outside. After that, the young bear agony finally ended. Its purified spirit finally able to return to Mother Earth's embrace, in search for a new life. Chapter 52, Unexpected Answers. After the battle concluded, everyone dropped down on the ground, finally able to relax. Despite the victory, there was no place for joy or celebration. The Trawn Woods would bear a scar that could take months if not years to heal. The three kings were already discussing how to rearrange the borders of their areas of influence, to prevent future food shortages to affect them too harshly. Lith instead was still pondering on the young bear memories, comparing their lives. It was only because he had been reborn in a good family that he had not ended up obsessing with power, being able to afford taking care of his body. In its place with the fierce competition of the wilderness, he may have been tempted of doing the same. All his life up to that point had been all a huge risk-rewards assessment too. Lith had simply been luckier. It was the second time in a single day that his victory had been hollow. He started to feel depressed, making the adrenaline rush dissolve much faster. Soon exhaustion would have taken its toll. He needed some real sleep. Before going home, thought, there were still some things he had to do. First, he gave the Shife a whole boar to eat, then Lith proceeded to heal its atrophied leg. He couldn't do it before, because the fatigue from recovering from such a wound, coupled with its already debilitated state from the prolonged battle, would have made the Shife faint. Being a healer was almost a second nature to Lith at that point. He also wanted that whatever happened next in the woods, they would face it on their own. Lith had already enough on his plate. All he wanted was to sleep and eat for a week straight. Second, he finally could express not to one, but to 3 powerful magical beasts, his doubts about Tier 4 magic with a practical example. With the energy he had left, Lith executed with true magic a scaled-down version of the Tier 4 Lightning God's Finger spell, weaving together fire and air magic to conjure a small sphere of plasma. The real deal would be bigger, hence doing more damage, but also requiring much more energy. Because of its nature, plasma was highly volatile and would disperse at the smallest mistake. It could indeed generate temperatures in the orders of 1,000 degrees, even striking with surgical precision, but it was incredibly slow to move, and Lith couldn't find a single practical use to justify spending so much mana in just one spell. Both the Rai and the Shife were natural air magic masters, so they could immediately understand the nature of the spell and its underlying effects. "That's just useless," Reaper blurted. "It's the prettiest waste of mana I have ever seen," Protector laughed. "With much less energy and effort, you could wipe away an entire acre of the woods. I think the problem is not you, but the spell itself. According to what you told me in the past, humans deems each other so stupid and untrustworthy that they divided magic into steps, or tiers, as you call them. In my opinion, either the human that invented that crap did have more free time than brains, or the spell is incomplete on purpose. Are humans really so idiotic, to teach their cubs how to kill a prey but not where the best parts are?" The Shife was flabbergasted at the idea. "Another dead end?" Lith sighed, his depression getting worse. The Rai was his last hope to make head or tails of the magical conundrum. "I'm sorry, Scourge," the Rai said, "but us magical beasts have a much more practical view about magic. Most of your human issues are either senseless or idiotic to me. Another problem is that we are incapable of controlling the whole world energy. Only king-level beasts can manipulate 2 elements, while the most complex spells you showed me sometimes use 3 or more. I would love to help you further, but between my duties and this tragedy, I need to focus on avoiding the impending famine. Sorry." The Rai and the Shife left him, starting to discuss how to make the whole forest, especially the zone most damaged by the wither, survive the coming winter. Lith could feel his headache getting worse by the second, so after bidding them goodbye, he started to move as fast as he could towards home. So much for a second and third opinion. If the Rai is right, then we are fucked up big time. No academy means no Tier 5 spells, which in turn implies that we will be stuck with Tier 3 as our main source of inspiration. Not to mention that I really do not envy all those students that waste a whole year of their life practicing incomplete spells. Actually, I have been pondering about what Nana told us, and I think there is yet another possibility. Maybe Tier 4 and Fire are so rare to come around because they are strictly related to a mage specialization, Solus suggested. What if the Lightning God's Finger isn't an offensive spell, but rather an energy source for constructs? Or maybe it's the only way to carve magic runes in the hardest materials used for weapons or armors. We know nothing about forgemastering, potion brewing, or anything related to indirect magic. Fuck, you are probably right, and that adds insult to our injury. Seems we are destined to live for very uninteresting years. As soon as he came home, Lith refused to move a finger, going to bed right after dinner, hoping that the next day would bring him good news. Yet months passed, his birthday was getting closer, and so was the deadline for applying to any academy. Meanwhile, Count Lark hadn't been sitting on his hands. He had used every single opportunity, every pretext, no matter how flimsy, to seek audience with the king, and when that failed, he worked his way down the court's hierarchy. He had pestered everyone so much that many would hide at his presence, or pretend to not even notice him to not give any opportunity to persist in his fool's errand. But the Count was a stubborn man. He knew rules and regulations inside out, and by using real problems related to Lustria County as a cover, there was only so much they could do to avoid him without setting a dangerous precedent. He was able to endure hours-long waits like they were nothing, and then still have the energy to plead for his case until his hosts were so exhausted that to get rid of him, they had to at least promise to consider his claims. When Headmistress Linnea talked about wanting to send a political message, this wasn't the result she was hoping for. Soon her name would get associated with ingenious curses and swearing, and so her bloodline until the 7th generation. Count Lark soon became a hot topic, receiving the same degree of attention an impending flood or plague would get. One way or another, he achieved part of his objective, making the whole court discuss the possible implications that Headmistress Linnea's new rule could cause in the future. Was it really worth to bar the road to a promising magician because of how or where did she learn her spells? Why punish the victim of a crime just because she had asked to uphold the law? Should a headmistress of such an important institution be allowed to change the rules of admission on a whim, without any form of control? An important discussion like that needed time, but most importantly peace and quiet, so the court unanimously resolved to grant Marchioness de Star, the true ruler of Lustria County, extraordinary powers to face Count Lark as she thought best. In other words, she was left with the short end of the stick. Now Count Lark would relentlessly pester her, while everyone else would live happily ever after. Marchioness de Star already had her fair share of trouble. Trequil Lark was just the icing on the cake. She pondered more than once to use her newfound authority to behead him, but her good sense and all her personal advisers stopped her. Lark was one of his best retainers. He was sincere, didn't skim on the taxes, never had sordid affairs that she was forced to cover up. Not to mention that under his guiding hand, Lustria County had been flourishing for over 20 years, without that the Marchioness and her mother before her had ever to move a finger. It was a well-oiled machine, and honest to boot. Replacing him would cause her much more trouble than executing him would prevent. Having her back against a wall, she decided that honesty was the best policy. Lark was a loving father, after all. Maybe he would understand her position and leave her alone if he knew the truth. After granting him the 37th audience in less than 3 months, she explained to Count Lark her family's plight. As you know, the higher you get, the more trouble you incur into. A few weeks ago, my family experienced an attempted murder. Thanks to the safety measures we have surrounded ourselves with, it failed. But it didn't pass without consequences. One of the assailants managed to reach my daughter. Her magical protections took the brunt of the hit, reducing a death blow to slightly more than a pinprick. All is well that ends well, the Count commented. The Marchioness had to stop herself from slapping him to death, rubbing her forehead instead, trying to calm down. I wish, because of that pinprick, my daughter has been cursed. Cursed? Count Lark's monocle jumped out his orbit from the surprise. Usually he would scoff at such preposterous concept. In all his years of exploring magic curiosities from all over the world, he had encountered curses only in the bedtime stories he read at his children. But the Marchioness' glare induced him to put his monocle back in place and let her continue. Yes, cursed. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it firsthand. When the healer tried to help her, preventing a scar instead of disappearing, the wound became bigger. I tried everything, calling renowned master potionists, healers, medicine women, shamans. Nothing worked. Now the only thing that keeps my ever-bleeding daughter alive is the constant consumption of potion and the help of my personal magician, Aints. As you know, he is considered a genius, maybe the best ever graduated from the Black Griffin Academy. To make things worse, when the assailants understood they had no chance of escaping, they chose to blow themselves up, destroying all the evidence. There was no one to interrogate, nothing left to examine to understand what they had done. This is fantastic, the Count thought. This is terrible, the Count actually said, keeping his best grieving face. Chapter 53, Unexpected Answers 2. I know you will call me an old fool, but I think I have the solution to your problem. If you are referring to your little protege, you are more than a fool, you are certifiable. I tried, Aints tried. I could write a book with the names of all those who tried. I can only hope for Krishna Manohar, the god of healing, to return soon. Only he can save me from this anguish. The only reason he is not here yet is because that goddamn lunatic is nowhere to be found. He is doing his experiments in some remote village, forsaken by both humans and gods. He even left his communicator behind to not be disturbed. My mother always said that bachelors are unreliable, and damn if she was right. If that bastard had a wife, a husband, even a cat, someone would know where to find him. I completely agree with you. Only a married man truly understands the burden of responsibility. Count Lark suck up to her. But allow me to say that you are underestimating my protege. Lark ignored the ferocious snarl from the Marchioness and pushed forward. As I told you more than once in the past, he is blessed by the light. I'll share with you a family secret. He actually helped my daughter with a similar problem. Your daughter was cursed. The Marchioness rose an eyebrow in disbelief. Sadly, yes, it plagued her life for years. Count Lark knew that the best lie was the one shrouded by a half-truth. Keela had always called her acne a curse, after all. What do you have to lose? If I'm wrong, we'll leave, and you will never hear from me again, outside official business. Is that a promise? It was too good to be true. I swear on my ancestors. If he fails, the only things we will ever talk about are county matters. After shaking his hand to seal the deal, Marchioness de Star had him contact Nana, which in turn called Lith. When he arrived to Nana's house, Aints was already there waiting for him. He was a man in his mid-20s, wearing a full black robe that covered his entire figure except his head and hands. He had long fingers, pitch-black hair and eyes, with some odd black shades that seemed to devour sunlight at contact. Aints had sharp and intelligent features, with a blood-red gemstone embroidered on his chest. Aside from the tacky gem, that's the kind of man I would gladly marry one of my sisters to. Too bad he is too old, noble, and tacky, Lith thought. Aints gave him an odd look, but his eyes didn't betray any emotion. My liege requires you help young Magico. Do you know how to fly? Lith nodded, swallowing back a snarky remark. Then go in that direction as fast as you can. Aints pointed at north-northeast. I'll follow you closely. Lith pretended to cast a personal spell, wriggling randomly his fingers and counting backwards from 10 to 7 in English. By mimicking the Rai, he coupled his best flying spell with the Slipstream Effect 1, reaching a speed close to 500 kph, 311 mph. It took Aints only a bit of effort to catch up with him. Not bad, Purple Mana Core guys are really impressive. Both Solus and Lith wanted to see with their own eyes what someone with such talent was capable of. Impressive, so young and he already has devised some personal spells. Maybe the old lunatic isn't so crazy after all. When they reached the Marchioness house, Aints moved so fast through all the barriers and guards that Lith didn't manage to take a proper look around. He had to spend all his energies just to keep up with his pace. Before he realized it, he was in a fancy parlor. Both nobles stood up at their arrival. That was fast, Aints. The Marchioness seemed pleasantly surprised. The young one seems to have more than one ace up his sleeve. Is this commenting my skills supposed to be subtle or something? Seriously, how stupid do you take me for? Lith was seriously pissed off, but the looks from the Count and his guilty conscience kept his mouth at bay. The Marchioness gave Lith an abridged version of the story, dragging him to her daughter's bedroom without giving him the time to think or even express his opinion. I get it already. You don't have any faith in me. Quit dragging me around like a fucking parcel, Lith thought. He was seriously considering failing on purpose, just to get even with her, but from Lark's troubled face, his instinct could tell that there was more at stake than the life of a girl. Just from his countenance, Lith could deduce that the Count had exerted a lot of pressure just to get him to that spot. Lark had faith in him, and judging from the Marchioness' expression, she was clearly expecting, if not straight wishing, for Lith to fail. It wasn't the time to stand on the sidelines anymore. He believed that if the Count assumed he could do it, there shouldn't be any risk playing his blessed by the light card. After catching his breath, he performed more finger wriggling while counting up from 1 to 3 in English, while activating Invigorate on the poor girl. It was a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, with only cotton gauzes to cover her chest area, compressing a huge wound, 10 centimeters, 4 inches, wide that cut her diagonally from the left shoulder to the right hip. After a few seconds, he could only say, "Interesting." The Marchioness scoffed. Everyone before him had said the same word. And it's not a curse, just some kind of magically laced poison. What? The Marchioness lost control, stamping her feet on the floor. You heard me? Lith was tired of being looked down upon, treated like some illiterate barbarian. It's a slow-release poison that disrupts the effects of light magic, turning any attempt to cure it into a new wound. Simply brilliant. It's almost impossible to cure such condition. Almost, the Marchioness knitted her eyebrows. Are you saying you can cure her? Yes, he nodded. It will take about a week to make the proper adjustments to one of my spells. It's the same thing I did for Count Lark a few years ago, just more complicated. They hadn't arranged together this speech, it was the truth. It was just like Keela's acne, only instead of removing natural impurities, he had to remove the artificial ones in order to make the healing possible. Kid, my daughter's life is no joke. I tried, Aints tried. She pointed to the black-obsessed mage. Are you sure? She tried, Lith thought. Solus, didn't you tell me she had just a red mana core? Indeed, and is still red. Try scanning her clothes, accessories, anything that doesn't have any mana. Her barrette, Solus exclaimed. It has no magic flow, but that's impossible. This means that even items capable of hiding one's talents do exist. Forge-a-master is definitely a specialization we have to take. Pretty sure I will be back in a weekend. Lith tried to move, but the Marchioness stood in his way. If what you say is true, you'll stay here and cure her as soon as you are finished, not a second later. Lith was enraged even more. He was being taken hostage by a grief-struck madwoman abusing her power, but remained silent. Both Counts Lark and his family were in danger. When Marchioness de Star noticed Lark's shocked gaze, she had already gone too far. It is never wise mistreating a healer, my liege. Aints used one of his personal spells, sending in her ear a whisper that only the Marchioness could perceive. Healers tend life, but how you relate to them changes their attitude and care toward their patients. If Manohar is unavailable in the future, if this Lith can actually do what he says, do you really want to make an enemy out of him? Please save my daughter, the Marchioness said with a deep bow. If you manage to heal her, I will send you to whatever academy of your choice, I swear to the gods. This is much better, Lith thought. The following week was pretty stressful for him. Being paranoid, he was sure the Marchioness or one of her servants would spy on him 24/7. Lith had to sleep every night and spent the following days pretending to experiment with hand signs and accents. He could actually cure the girl right off the bat, but that would have been too fast. Lith had followed Count Lark's advice, preparing himself for revealing at least part of his talent. When Manohar was his age, he had solved a similar case in less than 3 days. Lith didn't want to appear as good as him, so he took as reference another contemporary great healer whose records were stored in Soluspedia. I can't be too much of a genius, but being average is out of question. To achieve what I want, I must be treasured, but not envied or used as a paragon. Scoring 90/100 is more than enough for my needs. A week later, he entered again in the young lady's bedroom, under the eyes of her family and Aints. Lith first put his hand on her sternum, taking control of her mana flow and forcing the poison to move in a single spot before extracting it. Then he made it float in a bubble, before dripping it in a vial he had made prepare beforehand. After that, Lith executed his best healing spell, closing the wound in one go without leaving a mark or a scar. The girl immediately regained a healthy pink color. Her breathing turned from quick and shallow to strong and steady. Marchioness de Star couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly unwrapped the gauze, barely giving Lith and the male side of the family the time to turn around. Doing it left him full of regrets. Be strong, old man. We are still physically young. There are still plenty of wonderful breasts waiting for us in this new world. Think of it as an investment. It's better to start our relationship with our new backer with a clean slate. While the Marchioness was hugging her daughter, sobbing, Aints took the poison to analyze it, while Lith exited the room, waiting for the permission to go back home. Chapter 54, A Good Start is Half the Job. A few days later, Marchioness de Star summoned Lith once again, this time in a proper polite way, giving him time to prepare and an explanation for their meeting. They met in a neutral territory, in Count Lark's lounge. Contrary to etiquette, the noblewoman stood up when he entered the room, making a curtsy even before Lith had greeted or bowed to her. Welcome, young mage. Thanks for saving my daughter's life. No one knows how much time she had left in such conditions. I actually do, Lith thought with a cruel inner smile. She had barely 2 weeks left when I first visited her before her organs started failing one after the other. Luckily, she has a tough skin, so I wasn't forced to play the sink or swim healing attempt. I wouldn't have cured her before at least 5 days. My safety comes first. I can waste time and lose opportunities, but I will not gamble my whole life for a stranger, no matter who he or she is. Also, I have several reasons to apologize to you. First, for how I treated you. I was rude and condescending. I shouldn't have tried forcing your hand, but I was desperate at the time. Your sister was ill too. I hope you can understand me. Lith inwardly sneered. You only say this now because I succeeded, and you are afraid of needing my help again in the future. I feel no compassion for the likes of you. No need to apologize, your ladyship. Life sometimes burdens us with a weight we are unable to carry, and desperation can make even the best of us lose his morals, was what he actually said. He needed a new and more powerful backer. Being friends was of secondary importance. Their relationship was strictly business-related. It was important to lay solid foundations for it, putting aside pointless grudges. But he wouldn't forgive nor forget. If she failed or betrayed his trust, it was a good thing that revenge is a dish best served cold. The Marchioness shook her head. I think that your forgiveness is still undeserved. I lied to you that day. I have no authority outside my marquisate, so I cannot guarantee your successful enrollment in any academy outside the Lightning and White Griffin. Her gown had many small pockets, hidden by the complex embroideries. From one of those, she took out a ring bearing the king's crest. It's a long and boring story, she said, looking furtively at Count Lark, suppressing an ironic laughter. But what it matters is that at the moment in my marquisate, I hold a power on par with the king, so both academies can only accept my orders. Lith wasn't yet completely convinced that going away, even for just 2 years, was the best course of actions. He decided to test the waters first. Wouldn't be possible to be homeschooled? If you hold such authority, it should not be a problem giving me the same benefits I would get from an academy and private tutors. After all, the location isn't that important. It actually is. The forests surrounding the academies play a big part in both the points and grade system. Also, yes, if you insist, I could achieve what you asked, but bear in mind that my situation is merely temporary. Once the court finishes deliberating the current matter, everything would get back to normal, and I'm not sure to have all the resources you'll need. On the other hand, if you enroll in an academy now, it would be like according to a king's decree. And once inside, even if I lose my almighty status, you would be protected by the rules of the kingdom and of the Mage Association. No one would be fool enough to make an enemy out of the king. Archmages and royalty are deeply intertwined. It sadly makes sense, Lith inwardly sighed. It's best to exploit the situation to its fullest. Between her desire to make up to me, no matter her reasons, and her temporary king status, I should be able to get some extra safety measure. If only half of what Nana told me is true, I'll need every advantage I can get to avoid useless drama and pointless face-slapping. I understand. I think that going to the Lightning Griffin is out of question. The headmistress will probably want my head on a stick either way. I wouldn't be so sure, the Marchioness replied. Anyhow, with your talent as a healer, I had guessed you wanted to go to the White Griffin. You do know it's the school with the biggest light magic department, right? But of course, Lith lied through his teeth. But I'm also quite interested in the art of forgemastering, which academy would be the best choice for such specialization. Any of them? Marchioness de Star shrugged. They all have good forgemasters, but the great ones avoid academies like the plague. Artists like to be free, while in an institution they have to take care of paperwork, teaching the students items. All things that would keep them away from their research. Not to mention that for an academy forgemaster, keeping the nature of his research secret is much harder. To get funds from the academy, you have to share. All great mages hate sharing. That piece of news reassured Lith. White Griffin it is then? How long will the trip take? Lith recalled that Nana once stated that the academy was more than 500 kilometers, 311 miles away from Lustria. Even if it was just for an audience, he would need to pack some clothes. From my house, considering that we first have to speak with the headmaster, and then you have to take your admission exam, I'd say 3-4 hours tops. You'll get home in time for dinner, that's for sure. Lith found difficult to do the math. Even flying at his top speed, he would need at least 2 hours to get there and back, not to mention that the Marchioness didn't seem the type to fly that long, messing her hair and dress right before meeting the headmaster. But they were already off a rocky start. Lith preferred to pretend to have understood everything, instead of flaunting his ignorance once again, destroying that little of respect he had gained so far. Seeing his conflicted expression, the Marchioness completely misunderstood the situation. Don't worry, young mage. It's just the admission exam. You will get the opportunity to say goodbye to your family and friends. The academy will not start before another 2 months. You have plenty of time to settle all your business. Lith thanked her with a deep bow. Please don't thank me yet. I hope you'll accept this as part of my apologies. She handed him a communication amulet, very similar to all those he had seen up to that point, except for the fact that it had only one rune on it, right on its center. To mark it as your own, just send some mana in the stone. Lith did as instructed. Both the gemstone and the lone rune lit up, like they had become scorching hot. To exchange your contact rune, you just need to make 2 amulets touch while they are activated. Both the Count and the Marchioness held their amulets out. Every time they touched, their rune got impressed on Lith's amulet and vice versa. The Marchioness' amulet was completely covered in runes already. To accommodate the new one, all the other runes shrank in size, just enough to leave enough space for another of the same dimension. There's no limit to the number of contact runes an amulet can hold, she explained. This will help you get in touch with me or Lark if anything happens. It will also make staying in touch with your family easier. She gave him a little box, holding a second amulet. Only one person can activate it, so your family has to choose wisely. Lith bowed profusely. That gesture had taken a big burden off his heart. She had explicitly offered as his backer, and thanks to the amulet he could always help his family through the two nobles if necessity arose. The appointment was set at the Marchioness' house at noon. Lith always had trouble with time, so he arrived early to stay on the safe side. Servants treated him with the utmost respect, but were unable to hide their surprise. Clearly the rumors in the house had spread fast, and he probably didn't fit the image of the great healer that saved the young mistress that they had pictured in their heads. Marchioness de Star made him wait but a few minutes. She wore a simple day dress, her long hair down. It was impossible to suspect that she was actually the lord of the entire region. "You are already here. Good, let's move." On foot, Lith couldn't avoid asking. "We could take a stagecoach, but it's a waste of time. The Mage Association's branch is right there." She pointed to another luxurious building, not even 100 meters, 110 yards away. Lith bit his lower lip, thanking fate for being still short enough to make impossible for her noticing his shocked expression when he wasn't looking up. The door was closed and with no guards, yet all she had to do was to press her family ring where the keyhole was supposed to be to open the way. The inside of the house resembled very much an embassy. The clerk at front desk stopped them in their tracks, asking for their proof of identity and the reason of visit. The Marchioness handed to him a piece of paper that appeared out of thin air. She probably has a dimensional something on her too. The clerk passed the paper over a blue gemstone set into the desk. When both glowed of a pale blue, he said, "Everything seems all right. Your destination is right beyond the door." He waved at the wall at his right, appearing incredibly stupid in Lith's eyes. But then several rune markings appeared from the wall, forming a small ring of energy that quickly expanded, becoming big enough for both of them to pass through. A real dimension door. If I have to choose between healing and forgemastering, I'll take the second without any regret. It took but a step to travel all the distance between the capital of the Marquisate and the headmaster office of the White Griffin. Lith recognized it because it was almost identical to the Lightning Griffin one. The only differences were how the furniture was positioned, and the headmaster personal effects on display. Books he had written, certificates of merit from both the kingdom and the association. They covered the whole wall behind his desk. No frigging antechamber. The headmaster was waiting for them. He stood up as soon as the door appeared, approaching Marchioness de Star and welcoming her with great warmth. "Marchioness de Star, is always such a pleasure to meet an alumnus of our academy, even if she graduated before my time." Without waiting for her reply, he made her a deep bow that she reciprocated. "Headmaster Linjos, is an honor to have the chance to finally meet you. I heard a lot about the incredible feats you managed to accomplish at your young age. It's no surprise at all that for you becoming the youngest headmaster ever." "You are too kind. Excuse me for my bluntness, but I was really surprised by your sudden request for an urgent meeting. Has anything else happened to your family? Is there anything else that White Griffin can do for you?" Linjos was deeply embarrassed. The academy was about to resume its activities, and Manohar was still unreachable. The headmaster had taken multiple notes to reprimand him sharply. Taking a short personal leave was okay. Disappearing for almost 6 months straight, not so much. "Thanks for your interest, but my family managed to survive, one way or another. The reason for this audience is that I wanted to introduce you this brilliant young mage. He is pretty famous. You should have heard of Lith of Lustria." Finally recognizing the youth behind her, Linjos stepped back. A beehive had just walked unannounced in his office. Chapter 55, Politics and Ideals. Linjos was a man in his late 20s, about 177 meters, 59, high. His ample mage robe made his build a mystery. He could as well be a mountain of muscles or thin as a stick. He had a perfectly shaven long face, a cleft chin, and an aquiline nose. His hair was chestnut brown with shades of silver. His brow eyes were brimming with intelligence and worry. Lith could almost hear his panicking thoughts. Judging from the difference in treatment Lark and de Star received, he must be aware of how powerful she is at the moment. I am really curious to see how this will play out. The headmaster's bushy eyebrows were wriggling like furry worms, while he was deciding how to face the unexpected event. "He too has a light blue mana core," Solus observed. "He is weaker than Aints, but stronger than anyone else we met except for that bitch Linnea. Blue must be the minimum requirement for the position. Well, this is really embarrassing to say, dear Marchioness, but I don't know if I can help you. Linjos considered Linnea's political stand bullshit. He had fiercely opposed to her motion during the last headmaster's council. But he had lost, even if by a small margin. The rules were clear. He could only follow the regulations approved by the majority of the council. Well, I think it will be easier than you think. The Marchioness sat down on an armchair, inviting Linjos to do the same. Watching the headmaster getting ordered around in his own office filled Lith with joy. I wish it was me, being so powerful to make them all bend the knee. No more hiding, no more lies, just unbridled power. What do you mean? Linjos asked after sitting behind his desk. You see, I am partially at fault for this whole situation. If I had just told the truth from the beginning, nothing would have happened. But I had my own reasons, so I hope you do understand how confidential it is what I am about to share with you. The headmaster's interest was piqued, and while Lith had no idea what she was talking about, he was a liar skilled enough to know when to shut up and get her back. Of course, everything you say will never get out of this room. You have my word. You see, I met Lith a few years ago, and I was so amazed by his skill and talent that I took him as my apprentice. She closed in to the desk, almost whispering. Both men were taken aback by that revelation. So Naria actually taught him only the basics. It was actually I that imparted to him the ways of magic. The problem was, and still is, that my family is under the scrutiny of too many eyes. I have too many enemies. So, to prevent that one of them could snuff him out before he could achieve his true potential, we decided to keep everything a secret and let the world think that Count Lark and Naria were the ones actually taking care of him. That would explain a lot, Linjos exclaimed in shock. His achievements are too outstanding for someone without a proper background. Not to mention why the court has taken the matter so seriously, despite it came from a low, noble appeal. Well, fuck you too, mate, Lith thought. Dislark one more time and you and I will have a problem. Exactly, the Marchioness nodded, passing him several papers that came out from one of the rings she wore. I still can't afford the truth to see the light. You know what happened to my daughter. So, I would really like to avoid officially forcing you accept him with the authority entrusted me by the king. It would raise a fuss on multiple levels. I hope that you can understand my position, and that those documents will give you leverage enough to defend your standing if the council tries to reprimand you. Linjos read the papers, and at some point almost jumped up from his chair. He is the one that cured your daughter and extracted the magical poison our labs are currently studying. He simply could not believe his eyes. The best healers among the Griffin Academy's staff had tried and failed, while this kid was supposed to have correctly diagnosed the nature of the illness and managed to cure it. I'm sorry for being rude once again, but all the testimonies come from your family members. The council will surely object that this is just a ruse to force their hand. This story is simply unbelievable. Go to the next page, please. She didn't even care to hide her smirk. The second page was also a statement. Aints was one of the witnesses and reported everything he had seen during that day, giving a professional assessment on Lith's skills, pointing out and describing the numerous personal spells he had witnessed him using. Linjos went completely pale. Aints' testimony was a sworn one, just like the others, but coming from a mage it had a completely different significance from that of a noble. Doubting his word was the same as calling him a liar and an incompetent. The consequences of that would be terrible. Despite being so young, his talent and power were beyond question, not to mention that the Black Griffin would become a sworn enemy of anyone who tried to taint their genius reputation. Such a heavy insult could even bring Aints to personally challenge whoever dared to question his judgment, and there was no headmaster that wanted to face him in direct confrontation, be it a magic duel or contest of wits. The two documents were more than enough to defy the will of the council without repercussions, but Linjos wasn't the kind of man who acted on impulse. The fact that I can doesn't mean that I must do it, he pondered. Whatever I do, I will face a different backlash, either from the Marchioness or the council. From a political standpoint, there is not much difference, and that makes my decision much easier. If this kid is really so talented, it would be a crime against magic to blindly follow the orders of those old fogies. I remember well how they opposed to me becoming headmaster, claiming I was too young, too radical for the position. It's time to teach them a lesson. Their wrinkly asses have been rooted to their chairs for so long that they have forgotten about the passion that teaching magic requires. I accepted the position the Queen offered to me. because I was disgusted seeing how academies were being reduced to paper pushers, neglecting to nurture true talents and bootlicking those who are already powerful for petty political gain. The Marchioness waited patiently. Being thoughtful was a plus on her book. Only idiots and lapdogs would mindlessly charge toward danger. I will be glad to take your disciple in my academy, but only if he reaches the minimum requirements. Under my guidance, there are no favoritism in the White Griffin. Both the Marchioness and Lith had no objections. Lith had been instructed about the admittance test by Nana well before his visit to the Lightning Griffin, and before going to the White Griffin, he had asked confirmation from the Marchioness. Nana's admittance had happened decades ago. Something could have changed over time, but from Destar's experience, the structure of the exam was still the same. Headmaster Linjos used his communication amulet to assemble the heads of all the magical departments in the test room. Lith was curious about exploring the academy, but the headmaster opened another dimensional door, bringing them to destination. It was a big square room, with each side 30 meters, 33 yards long, that seemed carved out a single huge piece of stone. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all smooth with no gap except for a door. The only pieces of furniture were several chairs lined up against a wall, where the Marchioness, the headmaster, and the faculty heads sat as soon as they came out of several dimension doors. Lith felt a new respect for fake mages. Compressing space with such ease, allowing instant movements was something beyond his wildest dreams. When all the 7 heads arrived, the headmaster said, "Show us your basics." He was asking Lith to show his proficiency with chore magic, the foundation of all magics. If only you knew what you are missing, Lith inwardly smiled. Lith took a deep breath, stimulating his mana core to its maximum output. He stood straight, extending his right hand upwards right above his head, generating a sphere of dazzling white like the size of a chestnut. His sharp earring could already listen to some whispered comments. Perfect silent light magic, trivial but effective. Hope he can do something better, I have so much paperwork in my office. Lith openly smiled, moving his arm clockwise, and when it reached 2 o'clock a fiery fireball appeared. 2 kinds of perfect silent magic, not bad for a commoner. Double casting, finally something interesting. The arm kept moving in a fluid movement, not letting them the time to chat. At 4 o'clock a small thundercloud appeared. The audience started to get interested. Triple casting at 12 years? What the fuck, triple perfect silent? The arm reached 6 o'clock. A blot of pure darkness started consuming the light, pulsing with hunger. Both the headmaster and the Marchioness had already understood what it was, but while the Marchioness had seen Lith in action, Linjos was shocked. It couldn't be Silverwings. At 8 o'clock rock, dust and dirt condensed into a small round stone, while at 11 o'clock a small bubble of water constantly shifted between gas, liquid, and frozen state. By the gods, hexacasting with perfect silent magic. That's almost Magus Silverwing's monahexagram, the last student that managed to do that. The headmaster hit the department head with the elbow, forcing him to shut up. Lith's interest was piqued. Why interrupt him? Was the identity of the student a secret? There is no almost, he thought. His arm didn't stop. At the second round of his arm, the single dots of energy became connected by tendrils of power, forming a perfect hexagram inscribed in a circle. Through the shared connections, energy started to circulate until the single elements disappeared, leaving only a golden hexagram floating in the air. AN. If you have problems imagining the result, just look again at the book's cover, P. That was the reason why Nana had been admitted back in the day, and she had passed it down to Lith. Lakra Silverwing's mana hexagram was a rare feat that barely a magician out of 100 was capable to perform. It was an exercise that demonstrated not only mastery over all the elements, but also a deep understanding of the flow of mana. It emphasized the mental strength and focus. It was an unwritten rule that whoever was capable of casting the mana hexagram was automatically admitted, even if she was a slave. After that, Lith started to cast fake magic spells as fast as he could. Now he had to prove his mastery and control over the first 3 tiers of magic to skip the beginner's years. He was supposed to cast at least 20 Tier 1 spells, but he performed 30. He could have done more, but avoided to. Lith had already studied and memorized all the White Griffin records. If geniuses scored 110-100, 90-100 was a perfectly fine result for him. He didn't want to get too much spotlight, just enough to get his talent recognized and maybe turn some professors into his backers, to spend the next 2 years in the most calm and peaceful atmosphere. He was there to learn, not to fight. Lith stopped at Tier 3 spells. Going further would be too dangerous. Not only he would have exposed too much talent, but he would also risk to skip even the 4th year. Specialization courses started on the 4th year, and Lith wanted to remain in the academy long enough to assimilate everything it had to offer about forge mastering and maybe even healing. Not to mention, he still needed powerful backers. When he finished, there was no applause or congratulations, but the convened mages huddled up, starting to discuss wildly. Their whispers were loud enough that even with his old earring Lith would still be able to listen to them. Outstanding performance. The Marchioness had left the group as soon as the discussion started. She had no place in it. Thanks, Lith pretended being tired and short of breath. Do you think I'm in? Most definitely, unless heaven and earth turn upside down. Chapter 56, Bargains and Promises. Nice trick, by the way. Silverwing's hexagram is an uncommon skill for an admission exam, but generally those who are capable of performing it are fighting-oriented mages that don't apply to either white or black griffin. I must admit to have underestimated you. I would have never expected a country bumpkin to have such deep knowledge and to be able to exploit it to turn a good performance into an excellent one. They have not seen one of these in decades. Fuck me sideways. Lith's smug and thoughts were polar opposites. Either Nana didn't know about this or she set me up. Let's hope my score isn't too high. I don't want some school princess prince bother me because of it. In a matter of minutes, everything was settled. New dimension doors opened, and the mages disappeared without saying a word. Back into the headmaster's office, Linjos gave them the result. Congratulations, young. He remembered that Lith had no family name. Mage, your admission at White Griffin has been approved unanimously with a score of 93/100. Your actual score was 88, but since it has been years since an applicant was capable of performing the hexagram, we awarded you 5 extra points. 88/100, Lith thought. Either I limited myself too much or someone is really cranky today. The hexagram proved to be a wild card, but luckily my score is still within the expected range. Linjos continued his speech, unaware of Lith's worries. I look forward to see you back here in a couple of months to start your specialization years. Here, this is some material you can study and revise to take your choice. The headmaster gave Lith 7 small books. The first 6 were about elemental specializations, while the 7th one was about item creation. Lith took them all avidly. Those are highly confidential. You are not supposed to show them or discuss about their content with anyone outside the White Griffin. Linjos's tone was dead serious. Lith gave his most heartfelt assurances. Perfect. Any question before I call in the wardrobe for your uniform? Yes, one. What is the academy position about bullying? As you know, I come from a backwater village. My father is a farmer, and I don't even have a last name. In my experience, even the best of us tend to look down upon me, if not worse. He threw a meaningful look at the Marchioness, who pretended not to notice. Headmaster Linjos puffed his chest with pride, straightening up his back even more. Glad that you asked. Before my time, commoners and merchants' children had quite a rough experience, but I have established a zero-tolerance policy for bullying and violence in my academy. I hope to set up an example for everyone. The Queen picked me up for this position because even as a student, I fought hard to defend the rights of the less fortunate. No matter their origin, powerful mages are too precious assets for the kingdom to allow some spoiled brats to ruin years of hard work. You have no idea how many academies' alumni have defected our kingdom to get their revenge. The court is giving this matter the utmost importance. That's why I expect many heads to fall in the next years. Just thinking of how many brilliant mages, even geniuses, had their lives destroyed by abuses of power, made Linjos's heart bleed. Once they grew in power, they had left their home country with no hesitation, turning into a thorn in the side of the king. Their rage was unbridled. The only way to make them come back would be to wipe out entire ancient noble families, but that was something outside even the king's reach. It would start a civil war. He had to choose the lesser evil. But that didn't mean he would let that evil to keep eroding the kingdom's backbone. Yes, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Lith didn't feel even a bit reassured by his words. As a hunter, I learned that a cornered beast is the most dangerous one. What if, hypothetically, I would be harassed by one or more influential people? I would stand by your side and give them the proper punishment. The answer was too quick. Man, this guy is green. Either he comes from a fairy tale or has not been in the real world long enough for it to bite his ass, Lith thought. I'm sure of your sincerity, but please think about it. Prince whatever harasses a country bumpkin and gets reported. It's just the victim word against someone who has at his back political and magical influence. What could you do? I would order for an exhaustive investigation, listening to all the witnesses. And what if the witnesses get intimidated, or if there is no witness at all? Are you telling me you could still do something? Linzhou's long face seemed to become even longer. No, I could not. Prince whatever would at worst get a reprimand, and I could only ask the staff to keep an eye on the bumpkin. Isn't there anything at all you can do to prevent this? Lith was seriously rethinking everything. Getting admitted with a high score and having just Count Lark as an official backer would make his permanence a nightmare straight from day one. With all the magical marvels you got, isn't there some kind of alarm, a panic whistle, a God's please someone anyone save me device? Actually there is. Linzhou's words made Lith sigh with relief. From one of the desk's drawers, Linzhou's took out a big wooden box twice as big, full to the brim of black pearl look-alike spheres the size of a baseball. Lucky bastard, even his drawers are pocket dimensions. I want to learn forgemastering so bad. These spheres are actually magical items called guilty ballots. The name was self-explanatory. Even in that world, justice was represented holding a scale. The jurors would cast their vote by setting black spheres on one of the plates for a guilty verdict, white on the other for an innocent one. Once you imprint one as yours, just like for a communication amulet, the guilty ballot will record every word and action happening around you as soon as you send some mana into it. A second mana pulse would trigger a call for help, alerting the academy staff that something is wrong. It would also work as a beacon for warp steps, allowing us to intervene immediately. Warp steps, Lith thought. I'm a man of tradition, dimensional door sounds much better, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you very much, that's exactly what I hoped for. Lith grabbed one without a second thought. Wait, there is a reason why I didn't offer it to you immediately. Lith wasn't much interested, but he had to keep appearances. Is there any side effect? No, the ballot itself works perfectly. It has been made by the best forgemasters, after all. The problem is that its use is socially frowned upon by both students and teachers. I must warn you that it's much more famous as the coward's end. Lith hid his mouth with a hand, pretending to be in deep thought, while he was actually grinning in disgust. Yeah, right, I had enough of this bullshit back on Earth. You need to learn how to stand up for yourself, they said. A little bullying helps you build your character and prepare you to face real life and all that crap. Then all those assholes of teachers would be the first to cry when one of the victims committed suicide, or even better if they took up a gun to settle their scores. Seeing that Lith wasn't replying, Linzhou's continued. Very few students have picked a ballot, and even those who did usually returned it after some weeks. Isolation and ostracism are another form of violence I can do nothing about. And for someone away from home for the first time, a bad friend is better than none at all. It could prevent you from socializing, keeping everyone away from you, even those who could actually become your true friends. Please have faith in me. I will stand by your side no matter what. All the teachers I handpicked share my vision and will do all they can to help you. Lith wanted to sarcastically laugh in the face of his groundless optimism and wishful thinking. Thank you very much for your concern, but as I can see it, it would be a thorny path with or without it. Besides, I decided to join your academy to quench my thirst for knowledge, not to make friends. Without the ballot, I would be in the hands of fate. With it instead, if you are right, I will never need it, nor ever be forced to reveal I do possess one. If I am right, we both will have our backs covered, and you will have what you need to pursue your ideals. It's a win-win situation. Lith tried to be polite and accommodating, but in his mind, he could see several flaws in Linzhou's pep talk. He admitted not being able to purge all the bad apples. This means that I need to be wary of both students and teachers, not to mention that we barely knew each other. How can he possibly be so naive to expect me to take his word at face value? For all I know, he could as well be a strawman with no actual power that a rotten system has put into this place just for marketing. Only time will tell me if this guy is just a frigging paint job on a rust bucker or the real deal. Linzhou sighed but insisted no more. It hurt his pride and spirit seeing such a young man being so cynical. When he had started as a headmaster, he had always pictured himself as a charismatic figure, capable of instilling trust in his pupils. But being a mage, he was more pragmatic than idealistic, and recognized the truth behind Lith's words. After Linnea destroyed his future, it's natural for him to be biased. I'll show to both him and the queen that my methods work. The ballot is a sad relic of the past, born because of the incompetence of my predecessors. Nobles and commoners can and will go along, Linjos thought. After concluding that matter, Linjos summoned in his office a wardrobe clerk that delivered a uniform way too big for Lith's size. It consisted of a white shirt, blazer, pants, a robe, and black shoes. The embroideries instead were of a pitch-black color. At the moment, the uniform is at its biggest available size. Our forgemasters enchant them so that they are able to perfectly fit the wearer. As you grow over time, it will expand, so you will not have to change it. The uniform has many other properties. They are all described in a note inside the chest pocket, with one exception. Linjos took out his shirt's cuffs and an unused ballot, bringing them close. The black sphere suddenly disappeared. You do not possess yet any dimensional object, and you cannot walk with a ballot in your hand the whole time. So our uniform's cuffs possess a hidden function, a very small dimensional storage that only applies to ballots. As far as I know, aside from us and the forgemasters, no one is aware of its existence. Lith nodded, sending mana to the guilty ballot in his hand. The magical item absorbed greedily the energy, imprinting Lith's mana as its master. In many ways it was similar to Solus, yet the differences were like heaven and earth. The ballot needed Lith's mana to function, not to live, and it was incapable of absorbing it on its own. Through his mana flow, Lith was capable of making it start-stop recording, projecting the recorded images and sounds. This thing is dead as a doornail, is just like some kind of CCTV, and I'm the power plant. The uniform thought has some pretty sweet properties, Lith thought while skimming the instructions. Before leaving the headmaster office, Lith received even more booklets that described the academy's history, its forest, how the student point system worked, and so on. There was enough to fill a small library. Thankfully, the Marchioness offered to carry them for him in one of her dimensional pockets. Damn it, if it wasn't for Soluspedia, it would take me months to read and memorize all this stuff. Between knowing the White Griffin rules and regulations inside out and the guilty ballot, I should have what I need to survive the next 2 years. Maybe. Chapter 57, A Bad Start is the Other Half. Author's note, from this chapter onward I will put a before a inner monologue telephatic dialogue. There was still some time before the start of the academic year. Lith spent most of it reading the headmaster's books and planning his future. According to the school records, most students would achieve only a specialization. Good and great mages would achieve 2, while attaining 3 or more was the sign of a true polymath genius. It wasn't enough attending the courses to be considered a specialist. One should also possess considerable talent in the field. And like most things in life, genius couldn't be evaluated with just numbers. Krishna Manohar, the resident god of healing, had only 2 specializations, simply because he had no interest in other topics. His second one was as battle mage, and even in his biography it was mentioned only once, for the sake of completeness. Yet Nana having only 1 specialization felt wrong on so many levels, that Lith decided to take a pause from his studies to ask her why. Those days, the White Griffin uniform was the only dress he would wear, not for swag, as much for practicality. It was capable of self-cleaning, getting rid of any dirt or sweat, and to offer some degree of protection from both physical and magical attacks. It allowed him to be more relaxed during his day life and when hunting. It was like wearing a full armor but light as silk. It could withstand a bear's claw strike without ripping, but Lith would still feel the blunt impact. He had made many experiments to test its reliability and limits. Oddly enough, the protection was extended to his head and hands too, despite being uncovered. The robe, though, was still stored in soulless pocket dimension. Wearing it would strengthen the protective effect, but it was too long and unpractical to use. It would get caught in trees, bushes, everything. Not to mention that being stealthy, while wearing an oversized bathrobe, was nigh impossible. I said this back on Earth, and I'll repeat it now. Mage's fashion sense sucks. Capes and robes are idiotic to wear. They make you so easy to grab and slam around like a carpet. Lith could have flown, yet he preferred walking. Those were his last moments of true freedom, and he wanted to enjoy them to the fullest. At Nana's home office, everyone showered him with praises and congratulations, giving the healer the time to speak with her former apprentice. Sorry to disappoint you, young sprite. Ever since Lith had saved Count Lark's family years ago, she had promoted him from little imp to sprite. But I only have 1 specialization. She winked blatantly, despite they were alone in her private quarters. Here is an unrequested advice. Life is unpredictable, and many things you'll need to survive are not written in any book. She winked again. You need to learn them by experience. I understand, sorry to have wasted your time. Lith winked back. Do not apologize, dear. It's always a pleasure seeing you. And don't even think about leaving without saying a proper goodbye, or when I'll die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Please, if it's true that weeds never die out, then you'll probably outlive us all. Lith bought some fresh pastries and white bread before returning home. I can't decide if the idea of hidden specializations is more interesting or disturbing. I wonder if Nana's second talent is the real reason for her downfall. Maybe she was a magical assassin that either failed an important mission or was framed. Either way, to avoid repeating her mistakes, I must stick to the plan, get my specializations and as much backers as I can. And to get them, being a healer is the best bait. The Marchioness proved to me that no matter how rich and powerful, they are still scared shitless of death. Also, being a great healer brings you more clients than envy. If they see you as an asset, those in power don't feel threatened by your existence. Lith's last months went by peacefully. Count Lark held a small private goodbye party, attended by Lith's and Lark's family, Nana and Celia. Hylia, the first cook, still believed in Team Roz, so she went all out for the occasion. She even called him young master a couple of times, embarrassing both Lith and the Count. They didn't know if to laugh or cry, rumors indeed die hard. The only sour note was the presence of Senton, Renaz's soon-to-be husband. Lith had still a hard time letting his sister go, so when he shook the man's hand, he reminded him two truths. Remember, when you marry a woman, you marry her whole family. Lith said out loud, triggering laughter and joy in the participants. And I know where you live. He threatened him, whispering in Senton's ear when they were embracing. The Marchioness had been invited too, albeit only out of politeness, but she could not intervene, and for a good reason. Her family had been attacked once more, and she had her hands full trying to identify the instigator. His first day of school, Lith left home before the sunrise. All his belongings were sadly able to fit in a chest smaller than an armchair, that his father Roz had handmade for the occasion. Despite the happy circumstances, his parents cried like he was about to go to war. Oh, Lith promised to write me every day, sobbed Alina, his mother, while hugging him strong enough to squeeze the air out of his lungs. Mom, we have the communication amulet, remember. Do you really want to wait for the mail to be delivered? Of course not, you silly. Call us as soon as you have a minute to spare, she said, throwing him into his father's arms. Remember, little one, no matter how far you will be, you'll always have a family and a house here. Roz's cheeks were streaked with tears, his voice broken. Far, Dad, between flight and warp steps I'm barely an hour away from home. I'll be back at the end of the first trimester, in time for the spring festival. Lith was moved and confused by their feelings. Back on Earth, when he and Carl had left their home, their mother's send-away gift had been changing the door locks. His sister's goodbyes were much more joyous. They were both moving on with their lives and were happy that their little brother, too, was able to pursue his dreams. Tryon was nowhere to be seen. Their relationship had never mended, and the more power and authority Lith gained, the more Tryon felt a stranger to his own family. He had left home as soon as he turned 16, announcing his decision to perform voluntary military service and marry outside the family, leaving Tista to inherit the farm and the house. Lith left home, making the chest fly alongside him. Only when he was far enough, he stored it inside the pocket dimension and went pedal to the metal. He took it out before approaching the nearest Mage Association branch, keeping it floating while he walked through the warp step to the academy. An attendant accompanied him to his personal room in the fourth-year wing of the castle. To avoid hazing, each year had a separate wing for its classes, living quarters, even the canteen. Students from different years had no common spaces. After imprinting the room with his mana, becoming its master, Lith left his chest and dismissed the attendant. He had the map of the castle copied and stored in Soluspedia, hence needing no help to reach his classroom. Regardless of the chosen specializations, the students of the fourth year had some classes that everyone had to attend. Theory of combat magic was one of those mandatory courses. Lith was one of the first to arrive. The classroom was almost empty, except for a few students that had already occupied the desks in the last row. The classroom resembled a lecture classroom from a college, with a pitched floor and the desks arranged in a semicircular shape. At a first glance, it seemed to have a capacity of at least 200 students. In any other circumstances, Lith would have admired the perfect lighting of the room, the magnificence of the marble floor, the refined craftsmanship of the desks. Each one was made with the best materials available, drawing a merciless comparison with his old college. At that moment, however, his eyes were only noticing how all those present had sighed in relief seeing him. Judging from their positioning and nervousness, they were clearly trying to lie low and go unnoticed. Lith had walked enough in their shoes to know what it meant, and how futile their effort was. Poor guys, you still haven't learned that you can't avoid trouble when it's the trouble looking for you? Just like in middle school, the preys come early to avoid contact, while the predators take their sweet time. He chose a seat in the middle row, not too close, but not too far. He would still be able to see clearly the professor and read from what appeared to be a chalkboard. I would love to sit in the first row, but I bet that's the cool kids gathering spot. It's better to avoid useless arguments and stay in the safe zone. If someone comes to bother me, it would be on purpose. Lith took out his notebook and inkwell to prepare for the lesson, hoping things to go smoothly. According to Nana, the real class hierarchy would be established from day one. Both he and Solus remained alert the whole time, while the classroom was getting filled with people. Some sneered looking at him, others shook their head with a sad expression, deeming him too dumb or naive to know his place. "It's very interesting," Solus said. "The worst mana core I detected is bright green, all the rest are different shades of cyan or deep blue. It's not a surprise that so many of Lark's protégés failed at the admission." "Yeah, Peachy. Not only I am not the top dog mana core-wise, I cannot use any magic outside the fake one. Eyes on the prize, Solus, this is Sparta. Based on the glances I received, the situation may be worse than I expected." When only 15 minutes remained before the scheduled start of the lesson, 3 girls waddled in like they owned the place. Lith threw a quick glance in the back rows, and judging from the cowering behind the desks, the queen was in the house. After shaking his robe's right sleeve, he braced for impact. They were chatting among themselves, looking around the class like hungry wolves in a butcher's shop. He could hear the one on point, a red-haired girl, say, "Let's give the new guys a proper welcome." They walked up the stair until they were in front of Lith's desk. "Hey, shorty, what are you doing so close to my desk? Your filthy peasant smell makes me nauseous. Scram to the last row together with the rest of the garbage," said the red-haired girl. That was barely 5 centimeters, 2 inches taller than him, while her 2 companions giggled and sneered eerily. What the fuck, Lith thought. This seems out of Aesop's The Wolf and the Lamb fable. I bet that even if I was already sitting in the last row, she would harass me for not respecting my seniors or something. She's looking for a fight, no matter what I do. Solus, let's go with the worst-case scenario contingency plan. "I am sorry," Lith replied with his most innocent tone. "According to the White Griffin rules, I have the right to sit whenever I want. You have no authority to order me around. Please, leave me alone and we can all forget about this incident." Lith was really disappointed inwardly. At least on Earth bad girls were hot stuff. These 3 instead were barely cute, with average curves and the charisma of a rotting opossum. "You insolent fool," she snarled at him. "Don't you know who I am? At that point, Lith activated his hush spell on both his ears, preventing himself to hear the load of bullshit the girl was spewing. He knew his temper enough to know that otherwise he would have probably lost his cool, especially if she mentioned his family. Falling for their provocations would mean giving them and others an excuse to harass him. "Hey, Solus, I can't read lips, but I guess she is making herself appear high and mighty, flaunting her family status, all while belittling me and my physical appearance. How close did I get?" "Very close. By my maker, this girl really has a way with words. If I had a body, I would kick her ass already. The things she is saying about you, she is just the worst, not to mention those 2 harpies ganging up with her at the right time." "Please do not give me any details. I'm already outraged. Don't add any more fuel to the fire. It's time to put the headmaster's word to the test. I won't stand for this shit one more." Before he could complete the thought, Solus interrupted both him and the spells. "That's your cue." Lith barely made in time to listen to the, "Are you listening to me?" "For the God's sake, no, sweetheart. Your voice is so squeaky that it would make me rip my ears off if I had to actually listen to all your whining and ranting." The 3 girls were silenced out of shock. "Sweetheart," someone in the classroom echoed. "It's just a figure of speech, of course," Lith replied as it had been the leader of the pack speaking. "You're not blind. I'm pretty sure that, despite your overinflated ego, you know deep inside your rotten heart that you are almost as ugly on the outside as you are on the inside. We have nobles even in my backwater village. But you win the prize for the one with the longest stick up her ass and biggest shit in her nose hands down. That much I have to give it to you. Lith had only one way out of that situation. The least he could do was let off his chest all the pent-up rage. How dare you? The girl face had turned purple. Her eyes were popping out of rage and brimming with mana. Look, kid, the lesson is about to begin and I'm already bored. Maybe you are used to scare people with your ugly mug and annoying voice, but I faced much worse in my life. Now scram before I report you for harassment. This isn't your home. This is one of the 6 great academies. It has rules. Since they meant to harm him anyway, he would give them all the rope they wanted, hoping they would end up hanging themselves with it. The girl laughed heartily. Rules? I don't give a damn about the rules. I could kill you right here and now and get away with it in less than an hour. Do you think any of these cowards would dare to say a word? That anyone from a noble or magician family would waste even one breath for a filthy peasant. The likes of you shouldn't even be here. Your kind does nothing but taint this place and ruin magic's good name. Lith stood up indignant, ready for the grand finale. How dare you? I spoke with the headmaster when I enrolled, he said. The girl on his left cut him short. Who, that loser? My father says he is so young that he probably still wets himself at night. He is just a strawman like all the headmasters, added the one on his right. He is just a puppet in the hands of the great families. You are all alone in here, country shit. The leader of the pack had regained confidence. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, a smug grin going from ear to ear. Now get your filthy ass out of that chair, kneel to me and lick my shoes clean. If you do it, I promise not to beat you too hard. Their fists were now set ablaze, their mouths and hands moving in unison, each one casting a different spell. Lith just took his right hand out the robe's long sleeve, revealing a small black sphere. Magic was gently coursing and pulsing within it. He put it in front of her horrified face. The smiles and spells had disappeared. The whole class fell silent. Once more with feeling. Chapter 58 Aftermath. A coward's end? The classroom exploded with exclamations of shock and outrage. Everyone knew what it was, but no one had actually used it in years, to the point it was considered just a myth. How despicable! The leader of the pack was desperately trying to search for a way out. This was the first time she had her back against a wall. You made me say those things. I just fell into your trap. It's all your fault. Lith laughed his ass off. Seriously, that's your excuse? He made me do it. You did it all by yourself, and everything that happened since I walked in the classroom has been recorded. I doubt anyone would find an image of me begging to get my ass kicked. She had realized the idiocy of her plan the moment she said it out loud, so she decided for a subtler approach. Look, I get it. We started with the wrong foot, but we can still fix everything. But of course, I can report everything to the headmaster or use the ballot for summoning help. Either way, you'll permanently be out of my hair forever. The girl turned as pale as a ghost, but refused to back down. Don't you have any shame? Incapable of doing anything on your own, hiding behind a crutch made for cripples and weaklings. It's no surprise that you commoners can't get any respect in here. You do not deserve it. Lith laughed even harder. Playing the pride card? Maybe if I was a 5-year-old it could even work. But you know what? It's rich hearing a speech about shame and incapacity from you, the pot calling the kettle black. You are 3 years older than me, and together with your friends gang up against one. To make things worse, the only reason you did it was to torment someone you consider an inferior being, just because you think that you are untouchable. You can call me a coward for using a ballot, but then what's your excuse? You are nothing but 3 pathetic little girls, used to hide behind their parents, that cower in fear when they have to face the consequences of their foolish actions. It's not being brave or strong when the only reason you are so cocky is because of your family name. That's cheating. If you really think what you are doing is right, you should attack me, ballot or not ballot, uncaring of the consequences. After all, the headmaster is just a puppet, your words. If the white griffin is really in your hands, what do you have to fear? But if you do not make a move, is because you know that you are wrong and that you are just a hypocrite. She wanted to kill that little bastard, shove all his words down his throat, but she could not, and neither could her friends. They were already at risk of being expelled. The only option remaining was damage control. The headmaster had issued a zero-tolerance policy against bullying, and everyone in the court knew that there was the hand of the queen pulling his strings. Her father, Duke Hersha, had been crystal clear with her. Do whatever you want, I'll cover for you as long as you don't get caught red-handed. I don't give a shit about commoners or small nobles' lives, but I worked too hard to lose everything for such a petty reason. If you are so incompetent to leave proofs, our family will be put under scrutiny, our assets frozen during all the investigation. I'd rather throw you to the wolves than putting the family name at risk. I can always have another daughter after all. It's only my dukedom that's irreplaceable. Too many mages had defected the Griffin Kingdom after graduating from the academies, trading all the secrets they had learned in exchange for the promise of revenge and riches. The system had proven to be corrupt decades ago, but now it was crumbling under its own weight, snowballing out of control faster and faster. Despite the noble families and magicians, bloodlines had always opposed to the changes. After losing 2 Magus-level mages due to the unfair treatment they had received, both the Queen and the Mage Association were out for blood. During the past year, Duke Monair's son had been proven guilty of causing a brilliant young mage to move to the Gorgon Empire, where he revealed to possess an outstanding talent. The Duke had defended his son's action until the verdict and ended up serving the same sentence. The Queen had stripped him of his title and all of his possessions, passing them to the next of kin. He took his life the day after, incapable of accepting the loss. The standstill between Lith and the girls lasted until Professor Trask entered into the room. Lith walked up to him, the ballot still in hand. "Please don't be a jerk. My day has barely started, but there's still plenty of time for going from the frying pan to the fire. Please don't be a jerk," he wished as strong as he could. When Lith regained his cool, he noticed that Professor Trask was fairly young. He was pretty handsome, around 30 years old, 1 meter and 82 centimeters, 6, high, and with the build of an athlete. His dark brown hair had a military cut, yet he had a stubble. No robe and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to the elbows, revealing his muscular arms. Seems more an adventurer than an academic. Either way, judging from his age, he should be one of the professors the headmaster hand-picked. "I need some frigging luck," he thought. Lith bowed deeply to him before speaking. "Professor Trask, please, I need to report to the headmaster. My name is Lith from Lustria and—" An odd light shone in Trask's eyes at those words. "The sassy kid, I knew I recognized your face from somewhere. Man, did you really manage to get into trouble even before the first period? This academy is way shittier than I thought. Who's the jackass this time?" Still dazed from the professor's mettle, Lith managed to point at the 3 girls. I have no idea who they are. It's my first year too, you know. But I'm sure that with the cowards, I mean the ballot will solve everything in a jiffy. Go get them, Tiger. I'll wait for your return before starting the lesson." After almost drowning Lith with his words, the chatterbox stamped his left foot, opening a warp step straight to the headmaster's office. As soon as Lith crossed the threshold, it closed behind him. Lith greeted him with a small bow, too depressed to keep up with etiquette, handing him the guilt ballot without saying a word. Already, Linjos was even more shocked than Lith. "Yes, I don't know the range of this thing, but they called it a proper welcome. So much for a safe environment." Linjos took the ballot, placing it on a small tripod. It projected a 3D hologram of the recording, starting from the moment Lith had taken it out from the cuffs. Contrary to Lith's expectations, even that phrase was perfectly audible by adjusting the audio settings. When it ended, Linjos was hiding his face between his hands, full of shame and embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea the situation is so dire. A headmaster that has no knowledge or control of his own academy, I must look like a fool in your eyes." That's quite an understatement, Lith thought, but since his entire academic career rested on Linjos's shoulders, he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. "Headmaster, I don't mean to be rude, really, but that was the daughter of a duke. Right now, what really concerns me is what will happen to her, to me, and more importantly, what can you do to guarantee my family's safety?" Lith was seriously worried about the consequences of that clash, but he couldn't back down again and again out of fear. Even forgemastering wasn't worth having his self-esteem and body broken every time some rich kid wanted to have fun at his expenses. Linjos didn't fail to notice how depressed and downcast Lith was, and that hurt even more than just his pride. He had failed another of his precious students. "Don't worry about it. The 3 of them will be punished according to the rules. As I said to you the day we met, I don't do favoritism. You are the victim, nothing will happen to you. And your family is safe. As a student, every single one of them is under the protection of the Mage Association. Not even a duke would dare defying their will." "Yeah, right," Lith scoffed. "Like I should have been safe here, nobles shouldn't abuse their status and so on. Again, I mean no disrespect, headmaster, but reality doesn't give a damn about should and could. People do things simply because they can, especially when they know they will go unpunished. What do you think would have happened if I didn't have the ballot? You would probably be scraping off the floor my remains with a spoon. Officially, my only backer is Count Lark, and to make things worse, a duke is a title even higher than a marchioness. I don't think Duke Hestia would be much impressed by a piece of paper that says, "Please don't. Be a good man." At those words, Linjos had a dazed expression. Then he shook his head and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Lith. I forgot you know nothing about these matters. After all, you are just." Is he really going to add insult to the injury? Lith thought. Yet Linjos stopped in time, managing to correct himself by the skin of his teeth. Unfamiliar of how seriously this kind of things are considered. You see, every magician, but especially the students that have yet to reveal their true potential, are all considered as properties of the crown. That's why all the Academy's uniforms are so flashy to the point of being almost tacky. It's a warning, just like for poisonous animals. Harming one of you or using your families as a bargain chip is considered an act of treason against the kingdom. Treason is the worst crime anyone could commit, is the equivalent of harming the king himself, and is punished by torturing and killing not only the responsible, but also his bloodline until the third generation, with no exceptions. It's an open secret in the court that once one gets admitted to an academy, a full team of royal spies watches her loved ones 24/7. That serves the purpose of protecting them from internal and external enemies. Without such precautions, envoys of the Gorgon Empire or any other powerful influence could coerce our students in betraying their country. No one would be so stupid to leave a gold mine unprotected. As much as it saddens me to say it, in all the Academy's history, the successful attempts can be counted on one hand. The real problem is what happens within the Academy walls. Records can be forged and spies can get bribed, Lith thought. Are you sure it's not better for me to drop off the Academy and take private lessons? Power and prestige are meaningless to me if I have one to return to. Over my dead body. The headmaster jumped up from his chair. It was the first time for Lith seeing him angry. I didn't tell you earlier to not put pressure on you, but our labs have finished analyzing the poison you extracted. When they knew that you also applied for a master healer specialization, well, let's just say that the light department has the butterflies in the stomach at the idea of having you among their ranks. You have already been marked as a rank student. As such, your family's security detail is composed only by members of the Queen personal units. Would you like me to tighten the security even more? Yes, please. The headmaster left the room to give the proper instructions, and Lith used that opportunity to contact the Marchioness, explaining her the situation and asking for help. Duke Hestia, I know him well, she said. He's a venomous snake, but he is very greedy. He would rather exterminate his whole family rather than losing an inch of authority or prestige. If Linjo said he will take care of it, you can believe him. I made a full background check on him. He is really the good guy he seems. Do you still have your extraordinary authority? Lith asked. Yes, why? If it was your family, what would you do? Everything I can, I get it. I'll make sure the association does his job properly and put some extra guards in Lucia. If anything happens, I'll make you know. After thanking her profusely, Lith interrupted the communication. A rank, so far so good, Lith thought, but he felt no joy for his achievement. I put myself in this golden cage. It's time to put its bars to the test. I don't give a shit about dukes, queens, and politics. If anything befalls my family, I will put everything I have to wipe out the Griffin Kingdom off the maps. Chapter 59, Alone in the Crowd. Lith returned to the classroom with another warp steps, so the first period ended to be delayed by only 20 minutes. Professor Trask winked at him with a kind smile, sending him back to his desk before starting the lesson. The three girls had been forced to stand up alongside the chalkboard the whole time. There's no reason for you to get comfortable since you are going to leave us soon. Trask had a cold smile the whole time. He seemed to be taking great joy from their misfortune. As soon as Lith returned, the three girls were called in the headmaster's office. Only then the warp steps closed and the lesson began. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Giant Trask, and I was born a commoner. He took a long pause, letting those words echo through the class, taking a mental note of whoever made a disgusted or disapproving face for future reference. Back in my days, I got rejected by the Fire Griffin Academy. I was forced to join the association as a homeschooled, and then worked my way up as an adventurer until I managed to get my specializations. My talent has been acknowledged to the point that I was offered a position as a professor in this academy, and the Fire Griffin headmaster got fired for being an incompetent old fool. If any of you shares his vision, feel free to join him. Trask pointed at the door. No one? Well, then let's start with the good stuff. Theory of combat magic. You'll be asking yourselves, what the heck does it even mean? You all are proficient in the first 3 tiers of magic, what I could possibly teach you. The answer is, how to keep you alive by revealing the true value of the so-neglected chore magic. I know the name is horrible, but since the dawn of academies has helped examiners to separate the wheat from the chaff. Have you ever asked yourselves why it was the first thing they required you to perform? Because here, inside one of the great academies, from now on you'll learn how to love and respect it with its true name, the first magic. First magic is the reason why a mage can live long enough to have children. Sure is weak, but do you really believe you'd have the time for even a tier 1 spell if someone tries to stab you? The answer is, no, you wouldn't. Without first magic you would die, wasting all the time, effort, and money that your parents and the academy have invested in your formation. The lesson proceeded with Trask making examples of different life and death situations, and how to survive by using simple tricks of first magic. Most of the class was furiously taking notes. Only Lith and a few others of the over 200 attendees would look around, surprised by the ignorance of their peers. Can you believe it, Solus? Those noobs are taking notes with a frigging pen. Now I understand why this course is mandatory for all. I doubt many others have spent the last 8 years hunting and refining their skills. First magic, Solus pondered. For a second I expected him to call it true magic. Most of the tricks he is explaining, you invented them back in the crib. If all his lessons are like this one, it will be quite boring. After 2 hours, the lesson came to an end. And that's it for the explanations. This part is covered, albeit less charmingly, in the first 20 pages of your book. For the next lesson, I expect you to know them inside out, together with pages from 20 to 50. The best way to learn the theory behind a fight is experiencing it firsthand, so we won't meet again in a classroom, but only in training rooms. From the 4th year onwards, you are required to get your hands dirty. You will study in your free time if you need to. The same stands for all classes. The first lesson is explanatory, then comes only practice. Those who don't keep up will fail and be expelled. Remember that there are no second chances, always give your best. All the students had worried expressions. One thing was reading and memorizing from a book, having an exam every 3 months. Another was being constantly tested, day after day, pushing you to your limit. Since the next lesson was also a mandatory course for all, the class wouldn't change. There would just be a short break before the next professor arrived. Lith took immediately out the ballot, just to stay on safe side. As Linjos had predicted, Lith's desk was avoided like the plague. All the students threw him looks filled with contempt and disgust, even the commoners from the last rows. Well, at least they all agree on something, he thought. Lith stood up to stretch his legs a little bit, and he noticed that wherever he would go, people would make way for him, keeping themselves at least 2 meters, 2.2 yards away. That's actually pretty sweet. I wish I had a ballot whenever the metro was too crowded or every time I got stuck in a line. He travels best who travels alone. Lith checked up his schedule. Professor Nalar was in charge of Principles of Advanced Magic. Another cryptic title. It's too bad they have yet to give us our books, or I would already have stored them inside Soluspedia. I don't have the time to read it the old-fashioned way. Damn if I hate riddles. When Professor Nalar entered the room, Lith's heart skipped a beat. She was in her mid-20s, around 1.7 meters, 57. High. Her face had an oval shape with delicate features. Her honey blonde hair with shades of purple were pulled back in a ponytail. She wore almost no makeup, accentuating her natural beauty. Despite her robe being completely buttoned up, it was not baggy enough for Lith's highly trained male eyes to be incapable of measuring her 3 sizes. With every stride she took, he was able to appreciate her soft curves more and more. Wow, she is stunning, Solus commented. After the swimsuit model Professor Trask, I'd say that Linjos had quite the taste in picking the new staff, right, Lith? Lith. Solus was worried her host head was empty. She could only hear some kind of white noise. Lith, are you alive or what? She mentally screamed, making him regain his rationality. Solus, I'm in trouble. The woman that just walked in is a 10-10 on my personal scale. I never believed a real 10 could actually exist in real life. And even worse, this stupid body has just decided to experience its first crush. Solus was flabbergasted. Are you crazy, right here and now? With all that is at stake, you want to become the teacher's pet. Do you think I have any choice? I know that a 12-year boy has less chances with her than a snowball on the sun. The problem is that my body doesn't give a damn. It was only a matter of time before hormones would screw up my teenage life. I need your help to keep my cool and avoid acting like an idiot. It's a lost cause, but at least we can do damage control. Please, I want to avoid shameful memories like those from high school. I'll do my best, Solus assured him, soothing his chaotic thoughts and draining the excess mental energy. Good morning, boys and girls. My name is Velsa Nalar. Nice to meet you all. Her voice was nothing special, but to Lith's ears was a choir of harps and violins. While looking around, she noticed that some spots in the classroom were packed, yet there were still lots of available seats around Lith. When she asked for an explanation, Lith raised the ballot in his right hand. Her upper lip curled up in an expression of disgust. Despicable, her words sounded like she was trying to spit something disgusting out of her mouth. The whole class erupted with mockery and laughter strong of the teacher's support. Many students threw some trash at Lith, despite the ballot. Lith felt his heart sank. All the warmth he had felt until a second ago, the silly hopes and dreams of friendship bordering love that he had nurtured, burst like a bubble. Only cold and darkness remained inside of him, making even that pain feel good. That's right, he thought. Do you see now, stupid pubescent body? That's what happens when you lower your guard. Wishful thinking bears only sour fruits made of tears and disappointment. The silver lining is that I managed to put an end to this mad crush fast, sparing me countless humiliations. I must remember it and remember it well. Rule 1, trust no one. Always expect the worst out of everybody and you'll never be disappointed. The class was still laughing when Professor Nalar roared. Silence. When the shower of garbage ceased and order returned to the classroom, she spoke with a voice full of rage, her green eyes reduced to 2 fiery slits. I wasn't talking about him, but about you filthy maggots. Or not, Lith thought, surprised by that sudden turn of events. She looked at the various groups of people all over the class, glaring at them with fury, while a blue aura emerged from her body, making her robe move like she was amid a storm. Her hands moved too quick for the eyes to see. Even Lith's heightened senses could only perceive a blur. Suddenly, one of the guys that had thrown trash at Lith was suddenly pulled toward Nalar. He was floating in midair, desperately holding his neck, gasping for air. Isn't that spirit magic? Lith thought, shocked. It closely resembles my spirit choke. I can barely spot any difference. Could she be a true mage too? You bastards, she roared. Do you have any idea what the likes of you pulled me through during my academy years? Only because I was a pretty girl and my father was just a lowly knight. You guys always tried to turn me into your plaything, harassing and molesting me every single day. But the worst always came from my so-called girlfriends. Her hands moved again, pulling another of those who had thrown trash. But this time it was 15-year-old girl, wearing a heavy makeup. Always calling me a slut at my back, spreading rumors and trying to lure me into traps to give their male friends the opportunity to have some fun. And that only because I was more talented than them, so they needed to put me in my place. The only reason I am still alive and sane up to this day is because I too took a guilty ballot. The 2 youths in midair had started to turn purple, their eyes shedding tears of fear and desperation. What's the matter? She mocked them. Aren't we just having fun among friends? According to your rules, might makes right. Not only I am a professor at this academy, I'm also an archmage, which puts me at the level of an archduke. She looked straight in the boy's eyes, grabbing his throat and lifting him up with only one hand. That makes your father's marquis title a joke. I could kill you right here and now, and then claim you tried to rape me. Not only no one would dare to doubt my word, I could even ask for satisfaction, personally wiping out all your filthy family. She then did the same to the girl, her feet dangling in the air in search of support. And what about you, ugly bitch? Why are you not laughing anymore? Why don't you go crying to your mommy, Duchess Baron? I want to see her face when I will rip your heart out in front of her eyes and make her eat it raw as an apology for being weaker than me. Only when their faces turned blue for the lack of air, she let them go, throwing them away like trash. Professor Nalar immediately conjured water, washing her hands like touching those 2 could stain her very being. By my maker, Solus was blown away. Now I finally understand. Headmaster Linjos didn't choose his staff based on physical appearance. He replaced the old professors with talented people that have been victims of the system in the past. This way not only he is sure to have at his service someone that can truly empathize with the victims, but also people that will never back down in front of abuses of power. They are all hell-bent on revenge. If they cannot change the system from inside, no one can. Despite their symbiotic link, Lith wasn't able to hear a single thought Solus had sent to him. He watched the events happening in front of him in a daze, his mind blank, incapable of accepting reality. "Please marry me," he suddenly blurted out loud. Chapter 60, Alone in the Crowd 2. When Lith realized what he had done, it was already too late. His face blushed up, even the end of his ears turned to bright red. "Smooth move, stud," Solus mocked him mercilessly. "Too bad you forgot the flowers, the chocolate, and more importantly, the ring. What will she think of such poor performance?" Professor Nalar giggled, making Lith turn to an even brighter shade of red. He felt so ashamed of himself that he could only hide his face between his hands, incapable of watching her, while banging his head on the desk. "You fucking idiot," he inwardly screamed. "Since when do I have a dick for brains? Just when I thought that things couldn't get any worse, I turn out to be my worst enemy." "I'm honestly flattered by your feelings," she said while still chuckling. "But I'm not into kids. I'm looking for a tall and strong mage as a life companion. If in 6 years I'm still single and you haven't changed your mind, I will be happy to resume this conversation." Lith wanted to cry and run away, spending the rest of his life hiding in the deepest hole he could find. But he had already made a fool out of himself. There was no reason to add insult to injury. He took some deep breaths to calm down, using water magic to cool down both his face and nether regions, finally regaining his focus. "If I apologize, I will make everything worse," he thought. "She reacted like I was joking, let's play along. The more I stir it, the more it will stink." Now, before going back to the course's topic, one last word of warning for you scum. The next time I catch you doing something disrespectful towards one of your classmates, I will make every single one of you regret not having a guilty ballot. Are we clear? No one dared to reply. Perfect. Let's forget about your pathetic, miserable existences, so I can explain to you what principles of advanced magic is about. She approached the chalkboard. A long and thin piece of mineral appeared out of thin air in her hand, allowing her to draw a human silhouette. As you should already know from your first 3 years, every human possesses a certain degree of talent for magic. The extent of such talent is defined by the amount of mana one has stored into his mana well. Lith followed her speech with interest. So they really have no concept of the mana core, he thought. An individual talent can be roughly split into 3 categories. The normal human. She hit the chalkboard at the level of the silhouette's knees, and suddenly the empty space within it was filled by a glowing blue light up to that point. The Magico/Magica. This time the mineral hit at the chest level, and the light rose up accordingly. And finally, the mage. The whole empty space within the silhouette was now filled to the brim with a pulsing blue color. While performing the first 3 tiers of magic, hand signs and magic words are the equivalent of a bucket that once dropped in the mana well allows you to extract the right amount of power. Hence, the spellcasting will be successful as long as you are capable of forming a perfect bucket. Sadly, from tier 4 and up, this process no longer works. This kind of magic requires such an amount of mana that there are only 2 ways of extracting it from the well. The first one, that you can learn in minor academies or in the books available for purchase, is to create a bigger bucket. This method is feasible, but most of the time impractical. It requires so many magic words, hand signs so complicated that either your opponent is a rock, or you work with a team that keeps it occupied during a very long spellcasting time. Just like using a bucket too big and heavy, extracting mana, that way out of the well requires much more time and effort than just using the old bucket twice. What the fuck? This is exactly what I learned from Lark's books. This explains why it took me so long to perform them correctly with fake magic. The second one is only available in one of the 6 great academies. What I am going to teach you has its roots in the first magic's multi-casting skills. Professor Trask should have stressed already the importance of first magic, right? The whole class nodded. Multi-casting means the talent to form and control more than one bucket at the time. Let's say that a mage capable of double casting potentially can control up to 2 buckets. That's the minimum requirement for Tier 4 spells. Some may require even 3, while only Tier 5 magic demands an even higher multi-casting capability. Please, understand that all this talk about buckets and water is just an oversimplification. In advanced magic, mental visualization is a key element for success. You can choose to imagine it as a jar of wine, a chest full of gold. Whatever fits your bill is fine. Always remember that the second method has a much faster cast time in exchange for a greater focus and mental strength. It's up to you to learn how to form and control more than one bucket at the time. Hand signs and magic words are still necessary to form the first one, then you need to be able to sense it and generate as many copies as you can. Those who are incapable of learning such method by the end of the academic year will be dismissed as of insufficient talent. Money and status cannot help you, only talent and hard work will guarantee your promotion. The lesson went on for another 2 hours, and soon was lunchtime. Lith was so engrossed in what he had learned that he completely forgot about his crush and the poor impression his previous marriage proposal could have left. He said goodbye to Professor Naylor before leaving the classroom, but didn't give her a second look or even a thought. The more I learn, the more fake magic does indeed resemble true magic, but most of the things she explained are completely wrong. The only right thing she said was about mental visualization. If one does not realize the existence of the mana core, the approach about magic is too passive to be effective. It's not a matter of water and buckets, more like about how to build and fine-tune a power plant that can provide energy for countless applications. According to her theory, a fake mage with 100 mana points can only produce as much energy. A true mage, instead, despite having the same amount of mana, by stimulating the core can generate an output that depends on the situation, bringing it up to 120 or even 150 if necessary. Sure, the physical burden would be remarkable, but everything is better than being dead. Not to mention that this difference allows a true mage a versatility that fake mages can only dream about. Thanks to the Academy map stored in Soluspedia, Lith was able to move faster than anyone else. While others would get lost or needed to get directions, he managed to arrive at the canteen first. Once again, the skill of the Forgemasters left him speechless. It was nothing like his old high school cafeteria. There was no cash register, no need to form a line or pick up a tray. The room was of rectangular shape, 5 meters, 165 high, with the long side 200 meters, 219 yards long, and the short side 110 yards meters long. Except for the door he came from and the floor, all the other walls had been turned into windows on the outside world. Lith knew that above the 4th floor, where he currently was, there was still the floor for the 5th year and many others, yet by looking up he was able to see the brilliant light of noon. The room, like all the others, was perfectly lighted. The whole canteen was filled with rectangular dinner tables, each one capable of accommodating up to 6 people. The tables were evenly spaced among them, allowing to walk to and fro them with ease, even when the room was at its max capacity. Lith chose a corner table with a corner seat. Having a wall behind him and another at his left, no one could get to his back without him noticing. Interesting, they choose to make the cafeteria look like a panoramic restaurant, probably to let the students remember how the outside world looks like, and to avoid the claustrophobic feel that windowless rooms give. Once he sat down, he discovered that the chair was somewhat bolted to the ground. Lith could not move it, but as soon his butt touched the cushion, the seat auto-adjusted its height and size to a perfect fit. The only thing left for him to do was placing his order. Lith put his hands on the table, injecting a small amount of mana, activating the embedded communication device. I'll take filet steak, 2 centimeters, 8-inch, high, medium, rare. Also a vegetables cream soup, a side or roasted spiced potatoes. To drink red wine or beer are equally fine. A small warp steps appeared in front of him, delivering his order with the exception of the alcohol. "Sorry, sir," said a voice coming up from the still open warp steps. Only 16-years-old students are allowed to drink fermented beverages, and only moderate quantities. You can choose between water, milk, and fruit juice. Lith sighed deeply. It would not be the same without some spirits to lighten up his heavy mood. "I'll take water." Soon he completely forgot about his problems. The Academy's chefs were worthy of a 5-star restaurant. The meat was tender and juicy, without nerves. It simply melted in his mouth. The potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, spicy enough to make his blood run and pleasantly tickle his tongue. The cream soup was excellent as well, but Lith ate it for last. He hated vegetables of any form and kind. Yet he left the plate clean. He knew how important it was keeping his diet balanced while his growth spurt approached. He managed to enjoy his whole meal, ignoring the people around him and only looking at the forest outside. It stretched as long as his eye could see, and during his brief time in the canteen, he was able to spot many beasts and herbs he had never seen before. I wish I could take seconds, but if I eat too much, I will be so sleepy that I will be barely able to pay attention. It's my first lesson for my Master Healer specialization, and first impression is very important. Despite considering himself to already be a great healer, Lith was really curious about Tier 4 light spells, since there was none in all the books he had previously access to. Over the years, there were so many things that I wasn't able to come up with a solution for, so many patients I have lost. This is my occasion to learn from the masters and impress them. If I manage to keep my status as a rank student, my life will be much easier. Chapter 61, A New Lesson. After finishing his delicious lunch, Lith had 1 hour off. No one had approached his table, and that made him actually very happy. He was very fond of his personal space, not to mention he had no desire of wasting time doing small talk with a lot of kids. Despite his physical appearance, Lith's mind was that of a grown-up man, that between his 3 lives had lived for almost 40 years. Except for being hormonal due to his teenage body and being addicted to oxygen, there was nothing he had in common with his classmates. From that perspective, isolation was a blessing in disguise. If he spoke to no one, it was impossible for anyone to notice how different he was from his peers. He and Solus had already discussed during the meal, both regretting that, for security reasons, the Academy would not make any book available for the studying until the end of the first day. "It's such a pity," Solus said. "If we had them, we could already put them into Soluspedia, getting light years ahead of the other students. Instant knowledge." "Yeah, but I can understand the importance of this rules. Specializations are exclusives of the 6 big academies. If they just delivered them at the students' homes, before the beginning of the year, their contents would be accessible to all the family members. This kind of knowledge can't be released without supervision. And what about once the students get the opportunity to go back home, at the end of the trimester?" Lith mentally shrugged. He stood up from the chair and started walking towards his room. By that time, they already have gained the status of students. According to what Linjos told us in his office, they are both protected and kept under surveillance. My guess is that the books can't leave the Academy's premises. The only things one can take out are what he has learned or copied in his grimoire. If you love your family, you will not put them into danger by disclosing state secrets that could cost them their and your life. If you hate them instead the moment they try to coerce you, you just need to rat them out to get rid of them for good. It's a win-win situation. Once back into his room, Lith called his parents. He had left home only 7 hours ago, yet the enthusiasm they showed him was like he had disappeared for years. "My little bae," Elena was on the verge of tears. "Are they treating you all right? Are you eating properly?" "Yes, Mom, everything is fine," he lied through his teeth. "The professors I met today were all amazing. My classmates are kinda stuck up, but so far so good, not to mention the food. I wish I could bring you some, it's just wonderful." Contrary to his expectations, time flew by, and he was forced to leave Tisto in a hurry after giving her a consult about a patient of hers. All the activities related to each year took place on their own floor. The problem was that each floor was so big that getting lost or taking a long detour was pretty easy. In Lith's case, he had miscalculated the time he needed to reach the classroom. Only when he heard resounding the gong that announced the beginning of the lessons, he had realized how long he had spent chatting. "Fuck, the first thing I'm going to reinvent as soon as I become a Forgemaster is a damn wristwatch. How the heck does people keep track of the time?" Solus calculated that even going double time, Lith would have not made it, so he was forced to run. To avoid smelling on his first day, he used water magic to collect the sweat in his palm as soon as it formed, sending it straight in Solus' pocket dimension. Despite all his best efforts, he was the last one to arrive. Luckily, thought, the professor in charge had yet to show up. According to the schedule, Lith would have met Professor Marth, the very same that had created blood resonance magic. It was a great opportunity to get his attention, and maybe, if opportunity arose, share some of his knowledge with him. Having one of the light department's top experts as his backer, or even better as a mentor, could be a real game changer. "Be cool and try not to sound desperate, old man," Lith thought to himself. "We have a full year ahead together, maybe even 2. I need to play my cards right, keep my admission score while improving my status. I don't give a damn about friends. The other students are useless. Allies, on the contrary, can help me keep my family safe from the like of Duke Hestia and provide me with the resources I'll need to set my own Forgemaster laboratory. I can't waste years grinding for gold. I need time to travel and find the answer to my resurrection problem. The classroom was much smaller than the one for the mandatory lessons. It was a square room, with each side 12 meters, 13 yards. In front of the chalkboard there were 3 rows of desks, separated by small corridors. It could accommodate comfortably up to 50 students, yet according to Solus, there were only 26 students attending, Lith included. He occupied the closest spot to the chalkboard, sitting near the other students. When they threw a mean glare at him, he just took out the ballot, forcing them to shut up and mind their own business. After what had happened that morning, they didn't dare to move away from him. Not to mention doing, that would mean getting even farther from the chalkboard and the professor. The floor was even, making it already hard to see through all the heads in front of them. The man who walked in the room was outstanding in his own way. He was quite short, barely over 1.55 meters, 51, high, at least 60 years old. The top of his head was completely bald. The hair he had left on the sides was snow-white, and so were his waxed handlebar mustaches. His belly was so big that it made hard to guess if he was larger than high. That, together with his pure white robe, made him resemble a real-life Humpty Dumpty. Hello, dear students. I'm Professor Vaster, and I'll guide you through your first steps in the Light Magic Master Healer course. Not everyone was as ignorant as Lith. Most of them already knew what Professor Marth looked like. Before Professor Vaster could finish his introduction, the class was filled with saddened groans. His disgruntled expression to such reaction expressed clearly how angered he was by that blatant lack of respect. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, but as you should have predicted, Professor Marth can't waste his precious time with the likes of you. The whole light magic research department rests on his shoulders, so you'll have to settle for me. Words cannot express how it saddens me to notice that even country bumpkins have more manners than the high and mighty nobles. He wasn't referring to just Lith, but to all the students that, thanks to their poor background, had failed to recognize him, looking at him with admiration despite his funny appearance. I have good news and bad news for all of you. The good news is that we won't spend 2 hours in this class. I'll just explain to you the differences between Tier 3 and 4 of healing magic. After that, we will move in the Academy's hospital. There we will do some trial rounds of our resident patients, giving you the chance to meet both Professor Marth and Professor Manohar, if we are lucky enough. The class exploded in cheers and applauses. What the heck, Lith thought. Where do they think we are at the stadium? Back on Earth, my college professors would have skinned them alive for such behavior. Vaster had a very Earth-like expression at the moment. His hands were trembling with rage, dilating his nostrils at every breath. The bad news, he continued, cutting them short, is that it means I will start evaluating you all right off the bat. Even today's rounds will help us evaluate your skills, separating the gold from shiny trash. The room fell silent. Most of the students in the first row had lost all their enthusiasm. Some were having stomach cramps due to nervousness, others seemed on the verge of puking. It wasn't at all as they had imagined their first day of specialization would be. Professor Vaster was delighted by the result of his speech, curling his mustaches with a sadistic grin on his face. Let's not waste any more time. I'm sure you can't wait to stop listening to my gibberish and become real healers, like your hero, Professor Marth. Man, I don't need Tier 4 magic to diagnose Professor Vaster a really bad case of envy syndrome. Being so petty at his age is really sad, Solus said. Yeah, happens when you lose your throne to someone younger and more talented. I feel the same way. Lith replied, thinking how lucky his classmates were, being born with Cyan Mana cores, without having to work hard for years to reach that level. First of all, who can tell me what are the greatest limitations of tiers 1 to 3 of light magic? Lith raised his hand, but so did everyone else. Vaster chose one of them at random to answer. You with the snob face, feel free to share with the class, he said, pointing to a girl with shoulder-length black hair in the first row. Professor, my name is actually. I don't care, Vaster cut her short. I expect at least half of you to drop out within the first 6 months. I won't bother remembering your names. Most faces turned red with anger, while Lith was inwardly smiling. If compared to most nobles he had encountered in the past, Professor Vaster was really polite. At least he didn't discriminate, he treated everyone like crap. Chapter 62, A New Lesson 2. The black-haired girl was simply outraged. She belonged to one of the ancient noble families, admired and respected in all the Griffin Kingdom. She had always been treated like a princess of royal blood. No one had ever dared disrespect her. Now not only she had to endure all those harsh words, but also had no way to bite back Professor Vaster. Threatening a mage belonging to an academy was like spitting towards the sky. It would always backfire. All he had to do was give her a bad evaluation to put an end to her career as a healer. Having 5 siblings and being at the bottom of the line of succession, magic was her only redeeming feature. She could only swallow her pride and answer. The lower tiers of light magic have 2 insurmountable limits. The first being that light magic can only enhance the recovery of the patient. If she suffered from an excessive blood loss or is already on the verge of death, healing magic is useless. The second limit. Okay, enough, your turn, edgy face. He cut her short, pointing his finger at Lith. The second limit is that it cannot regrow lost body parts, be it organs or limbs. Clean-cut fingers or extremities can be reattached, but only if well preserved and within an hour from the amputation. Correct and correct, Vaster almost sounded disappointed. Now who can tell me how, hypothetically, the first issue could be solved? Everyone raised his hand once again. You with the pauper face, he said to a petite girl with long brown hair, sitting a few desks away from Lith. Because of her small and scrawny build, it was hard to imagine her 12 years old. She looked barely a day past 8. Clearly, she had suffered from malnutrition for a long time. Lith's sixth sense told him that the Academy's uniform was probably the first pretty clothes she had ever had. With all the stress from her first day of Academy, the threats and insults from Professor Vaster had been the last straw for her. When she tried to answer, only hiccups came out. She was fighting back her tears. What a dick, Lith thought. His hand instinctively played with the ballot, but he didn't activate it. It was her problem, not his. She had done nothing for him when he had been bullied twice that morning that made him eager to return to favor. His movements, though, didn't escape Professor Vaster's eyes. Oh, for fuck's sake, I had almost forgot about the bum with the ballot. If that thing is recording and he bothers reporting me to the headmaster, I will be in deep shit. Linjos has been crystal clear that Professor's tough love is now considered bullying, and has tried more than once to fire me. He's just waiting for an excuse to replace me with one of his angry lackeys. Damn it, I'm too old to lose such a good job. I'm so sorry, young miss. I didn't mean to offend you. There, take your time before answering. His voice was suddenly all milk and honey, offering her a handkerchief from his chest pocket. Despite her frail looks, she needed but a second to compose herself. The only way to do it, she replied, sniffling from time to time, would be to somehow infuse the patient with an external source of life force. But that's impossible. I worked as a healer since I was 6 years old. I've tried countless spells and always failed. Light magic cannot create or pass energy, only nourish what is already there. The whole class nodded. Heck if I know, Lith thought. The only patients I have ever failed were those that arrived too late for being saved. Not even my true magic could transfuse life force. Correct, young miss. This time he sounded genuinely happy. The class was starting to think he suffered from severe mood swings. And don't worry, here at the light department we will fix your growth problem in a snap. You have my word. After making sure to be outside hot waters, he resumed his snarky tone. The little one is right, light magic cannot do it. No matter how talented the mage or how complex the spell, it's impossible. Yet Tier 4 light magic can. Anyone wants to take an educated guess? The classroom fell silent. No hand was raised. Professor Vaster sneered at their ignorance, puffing his chest. Oh, seems you still have much to learn, but you have come to the right place. The answer is, it's only possible by mixing it with darkness magic. What, how, the fuck? Professor Vaster ignored their shocked expression and the exclamations filling the air, while waving his hands in the air, generating with first magic a black and white circle identical to Earth's representation of yin and yang. The greatest legacy left us from Magus Silverwing is the knowledge that light and darkness magic are but one. They perpetually dance together in all things. When one pushes, the other pulls. When light steps forward, darkness steps backwards and vice versa. When they are in harmony, life thrives, otherwise only death awaits. The key to Tier 4 light magic is weaving them together. Dark magic takes the energy from the donor, while light magic allows it to enter the patient's body without backlashes. Balancing them is the key to success. Fuck me sideways, Litho. How can I be so stupid? I read that goddamn book hundreds of times. I should have understood this years ago by myself. I wish I was more talented in magic, or at least smarter. Hey, that's offensive, Solus rebuked. I'm way smarter than you, and I have failed nonetheless. The real problem is that our approach to magic is too naive. By my maker, I hate feeling so useless. If only I still had my memories. Excuse me, Professor, I have a question. Snobface awoke them from their self-pity moment. If here at the White Griffin we mix light and dark magic together for healing, what's the difference between us and the Black Griffin? Can't they do the same? The difference, dear Snobface, lies in the purpose. Here at the White Griffin, we are proud of our light magic department, where we can cure almost everything. At the Black Griffin, they specialize in destroying things. The rest of the hour Professor Vaster showed them again and again the simplest Tier 4 light magic spell, until everyone was capable of performing it. The fastest students turned out to be young Miss, an arrogant-faced kid, snob-face, and edgy face in this order. Lith had done his best. He needed to experience the spell with fake magic before being able to reproduce and enhance it with true magic. Yet he ended up in 4th place. After that, Professor Vaster opened a warp steps that brought them right outside the Academy's hospital. Lith, by keeping open the portal for so long, the professor gave me the time I needed to clear its mystery. The reason why the staff can open them with such ease, it's because of the ring with the Academy's insignia they wear. The whole castle is a giant artifact. They simply use the rings to tap into its powers. If your uniform has so many functions, I can't even imagine what something as big and powerful as this building can do. Lith didn't reply. He just wondered how powerful Solus could be, compared to the Academy, if she regained her old power. He had only found mentions of magic towers in fairy tales, and they were described as something unfathomable. According to the lore, within his own magic tower a mage was nigh omnipotent. But fairy tales also told about fairy godmothers, elves, sprites, and happy endings, and he had yet to meet someone that took any of those things seriously. When he had spoken about them with Nana, Lark, and the Marchioness, they had all mocked him for his childish daydreams. When the students entered through the double doors, they found hard to believe to their eyes. The Academy's hospital ward would put any Earth's hospital to shame. The floors were able to self-clean. The beds would move and massage the patients' bodies to avoid bedsores, constantly keeping in check their vitals. The air was fresh and clean, free of the smell of disinfectants that usually plagues those places. Everything looked more like out of a celebrity resort rather than a place where people went to die. "What a marvel of magic," said the arrogant-faced boy from before, a 15-year-old 1.65 meters, 55, high with red hair. "But I suppose it was to be expected since you were the one designing the whole thing, Professor Vaster." "Uriel, my boy," Professor Vaster finally recognized him. "Long time no see. How is your old man, Darius? Being an archmage is a big burden. You must be ready to step in and help him as soon as possible." "My dad is doing fine, thank you. I'll send him your regards. With your help, I'm sure I will be able to keep up the family tradition. But of course, mage bloodlines are highly treasured here at the Light Department. I hope you'll show all those snotty nobles and poor commoners what a true magician is made of." "I stand corrected," Lith thought. "He does discriminate, just not the way I am used to. He seems to be a sucker to magical families instead of noble ones. I guess not every professor can be like Trask or Nalar." Just thinking her name sent a warm feeling through his body that Lith hastily suppressed. He despised himself for his weak, hormonal body, wasting his precious time and energies on teenage delusions. Lith could not afford any slip-ups. The trial round was about to begin, and he was determined to shine among his peers. Chapter 63, The Importance of Status. Professor Vaster was true to his word. He brought them to the hospital's intensive care unit, ICU, and asked them in turns to diagnose the nature of the patient's condition. Vaster would take notes about their answers, to confront them with the charts. He wasn't allowed to give them scores on their first day, but he didn't hesitate to harshly reprimand those who missed any detail, humiliating them in front of the class. Because of the nature of the task, the class was split into 2 groups, right after each one of them had examined their first patient. The following rounds allowed Vaster to further split the groups based on the student's degree of expertise. In the first group belonged those who had chosen the Master Healer specialization, lured by the prestige the title implied. Yet they lacked either any experience in the healer practice or the resources to have a proper tutor to make up for it. Vaster was immediately able to spot them, since they were only able to use Rad 2, the ubiquitous Tier 1 diagnostic spell. In the second group instead there were Snob Face, Edgy Face, Young Miss, Uriel, and all those who had at their disposal a diagnostic personal spell or even more than one. Much to his surprise, the Archmage's son Uriel was equaled in talent and precision by the snob-faced girl, while the young miss and the edgy-faced kid ran circles around even them, standing out like hawks among crows. Especially Edgy Face had proven to be capable of finding minor details that even the Academy's master healers had missed in their diagnosis. It was nothing big, but he was also able to suggest ways to improve their prognosis, hastening the healing process. Vaster hadn't arrived at his age and social standing by letting something insignificant, like his personal prejudices or preferences, stand in the way of his best interests. Commoners or not, those two smells of success. Even that snotty-faced brat is damn good if she is able to hold her ground against a pureblood like Uriel. I have always been proud of my knack for recognizing true talent. I don't care if the spotlight I'm under is mine or someone else. As long as I get to maintain my status and position, anything goes. I have to get in their good graces before anyone else. After they get famous, I would be a nobody. Right now, I'm all their world. Time to jot down some names and remember them properly. I'd say we have some winners. While talking to the top 4 students, Vaster's voice had lost any trace of sarcasm and disrespect. He spoke with a soft and amiable tone, like a grandfather talking to his beloved grandkids. Would you mind to introduce yourself properly to the class? It would motivate them to work hard enough to compete with you all. If they are delusional enough to believe they even have a sliver of hope, of course. He inwardly sneered. In his mind, Vaster had already separated the cream from the milk and the milk from the piss. He was merely being polite. My name is Freya Solivar. Like everyone else, she was wearing pants, not a skirt, so while doing the curtsy, she held up her robe instead. My mother is Duchess Solivar. I hope you have heard about her. Vaster's eyebrow rose, while he was racking his brain trying to remember. Ah, yes, I heard only praises about how she managed to stop that terrible flood last year. Such an ingenious woman was bound to have gifted daughter. I'm sure you have a bright future ahead of you. He skipped Uriel. He doubted that even those boneheads could have missed him flaunting his status of Archmage Darus Heir. After making a few gestures to one of his attendants, Vaster stood in front of the petite girl, smiling kindly. My name is Quilla from Syria. I'm 12 years old. Quilla didn't know etiquette or how to introduce herself, so she just made a deep bow while sharing what she deemed to be relevant. So young yet so skilled, you truly are a diamond in the rough. Vaster received from his attendant a bottle containing a purple liquid that he gifted to Quilla with a small bow. Here, this is one of the best tonics our master alchemists can prepare. Drink a glass of it every night before going to bed, and you'll grow up like a mushroom. I'm sure you'll become a beautiful lady. Quilla took his bait, line and sinker, blushing up to her ears for the compliments. She had never received anything so precious in her life, so she held the bottle like a baby, stuttering her thanks. Contrary to his expectations, Edgy Face had taken out his notebook, literally jotting down what the others had said. He made the brilliant move of using water magic to write instead of a pen. Perfect silent water magic, my gut never fails me. Vaster's smile widened. He was sure to have struck a gold mine. Showing respect to your competitors is always a smart move, young man. Following the etiquette books he had stored in Soluspedia, Lith took a step back, in sign of respect towards Professor Vaster, before performing a deep bow. I always write down everything that's significant, to make it easier to remember. The 3 of them are the only ones worthy of attention, after all. After the poor figure he did during Professor Nalar's class, Lith was brimming with confidence. Thanks to invigoration, he was certain to have performed better than anyone else. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel any more like a frog in the well. He had finally found something he was actually the best at. After how his classmates had treated him, Lith didn't care to keep up appearances. He was already a pariah, someone they threw trash at without a care. He had nothing to lose anymore. Lith would treat them just like they did to him, with spite and showing no mercy. My name is Lith from Lucia. I'm 12 years old, too. 12 years, Lith. Lith was already taller than him. A.N. Lith is 1.6 m aka 53 high, so Vaster had failed to recognize him. I've heard so much around you. Heck, everyone here has. Guys. He was allegedly talking to the whole class, but he looked only at the other 3 to make sure they paid attention. Lith here is the one that cracked the so-called curse, a unique poison that had eluded even the best of us. Have you heard about it? Freya and Uriel nodded, while Quilla and many others shook their heads. Vaster's heart bled at the idea of wasting so much paper, but he couldn't make a single copy of the report just for Quilla. The other students would have complained about such blatant discrimination. While his attendant was handing the reports, he kept tending at his gold mine. A 12-year-old hexacaster with great talent in light magic to boot, that's how he got his admission. Between his build, height, and everything they had learned in the last minute, Lith's classmates were looking at him with new eyes, even a hint of respect. Freya and Uriel regretted what they had done earlier. If instead of throwing trash at him they had managed to get on his good book, maybe he could have taught them so much. For a second, Freya thought that she was the only one to have another chance. After what happened earlier, this Lith was clearly sensitive to feminine charms, and she was quite pretty. But when she smiled at him, opening her mouth to start chatting, he sent her a cold glare that sent shivers down her spine. His eyes were empty, like those of a predator that's about to rip its prey apart. Freya swallowed back her hopes and pretended that nothing had happened. Lith, my boy, you should smile more. If you keep glaring at everyone, how could they notice how handsome you are? Vaster patted his shoulder. Me, handsome? What a bootlicker. How can he even think I didn't notice his 180 degrees turn of attitude? Lith thought. I think he knows you did, he just hopes you don't care, Solus replied. As for the handsome, yeah, you are not at Trask level, but maybe if you drop the teenage serial killer look. Quilla, too, was regretting what had happened earlier, but for entirely different reasons. She didn't do anything against Lith, but she hadn't helped him either. Like the others, she had always kept her distance. In hindsight, she maybe would have helped another commoner of her own age. But he was tall and scary, so she mistook him for a noble. Not to mention that her class scared her even more. Well, enough with the rounds, I already got what I need. Let me show you all where the real magicka happens. Vaster walked them through few corridors and into another ward. The plaque above the door was self-explanatory, missing limbs. As you should have realized, this is where we move the patients that have lost one or more limbs after stabilizing their conditions. We can actually regrow them from scratch, but it's a long and difficult spell. Follow me. The ward was almost empty, only a couple of beds were occupied. Unlike the ICU, it was filled with flowers and magic paintings, making the atmosphere soothing and relaxing. The walls were magic frescoes depicting sunny woods, so vivid to seem true. Professor Vaster brought them around the bed of a 20-something-years-old blonde guy that was missing his right arm. Only a small stump remained. Students, allow me to introduce you Captain Zarin. He lost his arm in a skirmish against the Gorgon Empire while defending the northern borders of your kingdom. The man was clearly embarrassed. Unlike most of the ICU patients, he was awake and clear-headed. Despite they were politely greeting him, he couldn't help but feel like a horse at the market, ready to be probed and examined mercilessly. Suddenly, the ward's double doors opened again. The man that walked in drew the attention of all the staff and almost all students. From their gasps of admiration, Lith could deduce that he was either Professor Marth or Manohar. Bright blue monocore, Solus pointed out. My money on him being Marth. Not accepting the bet, Lith replied. Professor Marth, so nice to see you, Vaster said with a smile from ear to ear. I was just about to explain the fourth-year students the regrowth procedure. Do you want to do the honors? Chapter 64, The Importance of Status 2. Professor Marth was a man around 40 years old, about 1.78 meters, 510, high with thick blonde hair. Aside from his goatee, his face was perfectly shaven, revealing a calm and youthful appearance. Judging from the bags under his eyes and the slouching posture, it was evident that he lacked sleep. It was no wonder that he had asked Professor Vaster to stand in for him. When he saw the students, he straightened up, smiling at the small crowd. Gladly, dear colleague. Sorry to have missed our appointment, kids. Since Professor Manohar returned, things have been hectic. There's a lot he needs to catch up with. The class made a small bow, accepting his apologies, eager to learn from one of the two most famous heads of the White Griffin Light Department. First of all, the impossibility to regrow limbs or organs is a common misconception. The human body actually has such capabilities, but they are normally dormant. To temporarily awoke them is necessary a huge amount of energy. We are talking about so much mana that is impossible for a single mage to perform the spell alone. Usually the procedure requires two teams, the first one to perform the spell, setting the regeneration process in motion. The second one, instead, has to give energy to the patient for him to survive. Otherwise, the strain from growing a full limb in a matter of minutes would drain his body of all the nutrients, killing him on the spot. Most organs are even trickier, since time is of the utmost importance. A single mage can regenerate small ones like kidneys, but bigger or vital organs usually require too much energy. It's best for a lone mage to keep the vitals stable while calling for help. Interesting, Lith thought. Based on the little I know, maybe the large mana expenditure is due to the fact that what they actually do without knowing it is collecting and stimulating adult stem cells in the patient's body. That or in this world they have a healing factor, but I highly doubt it. If I am right, with true magic I could do all by myself, but it would take days if not weeks. The on-off nature of fake magic makes things too hard for both the healer and the patient. True magic, instead, allows to divide things by steps, like I did for Tista. Professor Marth continued, "You are in for a treat, since I was just about to start growing Captain Zarin a new right arm." The soldier smiled awkwardly. He wasn't feeling like a market horse anymore, more like a lab rat. The first step is to take in consideration the sex and the build of the patient, then choose the best limb template at our disposal. Template? Lith echoed, dumbstruck, drawing on himself reproachful looks from his peers. Yes, template. We can't allow the new limb to grow endlessly. The spell needs specific measurements to work properly. An assistant brought to Marth a cart full of wooden arms that the professor compared to the remaining limb, searching for the most similar one. Each of these models corresponds to a different spell. Here at the White Griffin we have the biggest archive of regenerating spells of all the kingdom. I like to think that in part is thanks to my work. After choosing the best fit, Professor Marth called the rest of the team via his communicator amulet, forming 2 teams of 3 mages each. Technically, 2 mages per group should be enough, he explained. The third one is to be sure that everything goes fine. This is no war zone. There is no need of taking unnecessary risks. Both the spells took only a few seconds to cast. The new arm started to grow back at an amazing rate. After about half an hour, the new limb was completely formed. The class exploded into an applause. All the medical staff accepted it with a small bow. Captain Zarin was crying out of joy, flexing his new fingers. He still couldn't believe it. In his eyes, it was a miracle. He was a cripple no more. Soon he would be able to resume active duty, instead of being locked behind a desk. The only discordant note in all that joyous atmosphere was Lith. He was closely looking to both arms, noticing the differences. The real one was much more muscular, with a higher bone density, plus the new one was even a little shorter. He offered Zarin both his index fingers. "Squeeze them as hard as you can." After that test, he shook his head. "Professor Marth, is it normal for the new arm to be so out of proportions and weak?" He could see most of his classmates glaring or signaling him to shut up. "Morons," he inwardly sneered. In any scientific field, researchers are always looking for curious people that make questions and challenge the standard knowledge. They have no need for trained monkeys that just follow orders. Without doubts, there is no progress, only stagnation. Kids are so naive. Yes, it is. It will take a couple years of training and therapy, but after that, it should be as good as the old one. Good catch. Is rare seeing someone so young showing such attention to the details, instead of pestering me to teach him some spell. The praises made his classmates feel stupid as sheeps. Professor Vaster was giggling. "I knew it, pure gold. Thank the gods for my knack." "Why, is there something wrong? What would you do differently?" Marth asked. Lith pondered for a while before replying. He could not believe that such opportunity would have presented itself right off the bat. All those years spent preparing to teach Tista healing magic were about to get him an unexpected payoff. "Professor, I do not mean to be rude, but how much do you know about anatomy?" Professor Marth tilted his head by the side, surprised by the apparently silly question. "I know everything I need. The shape and position of the bones, what and where are the various organs, and so on. I'm a healer, not a doctor. I only need to know the necessary for magic to perform at its best." Realizing how shallow was their knowledge, Lith understood that the use of magic must have slowed down, if not completely stopped, the scientific progress in the kingdom. He wasn't disappointed, quite the contrary. It just made what he had to offer even more precious. Lith ripped off a blank page from his notebook, and then used water magic to write down in detail one of his fake magic personal spells that he had created for Tista years ago. "An image is worth 1,000 words, he said, handing the page to Professor Marth. "Are you really willing to share your diagnostic spell with the Academy and the Kingdom?" Professor Marth was dumbstruck, while Professor Vaster was pale as a ghost. "He can't be that dumb. Why the heck is he giving up such an advantage against his competitors? Can my knack have finally failed me?" he thought. "It's not a diagnostic spell," Lith explained. It's something I created long ago to get a better understanding of the human body. I don't even use it anymore, but I think it could be critical to your research in this field." Both the professor sighed of relief. They both had seen too many talented youths, so eager to please, to make irreparable mistakes. Full of curiosity, Professor Marth studied the spell. It was really easy, without a doubt a Tier 1 spell. "Done now. Please use it on the captain's original arm." After performing the hand signs perfectly, Professor Marth said, "Vinher mark Earth," generating a small wisp of light that, on contact, enveloped the arm in a warm white light. Suddenly his mind received streams of information that left him speechless. The spell was an intentionally weaker, flawed, and inaccurate version of what Lith was able to see thanks to invigoration. The difference between the two were like heaven and earth. The spell was incapable of showing injuries, to detect the mana flow or core, or even the life force. To prevent Tista to accidentally stumble on true magic, Lith had made sure that everything was as he had planned. It had no hint about any of those elements. The only way to add them to the spell was rebuilding it from scratch and knowing already what to look for. Its purpose was to teach Lith's sister anatomy in detail, without dismembering humans like he did. As it was, Vinayar Mark Earth did nothing more than show a fixed 3D imaging of the body part it was used on, giving the user a perfect understanding of the patient's body. This is... Professor Marth was flabbergasted, considering all the possible applications of the spell. "You see, if I were in your shoes, using this spell." "Hold that thought," Marth cut him short, running away with the page clenched in his fist. He returned after barely a minute, dragging another man from the arm like a petulant child. "No means no," the dragged man screamed. "You cannot disturb me every time some stupid noble is about to die, be it the king or his children, I don't care. If I spend another hour with all that paperwork, it will drive me crazy. For the last time, no one is dying. Shut up and listen." Everyone was pointing to the new guy like he was some mythical beast. "Purple Core, my money on him being Manohar," Solus yelled. "Why do you keep trying to con me? What use do you have for money?" While Lith and Solus were having a mind quarrel, Marth explained everything to Manohar, handing him the spell. After he performed it too, both professors looked at Lith with eyes full of expectation. Manohar was a man in his late 20s, with black hair and shades of silver. He was around 1.74 meters, 59 meters high, with a slender build and a stubble at least 3 days old. "Please continue," said Marth. "As I was saying, I would use this spell before sending the most valuable soldiers to the front to be able to recreate their original limbs if necessity arises. That would avoid all the side effects of the spell that you just showed me. Also, in cases like this one, I would take the information from the remaining arm and use it to generate a mirror image to replace the lost limb. The left and right limbs are not the same, but the result would still be much better than this one." "And that is not all," Manohar chimed in. A crazy light had appeared in his eyes. "We could even devise a spell that's capable of taking that information by itself and generate the limbs accordingly. We could finally throw away all those useless templates, using only one spell instead of many." Everyone was shocked at the idea. Manohar often disappeared without notice or acted like a tantruming child, but that kind of madness was the sign of the true genius. He had been able to see farther than the spell's creator in a matter of seconds. Manohar took out his communicator amulet, opening the connection with the administrative department. "What's your name, kid?" he asked. "Lith from Lucia, sir." "Ah, I should have known it. Finally, another smart mage to talk to. You have no idea how hard it is for me. Only Marth and a few others are able to have a proper conversation. Everyone around here is so stupid." "Harumph," a voice from the communicator amulet stopped his ramblings. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Points assignation for the student Lith from Lustria for sharing a Tier 1 spell. 1,000 points. 1,000 points, repeated the male voice from the communicator amulet in disbelief. 1,000 points, exclaimed almost all his classmates, becoming green with envy. 1,000 points, asked both Lith and Quilla, that being for the first time in the academy had no idea if they were many or few. Yes, 1,000 points. Is it so hard to understand? Manohar was outraged by the academy having the gall to hire a clerk dumb or deaf, if not both. I know it's too little, he said apologetically to Lith. But I can't give you more until I discuss it with the board. Also, you'll get compensation for each and every one of your suggestions. Good ideas are priceless in the research field. Be kind and graduate quickly. I need more people like you and less idiots like this secretary around these parts. Sir, the communication is still open. The clerk did a great job keeping his voice emotionless. I know it's open, you idiot. That's why I'm telling you to get your ears fixed. I can't do nothing for your brain but never give up hope. Magic advances every day by leap and bounds. The clerk politely hanged up the call. How did you create this spell? Marth's interest was piqued. The idea was simple yet groundbreaking. He can save it for his biographer. It was Manohar's turn to drag Marth away by the arm. To the paperwork for the life on me, and then to the board. You do the talking, I don't speak stupids. The gong resounded once more, marking the end of the lessons. After saying his goodbyes to Professor Vaster and to his 3 competitors, Lith walked away towards the prize hall. Based on his understanding, it was time for a little shopping spree. Chapter 65, Judging a Book by Its Cover. In the White Griffin, like in all the 6 big academies, students from different years had no common spaces, to avoid the older and stronger seniors to haze their juniors. This feat had been achieved simply by having each academic year take place on a single floor. On the ground floor of the castle, there was the welcome area for the visitors and the secretariat, where clerks would take care of the academy's paperwork. The first floor accommodated the first year of academy, the second floor the second one, and so on. Above the 5th floor, there were the staff's living quarters and their personal labs, but most of the space was noted on the map as either empty or assigned to nondescriptly named departments. Lith suspected that all the academy's private business, like the hidden specializations training courses, took place there. In that moment thought, while looking at the castle map with Soluspedia, Lith wasn't wondering about the academy's mysteries, rather he was cursing its faulty design. Damn it, it's no wonder that the professors always move around with warp steps. I didn't realize it at first, but even a single floor is like a small city, much bigger than the whole Lucia village. The prize hall is quite far from the hospital. It will take me at least 10 minutes to reach it, and much more to return to my apartments. I hadn't planned on doing this much cardio. I'm tired, the only things I want to do are sleeping and eating. The only silver lining in this situation is that everyone is suffering the same fate. After the gong, Professor Vaster left on his own, leaving us stranded in the ward. With all that had happened during his first day, the psychological burden on Lith's mind was enormous. Facing bullies, holding himself to use true magic, being forced to tolerate so many idiots without kicking their asses, was something he was no longer used to. Since his rebirth, he had always kept the human interactions to a minimum. Now he was constantly on alert. He couldn't lower his guard for a second, the ballot always at hand. He couldn't wait to lock the door behind him and finally have some peace and quiet. I don't know if we'll ever be allowed to use warp steps in here, Solus pondered. But why exactly aren't we floating, flying, or something? There is no rule against the use of magic within the academy, except if used to harm or harass others. Lith froze on the spot, face-palming because of his own stupidity. Either I'm too tired to think clearly, or you are definitely smarter than I look. I love you, Solus, Lith thought. I love you more, she replied. Lith pretended to cast a personal flight spell, and then zoomed away, sticking with his back on the ceiling. The 10 minutes trip became a 1-minute flight at low speed. Lith couldn't risk crashing against someone else. During that time, Lith contemplated how having a symbiotic relationship had changed his life. He was not thinking about Solus having a 360 degrees 40-10 sight, her pocket dimension, or any of her capabilities. What never ceased to amaze him was how he had come of being used to think of himself as we, rather than I, in his own thoughts. Despite the terror that she had struck in his heart after their first meeting, Solus was now closer to him than his sisters. They shared even his dreams while he was asleep. When he arrived, the prize hall was a complete disappointment. Lith had imagined it like a library, but filled with magical treasures, with the shelves occupied by items and their descriptions. He had thought about browsing through them, asking the clerk's help from time to time, but reality begged to differ. Squeezed between the battle mage and the war mage training halls stood something that closely resembled an ATM. On the flashing display there was the blinking image of an opened palm, so Lith followed the foolproof instructions, sending mana into it. The display turned bright, making a 3D hologram of a clerk appear. It was a chubby woman in her 30s, with a tired face that put Lith to shame. Her eyes focused on his face. Lith could see her fiddling with some kind of crystal. "You are Lith of Lucia, right?" The crystal in her hands was projecting a detailed image of his facial features. Lith nodded. Is anyone there with you? Is someone forcing you to spend your points? No, Lith was cynical and paranoid, yet he was surprised by how bad things in the academies had to be to enforce such protocol. The woman pressed another crystal, and a bubble of light enveloped Lith. You are in a safe zone. No one can see or hear us now. Do you need help? I can send you a guard in a second with warp steps. Are you sure everything is fine? Yes, I am fine. Thanks for your kindness. 1,000 points on your first day. The woman sounded sincerely amazed. Kid, you have hit the mother lode. Feel free to check our inventory. On the screen appeared something similar to a web page that he could navigate through by using mana. Dimensional items prices ranged from the 100 to over 300 points. Magic storing rings costed 100 points per tier. There were also weapons available, but Lith had never held a real one. His training back on Earth made use only of wooden swords, knives, and spears. The balance was completely different, and without a proper training they would be useless against a skilled opponent. Potions were the cheapest objects, costing 10 points each. The most expensive item was the uniform, costing 5,000 points. That would allow Lith to keep it even after concluding his studies, and have its looks changed to something less flashy. Sadly, there was no wrist or pocket watch available. He bought the cheapest dimensional amulet 80p, one magic storing ring for each of the first 3 tiers, 600p, and a physical enhancement potion of each type, 30p. Lith now had all he needed to mask the use of true magic and soulless. The clerk sent him the items via warp steps one at a time, asking him to imprint them in front of her for security reasons. Even the potions were no exception. On his way back, he stopped at the canteen. It was too early for dinner, but he was in dire need for comfort food, so he stored a hot chocolate cup and some pastries before going back to his room. The books had yet to be delivered, so he could finally relax and contemplate his purchases. The first thing he did was use the speed, strength, and skin hardening potions, comparing their effects with fusion magic. After filling them again with colored water, all he had to do was to pretend to drink one of those to be able to activate fusion magic without arousing any suspicions, as long as he kept the effects similar. Only when he went to the bathroom he realized how big his room was. It was very similar to a one-bedroom apartment, around 50 meters, 55 square yards. It had a double bed in the top right corner. His chest was in front of the bed. A couple of meters to the left, against the wall, there was a wooden wardrobe. On the left wall there was a hardwood desk and a chair for his studies, with a couple of empty bookshelves mounted above it. Furniture aside, the room was empty, making it appear even bigger. An inner door led to the biggest bathroom he had ever seen, occupying over a third of the room. There was a real toilet and a sink in front of a mirror, both with running water. Lith was on the verge of tears. After all those years, he had almost resigned himself to peeing in the wind and pooping in a hole in the ground. Even at Count Lark's home, the best he could get was a chamber pot. Most of the space, thought, was occupied by a bathtub big enough that could comfortably accommodate 4 people. Is it me or whoever designed this room has a dirty mind? First the double bed and now this, Lith thought. Makes sense, considering they are piling up teenagers without parental control. Remember the spell Nana gifted us before going to the Lightning Griffin, Solus pointed out. Actually, I had almost forgot it. But seeing how fast Tista and Renad developed, even at 12 years it mustn't have been hard for Nana finding a partner. I am tall for my age, but still hairless and shorter than most my classmates. Not to mention that, even the idea of touching a kid makes me want to puke. Lith then took the most magnificent, comfortable dump since his rebirth. That moment alone made every hardship he experienced since coming into the academy fade away like a bad dream. After that, he took a long hot bath, or at least that was the plan. He had barely dipped his body and lathered his hair when someone knocked at his door. I knew it. This should be the 4th law of thermodynamics. Whenever a body and soap meet, a parcel arrives. Furious, with a wave of the hand, he used water magic to remove most of the water and soap from his body, pulling out his uniform from the pocket dimension right on his body, like he had never undressed. As predicted, a clerk had come to deliver him all the books required for the 4th year of academy. Noticing his frown and wet hair, the clerk guessed what had happened and left after making Lith sign his register. After a bath and another call home, Lith went to dinner. He was about to consume a delicious stuffed blinker when something unexpected happened. His perfect solitude was interrupted by 3 known individuals approaching his table. Lith stopped them before they could sit down. Sorry, but we have a saying in my village. The best way to enjoy a blinker requires only two guests, me and the blinker. We didn't want to share it, we just wanted to sit here with you, Uriel said. Really? Lith knitted his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of associating yourself with a pariah? Uriel laughed at the idea, drawing all the eyes in the canteen. The only thing the others knew was that the four of them belonged to the same specialization. Expecting a fight to break out, the room fell silent. What's there to be afraid of? My father is an archmage. He can wipe out most of these guys with a finger snap. Besides, powerful mages should stick together. Yeah, what about the glass flask you threw at me this morning? Or the dirty handkerchief she hit me on the head with? Lith said while pointing at Freya, who became red from the embarrassment. How do you know it? I was right behind you. I'm that good. I admit it, we started with the wrong foot, but there's no reason we cannot be friends, Uriel said with a confident and charismatic attitude. Friends? Lith stood up. The audience even stopped chewing, trying to eavesdrop their conversation. That's the son of an archmage? Guess he doesn't fear the coward's end. I hope they kill each other. These were some of the comments that Lith and Solus managed to perceive. If you were in my shoes, would you really be friends with someone that first mistreated you, only to act all friendly when he has discovered your talent? My educated guess is no. You all should have been smarter and not have judged a book just by its cover. Lucky for me, you revealed your true nature, so I won't buy your nice act. I admit it, I was wrong, and I apologize for that. Uriel was unrelenting. Lith had to give him that much. You may not like us, but try to be more pragmatic. If they see you with us, your life will be much easier. Point taken, Lith replied, but right now I don't feel like making friends, maybe another time. He extended his hand to Uriel, who promptly shook it. Thanks for not threatening me with your dad's power. Much appreciated. Would have worked, Uriel asked with a smile. No, I would have called your bluff. Neither you or any archmage strikes me as someone so petty and short-sighted, of making an enemy out of entire academy for something so trivial. Uriel accepted the compliment and walked away, closely followed by Freya. Quilla remained behind, staring at Lith with her big puppy eyes. Sorry for not helping you this morning, but I was too scared to move, she said in a low tone. They aren't bad guys, I think they deserve a second chance. They have been really nice to me. Lith snarled, closing his face to hers in a threatening manner, but his voice was actually calm and caring. Listen well, short stuff. Never trust people just because of a few cheap words or presents. To them our talent is just a tool, they do not consider us as equals. People will always be nice and friendly until you serve your purpose, but at the first mistake they'll drop you like garbage. Stick to those two, but don't let them use you. And now go before someone thinks we are friends. Either you take a ballot too, or stay the heck away from me. Go. Lith yelled the last word for the others to hear. In his eyes, Quilla was destined to end up like Nana, unless she managed to wise up and shed away her childish naivety. Finally alone, Lith sat back down and started to wolf down his dinner. You'll see, you bastards. It's only a matter of time before this young snake from Lucia becomes a dragon and swallows you whole. Chapter 66, Error of Judgment. The next day after breakfast, Lith could notice that people were looking at him with astonished eyes. He had no idea if it depended by his new set of rings and the amulet in plain sight over the shirt. After all, only the user knew its quality, they looked all the same. Another possibility was that the news from the Master Healer class had started to spread. Either way, he didn't care. Lith just waved his hand to those who stared at him for too long, giving them the finger and forcing them to turn around. The first lesson would be with Professor Trask again, this time in Theory of Combat Magic's training hall. While everyone else was on foot, checking the map from time to time, Lith flew straight to destination, arriving several minutes earlier. He spent that time with Solus, reviewing all the contingency plans they had prepared against Professor Nalar's dumbing effect. Thanks to Soluspedia, he had no need to read and memorize what was required for any lesson, but he still needed to practice the accents and hand signs. Knowing was not doing. Still, Soluspedia had given him a lot of spare time compared to his peers, and he had used that time to prepare for the worse. Lith had no idea if his new body was so much worse than his old one against hormones, or if his problem was psychologic. Maybe he was so disaccustomed to strong positive feelings that the unexpected first crush had been able to caught him off guard. All the good things that happened in his life, he had obtained them through effort and hard work. He wasn't used for things to go well just because of luck. Lith needed years of constant care and affection, before accepting that his new family was composed by good people. And now, out of the blue, he had such strong feelings for a complete stranger that just thinking about her would make him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. If just the idea of looking into those eyes, bright green as a luscious forest during spring, under the noonday sun, makes me weak in the knees and dries my mouth, I'm scared to death by what the real thing could do, Lith thought. Yeah, agreed, Solus sneered. It's only getting worse. You are only a few bad rhymes away to write her a poem. Yes, Lith inwardly sighed. The good thing is that unless I think about her, I'm able to be my usual self. I must avoid turning into a rambling fool if she comes near me. Solus, I'm depending on you in case shit hits the fan. Do your worst. The training hall was even bigger than the canteen. The space inside was completely empty, except for circular rings with a diameter of 10 meters, 11 yards, evenly spaced among them and spread throughout the whole room. Lith's train of thought was interrupted only when he saw Professor Trask arrive, followed by Headmaster Linjos. After all of the students had arrived, Linjos made them sit down on the ground. He had something to tell. If any of you is asking himself why Lady Hestia, Lady Vark, and Lady Karn haven't attended any of yesterday's lessons, the answer is they were busy packing their stuff. As a matter of fact, they have been dishonorably expelled from this academy. The terrible events that transpired yesterday have been added to their personal files. They can apply to other academies, yet I doubt anyone will give them even a probation admittance. I am not telling you this because I want to threaten you. I just want you to realize that your actions have consequences. Life isn't a game, there is no do-over. More importantly, I want you to reflect about the society you want to live in. Does any one of you know that, despite at the beginning of each year 6 out of 10 students belong to the great noble families, 7 out of 10 of those that actually manage to graduate are just commoners, merchants, and small nobles? And why is that? Because while the nobles waste their time harassing others, thinking that their family name will always solve every problem, the others work hard, knowing how important magic is. They don't have the luxury of a second chance. If a noble fails, he just returns to his beautiful manor. His whole life is still planned ahead for him. Those who succeed, instead, have too much to lose, and their motivation keeps them focused. Most of the time, a huge part of that motivation is revenge. Do you realize how many mages have destroyed entire noble households because of past grudges? Do you really want to live in a world where commoners tremble in fear of the nobles, while the nobles in turn fear the mages? It's because of this flawed morality that our kingdom is slowly devolving into chaos. The academy rules don't just protect the commoners from you, they also protect you from the mages of tomorrow. Might makes right is all fun and games until you find someone stronger than you. Then it becomes a nightmare where you can lose everything on a whim of your better. Law is a shield to defend the weak, not a sword to threaten others' lives. I hope that you all take my words to heart. Thanks for your time. As soon as the headmaster left the room, the air filled with comments about the news. It had been years since the last time someone managed to get expelled, and it only happened because a professor witnessed the events. It was easy to predict where the discussion was headed, so Lith took out the ballot and stood up near Professor Trask. He had joined the academy a little more than 24 hours ago, and all that mean looks routine had already bored him to death. Trask didn't miss any of it. Still blaming the victim, Our headmaster is really a good guy. He really believes in you lot. As for me, I believe that humans are too arrogant and self-centered to have any concept of pain outside their own. People are only able to empathize with things they experienced hard enough to get hurt themselves. That's why I took this job. The contrast between Professor Trask's handsome face and the cruel smile he made managed to make it even creepier. Between his veiled threats and the grins, the professor really seems a full-blown psycho. I doubt he'll receive many love letters from the female students. Harumph, Solus objected. The pot calling the kettle black, that's the same face you do almost every minute of the day. Do I really have such an unsettling expression? Lith was flabbergasted. No shit, Sherlock. Now let me explain today's lesson, Professor Trask continued. These rings are special. Once activated, they become a closed cage. Nothing can get in or out. I can also modify their internal structure as I see fit. With a few flicks of his fingers, the pavement rose in different sections of the nearest ring, forming first a small corridor, then a stairway, and lastly an L-shaped path. You will enter in this ring in pairs. I'll prepare for you different scenarios, and in each one there will be an assailant and a victim. The assailant can either use first magic or a knife like this. Trask showed them a blunt piece of metal that could barely pass for a wedge. The victim can only use first magic for self-defense. The scenario ends as soon either one gets a direct hit. Seeing a little too much enthusiasm in some of the students, he decided to make things clearer. I know what you are thinking, but it's not as it looks like. This room is for training, not fighting. It means that even winning every scenario, no matter as victim or assailant, won't necessarily give you any point. You are here to learn how to handle difficult situations. What it really matters is not the result, but what you learn from experience. There's a lot of you, so we'll use 2 rings simultaneously. Don't worry, it won't take long. This is a real-life simulation, not a bard's tale. Each try will last around 5 seconds, 10 if you really take things slowly. We have plenty of time. To follow the headmaster's wishes, I divided you in pairs composed by a commoner and a noble. Let's do a few warm-up rounds to give you an idea. Mr. Most Wanted here has just volunteered. Who else? Seeing no raised hand, he picked a random student. Solus, since I have impulse control issues, limit my output to Nana's first magic level. Copy that. In the first round, Lith was the victim, while the assailant was a 15-years-old girl with shoulder-length curly red hair. Despite she was at least 5 centimeters, 2 inches, taller than Lith, she had no confidence in her physical skills, so she decided to use magic. When Lith saw that she was actually performing hand signs for first magic, he weaved together 2 spells. The first made a thick layer of ice appear under her feet, while the second was a wind blow, the equivalent of a push. When she tried shifting her weight to resist the push, she slipped, falling down head first. Trask started laughing his ass off. The fight had lasted barely 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I really am, he said while helping her to get up, healing her broken nose. I completely forgot he is a perfect silent hexacaster that made a living out of hunting since he was 4, while you led a pampered life composing poems. There was no malice on my side. Gods are my witnesses. No one believed a single word he was saying. Jokes aside, that was terrible on your side, he said to Lith. Let's see if the problem it's you or your opponent, who is capable of at least silent triple casting. Few hands were raised. Okay, among you who received military training. Among the remaining ones, Trask picked the biggest guy he could find. It was a 15-year-old boy, already 1.77 meters, 59, high, weighing at least 80 kilograms, 176 pounds. His muscular body resembled that of a Marine. As soon as Trask let them start, Lith threw the knife at his victim, guiding and accelerating it with a sliver of air magic. The student dodged it easily, but not having any real combat experience, he kept his eyes on the knife until it clashed with the translucent yellow barrier that enveloped the ring. When he looked back at Lith, he was already in front of him. Lith's right hand released a blinding light with the same intensity of several cameras flashing together, while the left one was holding a small ice knife, aimed to the victim's throat. Okay, stop. Trask appeared between them, grabbing Lith by the wrist. Once again, the battle ended a second after its start. Kid, I don't remember stuttering. Your performance is a perfect example of what you don't have to do. Get off the ring. Minus 20 points for you, and that's because this was just a warm-up. The next time you do that, it will be much worse. Chapter 67, Impulse Control Issues. Lith came down the ring with a dumbstruck expression, trying to understand what had just happened. Maybe Professor Trask wanted to teach you respect for the opponent. By beating them like that, you abused your power, and that's exactly what the headmaster criticized earlier, Solus pondered. Trask caring for respect, after how he threatened everyone and how he laughed in the face of that girl, unlikely. Lith stood there watching the other students performing their training. As Trask predicted, every exchange was fast, but not as fast as Lith's. The performances he saw were mediocre at best. No points were assigned, but none were deducted either. He was about to ask Solus to replay for him the exact wording Trask had used, when he finally understood. In the following 2 hours, whenever it was his turn, Lith would let his opponent perform his or her attack before neutralizing it when he played the victim, while as the assailant he would give them the time to react. Doing so costed him several defeats. Despite all his battle experience against savage and magical beasts, letting the opponent set his or her own rhythm would sometimes put him at a disadvantage that was unsurmountable in such a limited space, with only first magic. Lith spent most of the time spectating the others, often clicking his tongue at a bad move or to his own stupidity. At the end of the lesson, most of the students were mentally exhausted. The uniforms protected them from any harm first magic could do. But in such a competitive environment, even a simulated life and death situation was faced as real. Playing in both roles had made them realize how easy it was to take their lives. How big was the advantage that having a weapon granted during an ambush? Only very few of them were actually capable of using first magic properly. The others were forced to improvise on the spot, desperately trying to score at least a win. Lith was still fuming when Trask came to him. "Have you figured out your problem?" Trask asked. "Yes, this is an academy, not a battlefield. Hence my problem is an impulse control issue. During the warm-up rounds, I took my opponents down so fast that neither of us could learn anything from the training. In a real-life situation, that would be good, but this is just an exercise where I lost control on my pride and bloodlust. I risked to lead the others by example, making them so focused on winning to not learn neither from their fights or those of the others." Trask had a pleased expression. "Not bad, kid. You avoided ranting about my allegedly unfair judgment and actually self-doubted yourself. Usually kids your age are incapable of introspection. For that, I'll give you 10 points for having learned your lesson, but the total still remains minus 10 points, because I want you to remember it. A mage incapable of controlling his actions is a danger to himself and others." Lith bowed to him in sign of respect before leaving for the next class. 10 points were worth the professor's respect, yet he realized that his reactions were out of proportions. He was used to always be calm and collected, while now he was acting like a caged tiger trying to forcefully escape. "This is so unnatural for me. Why didn't I pretend to accept Uriel's peace offering yesterday? I had all to gain and nothing to lose, and today I wasn't able to grasp the meaning of the exercise until it was too late. Could this be another effect of the hormones, or is it my body somehow rejecting my mind?" The thought was quite frightening, so Lith used invigoration while walking, checking every nook and cranny of his being, searching for a clue. At a first look, everything was fine, everything was as he remembered from over a year ago. But then he noticed that the impurities in his body had moved a little toward his mana core, yet that made no sense. It would only happen when he refined his internal energy, and he had long been stuck by the bottleneck. So Lith focused on his mana core and discovered the source of all his troubles. It was pulsing like a heart. At every beat it would turn to a lighter shade of cyan, while turning back at its normal color when at rest. "Oh fuck, my refining of the mana core has overlapped with its natural evolution. My core gets stronger over time, like everyone else's, but I have pushed mine so far that my body can't tolerate any further strengthening. My body and core will be at war, until the latter isn't allowed to expand properly. That's why my first crush hit me so hard. The imbalance is also affecting my mind. From now on, I better count up to 100 before taking any decision." The fear of ending like the Wither sent chills down his spine. It was a fate far worse than death, and he could do nothing about it but hope for the growth spurt to finally arrive. He was so depressed that when he reached the principles of Advanced Magic Training Hall, he barely noticed Professor Naylor. The room was almost identical to the one they had just left, but instead of rings, strange contraptions occupied most of the space. They consisted of a small pedestal from which came out a reverse test tube 1.8 meters, 511, high, containing a black sphere made of metal. Every 30 centimeters, less than 1 foot, there was a mark on the glass for a total of 6 marks. "I hope you have studied and understood the first spell of your book, as I recommended last time, because that's what we are going to do today. Contrary to all others Tier 4 spells, Lift works almost like an inferior spell." She recited the spell, Brezaril, and the weight inside the contraption in front of her rose completely above the first mark. "The problem is, it has no use outside practicing higher magic. What you did just see is the effect obtained by casting it as it was Tier 3. But..." She recited the spell once again, and this time the weight arose above the second and then the third mark before falling down. "You can freely add as much buckets of mana as you want. Your goal for this lesson is to manage to rise the weight to the top of the bell jar. You have 2 hours. To barely pass, doing it just once is enough. 10 times out of 10 means passing with flying colors. Choose your station and start whenever you want. For those who don't remember the spell, you can study it now, but the time limit is always 2 hours, starting 5 minutes ago." Professor Naylor ignored all the swearing that followed the students taking their position. "Is she crazy? This is insane. How can they demand for us to become hexacasters in 2 hours? If this is her way to get even with us for yesterday, I'll report that bitch to the headmaster." Those were the politest remarks addressed to her. Lith chose a bell jar in line of sight with Uriel, intending to use him as a beginner standard. According to the school records he had in Soluspedia, and a rank magician was able to complete the exercise within half an hour. A B rank in more than 1 hour, C rank and below could fail. That gave him an idea of how much time before succeeding, but not how to begin. Since Uriel managed to start from the 3rd mark, he did the same just a minute later. The exercise was incredibly boring for Lith. For a true mage, lift was an oversimplified spell that made getting the weight up to the last mark easy as cake. Compared to achieving the same feat with spirit magic, it was 10 times easier. Lith could have done it at the first try, but that would make him too outstanding. The worst part was that the only way he had to measure time was for Solus to count the seconds. After 15 minutes, he allowed the weight to reach the 4th mark. After a little over 20, it reached the 5th, and less than 5 minutes later, it reached the top. The bell jar turned red, emitting a ding sound. Lith was so startled that made a little jump back. Seems someone finally made it. Professor Naylor came to his side. Her hair smelled like roses, making Lith's pressure spike. 20 points for getting the first spot without any help, she said in her communicator amulet. But are you capable of doing it again? She asked, coming dangerously close. Solus did go straight for Protocol Omega, generating cold spots under his armpits and at the back of his neck to avoid Lith sweating bullets. Yes, of course. He tried focusing on the spell again, despite having trouble swallowing down, like he had a tennis ball stuck in his throat. The weight rose once again to the top, producing another ding. Interesting, I can see the weight has a fluid motion, 5 steps. Yes, once you get the gist of it, it's quite easy, he said, looking at her nose instead of her eyes. Okay, champ. Since no one seems to be brave enough to ask for a hint, humor me. Try going slower, put half a second between every step. Lith did as instructed, discovering that the spell was actually really versatile, allowing to add mana freely without fixed intervals, as long as the amount was always the same. Bravo, now try faster, like you want to break the bell jar. Soon the situation degenerated in a series of faster, slower, and not so rough, be gentler. Despite she was clearly referring to the handling of the weight, carrying no double entendre whatsoever. Those words conjured in Lith's feverish mind images that were completely unrelated to magic. Despite doing his best to focus on the task at hand, while Solus was cooling him off as fast as she could, only Lith's paranoid nature ended up saving him from embarrassment. That morning he had bandaged his nether regions, so that in the worst-case scenario, the rise of the spear hero would cause no bulge in his pants, keeping it sticking to his abdomen. Chapter 68, Racking Points. Well, we have just passed half an hour from the start of the exercise, Naylor said, after her communication amulet emitted a low ringing noise. Seems I have nothing more to teach you about lift. Now do me a favor. Soon many will start to get scared or frustrated and will call me for help non-stop. Be a dear and give hints or suggestions to your classmates stuck at least at the 3rd mark. I'll take care of the desperate cases. Lith had nothing to do for at least another hour and a half, so he accepted, rubbing his forehead and closing his eyes to not look at her face. Great, 10 points for demonstrating complete mastery of the lift spell, and another 10 for helping me out. She made a smile so radiant that would have made Protocol Omega useless, despite Solus' best efforts. But Lith had timed correctly his thank you bow, avoiding her gaze, and immediately turned back. He had so many people to look down upon that he felt like a kid in a candy shop. Uriel had made no improvement, but Lith didn't feel compelled to help him. He'd rather preferred for his help to be openly required, if not begged for. After looking around, he noticed that Quilla too wasn't too far away. She seemed to be swamped at the 2nd mark, sometimes managing to reach the 3rd. She was 1.35 meters, 45, high, with such a scrawny build that she could hope to weigh over 30 kilograms, 66 pounds, only if soaking wet. She looked so frail and weak that a gust of wind would be able to carry her away any moment. It's amazing how she managed to get a bright green mana core despite being so malnourished. If the tonic she received from Vaster really works, I wonder how powerful she will become. Lith thought. Need a hand? He asked. She was a commoner too, and up to that point, the only person that had apologized to him without a hidden agenda. Yeah, thanks, what am I doing wrong? Nothing, is just that you failed to grasp the spell's explanation. Quilla looked at him with a downtrodden expression, racking her brain while her neighbors at the 4th mark were sneering at her. Lith was really tempted to kick them in the nuts, but alas, too many witnesses. If you remember, it mentioned that this exercise requires creating 5 steps, right? Right, Quilla nodded, taking a break to give Lith her undivided attention. Every step pushes the weight above a mark, so you may think that you need to create 5 steps, or if you prefer, 5 small pulses of mana to push the weight up to the top. She nodded again. But the book never mentioned that you need to generate them all together. Lift gives you a wide window of opportunity to create the steps. Noticing that she still wasn't understanding, he dumbed down the concept. Imagine that you must walk a stair to get to an upper floor. You need 5 steps to do it, and it's your mana that creates them. Even if you can maintain only 2 steps at a time, it's plenty enough. You just need to get up to the 2nd step, let the first one dissolve, create the 3rd. Move up to the 3rd, rinse and repeat, Quilla completed the thought. That's why the book called them steps instead of pulses or pushes. To be honest, the choice of words had puzzled me quite a bit. Lith nodded. Otherwise, it would require to be able to cast 5 pulses at a time, and it would be completely unreasonable for the 2nd lesson. But Quilla was listening no more. After thanking him quickly, she went back to practice, managing instantly to always reach the 3rd mark. In less than 10 minutes, another ding resounded. Her neighbors had long stopped sneering, and once they managed to find the courage for asking Lith for an encore, he was nowhere to be found. Quilla ignored their requests for help, working hard to master what she had just understood. After her, Lith helped Uriel and then Freya. He had yet to decide what to do with them, but he had nothing to lose in the exchange. He would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, showing them his superiority while also making them feel obligated. Managing to establish a relationship on equal terms with the heir of an archmage and the daughter of an influential noble would discourage his peers to show open hostility if not force them to avoid any further harassment. Soon, his outstanding performance in the light department would be well known. Very few would dare to move against him once Marth and Manohar had shown such interest towards him. All he needed was just another push, and all the young master-mistress drama would become a relic of the past. At the end of the lesson, Lith received 10 more points from Nalar, since many of those he helped had managed to completely understand the true nature of the exercise. That makes 50 points, Solus was ecstatic. Too bad we must also deduct the 10 Trask took away. It's no use crying over spilled milk, Lith replied. Besides, after lunch we will have our first Forgemaster lesson. I can't wait to get my hands on it. At lunch, Quilla, Uriel, and Freya tried to join him once again, and this time Lith didn't send them away. He was curious to see what they had to offer in terms of knowledge and power. Instead, he ended up swamped in small talk. Lith had completely forgotten what high school conversations were like, how teenagers mostly talked about boys, girls, or whine about their teachers. Seriously, Freya stabbed her lasagna like she had a personal vendetta against it. What kind of professor just puts you in a room and demands that you figure out everything by yourself? How big of a jerk can she be? Lith listened on and off to her, so when the topic at hand became his area of expertise, he was ready to answer the question he had just misheard. At least a double D cup, he thought. By my maker, don't you dare say that out loud, Solus mind scolded him. I bet your family hired a tutor for you, Uriel chimed in, shaking his head at her remark. Yes, why? Only tutors spoon-fed magic. My father never explained anything to me, unless I was incapable of understanding something on my own. He would just give me books and demand results. Being clear-headed again, Lith joined the conversation. By the way, why your father didn't teach you all these exercises beforehand? It would have given you quite an edge, and I don't think the academy would care. Uriel shook his head again, sighing. Oh yeah, just because my father is an archmage, I have all the knowledge of the world at my fingertips, he said, gritting his teeth. I wish it was like that. Until my great-grandmother became a mage, ours was a family of commoners. The 2 things she passed down on his bloodline are the spite for nobles, no offense, he said, raising his ensign of apology toward Freya. None taken, she replied, while actually shivering with fear. The headmaster's words were finally clear to her. People like Lith would resent the nobles that abused their authority, and so would magic bloodlines. That's why the king is so hell-bent on changing the system, she thought. Over time, us nobles are isolating ourselves from the masses. If it keeps up like this, soon the status of noble will be like having a bounty on your head. And her hard-working nature, Uriel continued. In my family, the less you do, the farther you get from the line of succession. Some of my profligate siblings are as good as disowned, with no money or authority of their own. The reason why I am the heir is because of my talent and efforts, and I could lose the title any time if I start to slack off. When I asked my father to teach me the secrets of the academy, do you know how he replied? Uriel made a stern face, speaking with a low, harsh voice, mimicking Archmage Darrus' demeanor. Son, your grandfather was just a noble, not even a mage. My foundations and resources for magic were nothing compared to what I gave you. If you cannot achieve as much as I did despite all that, teaching you is pointless. For our Craston family to prosper, you need to be able to walk with your own legs. Getting unfair advantages make you lazy and reliant on others' help. There are no shortcuts in life to achieve what really matters. Now go back to work. The whole table giggled. Uriel had got so immersed in his persona to yell the last part, drawing on him the looks of their neighbors. Realizing his slip-up, Uriel had become red, so Lith asked Freya about her tutor, to cut him some slack. I asked her countless times, she sighed. But she always replied that our money was buying her services, not her loyalty, and that she had no intention of taking the smallest risk with the Mage Association for such a little sum. Freya scoffed. With the amount we paid her, we could have probably built a fortress. What about you, Quilla? Quilla was wolfing down her second serving of lasagna, looking at Lith's steak like a hungry tiger. The mouthful she had taken was too big for her to talk, so they had to wait for her to be able to swallow. I had no tutor, she explained while trying to wipe the sauce off her face. The healer of our village had been killed by some bandits, so his books were available for everyone. I was an orphan, too weak to work in the fields, so I began studying them. Once I understood magic, I became the next healer, until the duke that was managing the rebuilt of the village heard about me. He built a house for me, and when I became old enough, he recommended me to the academy. You know the rest. She returned to give her meal all the care she could. That story is really impressive, Uriel said, but at the moment I am so amazed by the amount of food you are eating that I cannot think about anything else. I swear she wasn't like this yesterday, Freya said. It must be Vaster's tonic, Lith said. She is shorter than me by a good head, yet she is eating more than me. I guess she needs a lot of food to catch up. Mind if I touch your head? Quilla violently blushed, tried to say something, but her mouth was full again, so she just nodded, lowering her head. Lith pretended to cast a spell while actually activating invigoration. Your muscles are severely undeveloped, and your bone density is terrible. You need to drink more milk for your skeleton. It's the first time I hear this, Uriel asked with a curious look in his eyes. Mind to explain? Yeah, sure. How can I possibly explain the concepts of vitamins, proteins, and calcium when your language lacks even the words necessary to describe them? Lith thought. It's an old saying from my village, meat for the muscles, milk for the bones. How do you think I got so big at 12? Was what he actually said. Despite being 3 years older than him, Uriel was just a few centimeters taller than Lith, while Freya was 5 centimeters, 2 inches shorter than him. To Lith's amazement, the three of them ordered a bottle of milk each, starting to drink it instead of water. Chapter 69, New Specializations. As soon as everyone finished eating, Lith left with the excuse of needing to prepare the final details for his first Forgemaster lesson. The actual truth was that having a conversation with them, about anything but magic, made him want to rip his ears off. Damn, now I remember why back on Earth I never took a babysitter job unless I was desperate for money. Kids are so annoying, always worried about what others think of them, obsessing themselves with the stupidest things. While he was walking toward his room, he noticed a group of 4, 1 girl and 3 boys that had pinned another girl in a corner. Before Lith could walk away, the bullying quickly escalated in a beating. Lith never stopped walking. He just threw a glance of them, curling his upper lip in a disgusted expression. Shouldn't we help her? 4 against 1 is unfair, Solus asked. Life is unfair, Lith replied. I don't know nor I care for her. Besides, what could I do? Even if I saved her this time, as soon as I turned my back, they would beat her twice as hard for revenge. If she is so stupid to prefer getting beaten instead of taking a ballot, that's her problem. I don't plan on opening an idiot shelter. Back in his room, Lith took a long bath, discussing with Solus what they had learned from the book and how far it was safe to reveal his talent and mastery. Soon the first gong resounded, indicating that 15 minutes were left before the beginning of the next period. Lith flew at full speed, discovering that the lesson would not take place into a classroom, but inside the Forgemastering training hall, right beside the alchemist training hall. When Lith landed, both the doors were still closed and many people were waiting outside. The students were mingling together. From what he could understand, the two specialization courses would take place simultaneously, allowing people to meet before and after the lesson. "I'm really interested in the Master Alchemist course," Solus said. "I think it would be a perfect complement to Forge Mastering. Who knows, maybe we could even fuse them together, obtaining powerful single-use weapons for when we are out of mana." Lith's interest was piqued. "Yeah, it would be great. Too bad I cannot afford another specialization. That would mark me as a S-rank student. Besides, I can't be in two places at once." Solus mind shrugged. "That's not a problem since there's two of us. I'll piggyback on one of the students with my shape-shifting abilities. We'll get two specializations for the price of one. Wish me luck. See you later." Before Lith could stutter a surprised reply, Solus had already left his finger. She turned into a snow-white blot, using the crowd as a cover, while she got under the robe of a kid with the Master Alchemist textbook in his hand. Lith was so shocked that his mind went completely blank, until the professors arrived and opened their respective doors. Lith followed her inside the Forgemaster training hall, still incredulous of Solus' sudden departure. Only the mocking laughter of one of his classmates managed to woke him from his daze. Luckily, it wasn't Lith the target, but another student that was whining about having forgotten his book. Lith immediately regained his focus. "Keep calm, old man. Shit happens, this is just a small setback. We'll get her back in a couple of hours." Thanks to their mind link, he was still able to perceive Solus' presence in the next room, just like her was able to keep moving, since they were less than 100 meters, 110 yards, apart. But because of the distance and the magical nature of the White Griffin Castle, they weren't able to share their minds as usual. It was like being in a crowd in a club event. They were still able to communicate, but it required effort. He could perceive that Solus's mind was paying attention to something. The other lessons seemed to have already started. "Hello, boys and girls. My name is Professor Leica Wainmeyer, and I will be your instructor in the path towards becoming Forgemasters. My class will be different from all the others you follow, because Forgemastering is different from any kind of magic you have ever learned. You have just moved your first step in the 7th department of the White Griffin, the crafting department." Professor Wainmeyer was a woman in her early 30s, 1.65 meters, 55, high, with long black hair with shades of red held up in a chignon. She was wearing skin-tight working gloves that highlighted her long and nimble fingers. She didn't have her robe on, so it was impossible to hide her soft, luscious curves. Professor Wainmeyer was better endowed than Nalar in every aspect, and despite she wore no makeup, that made her heart-shaped face stand out even more. Her demeanor was less flashy and jovial than Nalar. Her calm and composed attitude were those of a mature woman, not of an exuberant girl. Lith could empathize with his male classmates that were gulping non-stop, while staring at her with dumbfounded expressions. "Lucky me," Lith thought. "Seems that my heart is too little for more than a crush at a time. I couldn't bear acting out as an idiot again." Wainmeyer paid no attention to the agape mouths and the bright red faces. Her students were barely teenagers. She was used at their first meet reactions. So many mages are so fixated on elemental magic that they never mention the arts of crating to their disciples. So I applaud you for choosing a specialization too often inglorious and underestimated, instead of making things blow up with fire and lightning like most of your peers. Contrary to what you may have heard or imagined, Forgemastering doesn't require a forge, a hammer, or ingredients. Sure, some proper magic-imbued items like mana crystals or the fur of a magical beast or monster can improve the results, but that's material for another lesson. Let's start with the basics. Who of you went ahead and learned about Forgemastering from our book? It was mostly a rhetorical question. The books had been delivered just the day before, and between the classes and the self-study, she wasn't expecting much. Yet a couple of hands were raised. "The early bird gets the worm? Good. Describe to the class how a generic Forgemastering spell works." She was pointing at a 15-year-old boy with red hair, the only one to have raised his hand beside Lith. Well, first you need to draw a circle and He actually has skimmed the first pages and had raised his hand to make an impression on the professor. He never expected to be questioned. Wainmeyer shook her head. So typical of teenagers, always thinking with the head in the pants first. At least this time I got only 2 posers, she thought. You with the mean eyes mind to step in. Lith ignored the remark, replying promptly. Forgemastering requires drawing 2 magic circles, one inscribed into the other, with a series of magical runes between them. The number and type of runes depends on the nature of the enchantment to apply. The circles must be perfectly drawn with no imperfections, and even their radius matter. It must be as close as possible to the size of the item that is going to be enchanted. Wainmeyer whistled in surprise and approval. Very well said. Where is your book, by the way? It's all in here. Lith tapped his temple with the right index finger. No way I take it out. Until it's in Soluspedia, I can quote it word by word, he thought. Really? The professor raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Then do you mind drawing for the class the dimensional amulet circle, page 22, diagram 4, she sneered. While everyone was flipping their books, Lith closed into Wainmeyer, who pointed to him a flask holding a pungent-smelled liquid. I wish Solus was here. She would be laughing like a madwoman, mocking me for my know-it-all facade. For the first time in so many years, Lith felt alone, and he didn't like that feeling, not one bit. The room was so silent that he could listen to the steady beating of his own heart. There was no voice in his head, cheering for him or trying to make him laugh. Everything felt pointless and hollow. With a series of gestures, several drops of the liquid flew in the air thanks to water magic, splashing on several points of the perfectly smooth white stone table between Lith and the professor. The internal and external circles took form simultaneously, one drop moving clockwise and the other counterclockwise. The innermost circle had a radius of 10 centimeters, 4 inches, while the other had a 15 cm, 6 inches, radius, leaving about 5 cm, 2 inches between them for the runes. Only after completing both circles and checking that there were no imperfections, Lith moved the remaining drops, forming one of the 13 runes at a time, devoting all his focus on each one. When he finished, Professor Wainmeyer clapped her hands loudly, and after a second the class unwillingly joined her. Bravo, she said. You weren't pretending, you really studied. Sorry if I doubted you. 30 points for your performance and 10 more as an apology. I guess I should have expected as much from Manohar's and Marth's new friend. At those words, all those who were planning about revenge or how humiliating Lith without incurring in the ballot immediately took a 180 degrees turn. It was already hard hiring Manohar as it was. If angered, there was no telling how he would react. Not to mention that being the royal healer, he held an enormous amount of influence and political power. He just didn't care using it. It was better not to rattle his cage. If I asked you to, would you be able to continue the explanation? Yes, Lith answered, but I hadn't the time to go much further, plus I don't believe I have fully grasped the contents. My exposition would be lacking depth and true knowledge. The first part was a lie, just to avoid standing out too much. Reading 20 pages wasn't much, but the whole book was another story. The second part, instead, was the truth. If books were enough, anyone could get infinite specializations simply by going to the Academy's library. Humble and honest to the boot, worthy of a Forgemaster. Another 20 points for you, Lith. Feel free to gather around here, everyone. Since your classmate has gifted us with a perfect circle, it would be wasteful not to use it. I'll give you a practical demonstration of Forgemastering. Chapter 70, a third specialization, 2. Professor Wainmeyer opened a desk drawer, filled to the brim with cheap-looking pendants. We buy them in stocks, just like the rings, she said, picking one at random. The only way to differentiate the various rings is by the stones embedded within. Red for dimensional items, blue for Tier 1 magic storing rings, yellow for Tier 2, green for Tier 3. Tier 4 magic storing rings and above are not available in the prize hall. As it is, it's just your average silver pendant. She placed it at the center of the innermost magic circle. After that, she called for help via her communication amulet and waited for her assistants to come. Fun fact, dimensional amulets are usually preferred to dimensional rings, since most mages prefer to have as many magic storing rings as they can. We still have to discover a way to use something other than rings for instant casting. The door of the classroom opened. A man and a woman dressed like the Academy's staff stepped in and took place beside the magical circle, starting to chant the same spell. With each cast, the space within the circle was filled with pure non-elemental mana, to the point that the air inside started to crackle and pop with power. The energy became dense enough to lift up the amulet from the table. To use a blacksmith analogy, the circle acts as a magical furnace, withholding the stored mana within and saturating the item that has to be enchanted. The circle must be perfect, or the mana would leak, leading to a defective product, she explained. The higher the mana density one creates, the better the item will be. But that also means that the Forgemaster will consume a greater amount of mana for the enchantment. If the Forge Mastering spell used is weaker than the mana accumulated inside the circle, it will have no effect. A true Forge Master must always be aware of her limits. Balance is of the utmost importance in our line of work. If the mana density is too low, the item will be useless. Too high, and it would cost so much to not have a market value, unless you do it for yourselves, of course. When the assistant stopped chanting, Wainmeyer stepped forward, gesturing the students to move away. Then she started casting several consecutive spells. Both her hands and voice almost never stopped. One by one, the runes that Lith had drawn between the circles started moving from their original position, taking place around the amulet. They formed an energy sphere, absorbing the mana from the surrounding space and injecting it in the amulet. When the last rune completed the sphere, all the available mana had been compressed to the point of being barely able to enclose the pendant. With a final spell, Wainmeyer fused the sphere with the amulet. The runes shined on its surface for a few seconds, before disappearing forever. Only then she took the amulet in her hand, showing the class the result of her efforts. This little thing here is a top-quality dimensional amulet. Its value is about 340 points in the prize haul and above 300 gold coins if you were to buy it with cash. The idea of so much money condensed is such a little thing made even those born in wealthy families gasp in amazement. It was enough to build a manor and buy its land. Furnitures and pieces of art to furnish it would take at least another amulet, though. Now, here are a few things that books don't explain, and that you may have missed during the whole process. I'm especially referring to those that paid more attention to my chest rising and lowering, rather than to my brilliant performance. She glared to some of the male students, whose faces turned to a bright purple, while squealing excuses and apologies. Lith felt compassion for them. If it was Nalar instead of her, he would probably be in their shoes. The female students instead made fun of them, calling them perverts and other non-endearing terms. Professor Wainmeyer was fuming. There was only so much she was willing to bear, even from teenagers. She took pride in her talent and deep expertise. Being treated like a slab of meat was the worst insult anyone could do to her. She covered her chest with her arms before taking a deep breath to calm down, in order to continue. Not everyone is able to become a Forge Master. That's because together with the War Mage is the specialization that requires the greatest mana capacity. While for a War Mage it determines how much destruction they can bring, without a huge amount of mana, a Forge Master cannot create the most powerful enchanted items in our repertoire. Mana capacity is needed, not only to overcome the high mana density required for a great item, but also because every single rune requires its own spell to be engraved in the object. Each spell is relatively simple and short, but you must need to be able to cast them in a rapid succession without delay. This because as soon the magical furnace is loaded, the mana tries to escape, and even a perfect circle can only hold on for a while. Usually after 10 seconds the circle destabilizes, and the mana begins to leak. This means that I had to cast 13 spells, one for each rune, plus another to permanently imprint the energies in the amulet, for a total of 14 spells. Each of them was able to overcome the mana density, and I had to do everything within 10 seconds, or I would have just wasted a lot of mana for nothing. Bear in mind that once an object is saturated by mana, if the Forge Mastering process fails, it cannot be repeated. The energy remnants from the previous failure would still linger, making any further attempt a waste of time. Even this castle is the product of the work of countless Forge Masters. Every single stone has been enchanted before assembling them as you see it today. Otherwise, it would be impossible to imbue with magic something this big. And that is just the first requirement. The second is that a Forge Master must be a jack of all trades, no matter if she is a master of none. In my line of work, I need to be proficient in all the 6 elements. You will also need patience, love for research, and a strong build. Manipulating this magnitude of energies is not something pipsqueaks can afford to do, not without incurring in permanent damages that would accumulate over time. Lith rose his hand. Yes, I can understand most of the items I saw in the prize hall and link their properties with the 6 elements, but I don't get how warp steps and dimensional items work. What element do they belong to? Excellent question. The answer is, to all of them. The only force that can bend space and time is gravity. Powerful Forge Masters of the past discovered that air and earth magic are the bare minimum to create such powerful gravity. But to stabilize it, to make such items not only reproducible, but also to allow fine control over them, all the elements were required. It's a field of research that has never gone dry. There are still so many things to explain. I think I understand, Lith thought. They need the electromagnetic waves from the lightning to resonate with the gravitational pull Earth magic generates and enhance it to bend time and space. Fire and water magic probably allow to avoid side effects, like the formation of vacuum, overheating or freezing while creating such powerful gravitational force. I can't even fathom what darkness and light are used for thought. They didn't exist back on Earth. Science can't help me with them. During the rest of the lesson, Professor Wainmeyer proceeded to explain how they would manage the rest of the course. She wouldn't allow any of them inside the training hall again until they had learned the theory behind forgemastering. Having students messing around with magic circles was too dangerous, since high-density mana was highly volatile and could cause huge explosions if not controlled properly. After that, they would need to memorize all the basic runes and how to combine them, until being able to produce all the basic enchanted items. Only those who passed all the tests would be admitted to the 5th year, learning how to add multiple properties to a single item. By the end of the lesson, Lith was fuming like a volcano, ready to explode. Being in the first row helped him to better understand Professor Wainmeyer's teachings, noticing the finest details about how to draw runes. At the same time, though, he was also able to feel the pressure coming from all his classmates standing behind him. In normal conditions, he would find disgusting the idea of being surrounded by strangers, hearing their whispers and being subject to their glares, yet he would bear it all. But since his mana core and body were at odds, constantly fighting and messing with his mind, it was much harder for him to control his reactions and hide his emotions. It was Soulless' voice and presence that helped him, paying them no heed, using their bond to soothe his most violent reactions. In the last 2 hours, though, they had been separated. And now Lith was forced to wait for her outside the training hall, since the Master Alchemist lesson had yet to finish. It was really irritating for him, standing alone in a crowd for the umpteen time since his first life. Even during high school, Lith had always been different from his peers, focused on paying the bills instead of goofing around. Seeing their carefree attitude, how easy it was for them to relax and make friends, made him green with envy. Suddenly, the alchemist training hall opened, and a small insect came out of it, reaching Lith's leg unnoticed, and then turning into a liquid, going back toward his hand. Sorry it took so long, but everyone made so many questions that the professor forced everyone to stay behind. Want to grab something to eat? Soulless asked. Good idea. Lith anger dissolved like snow on the sun. Chapter 71, Change of Plans. Before going to the cafeteria, can we please go to the library? I need to copy the whole book to be able to follow properly the next lessons, Soulless asked. How do you plan on doing that? My Forgemaster schedule is full of theory. I doubt we will cross the alchemists again. That's why I stole a schedule from an airheaded kid. We just need to make time so that you can give me a ride back and forth. Now I'm strong enough. Surviving 2 hours by myself is easy as pie. In a corner of his mind, where Soulless couldn't read unless she willingly searched for it, Lith added, Wish I could say the same. On the road to the library, they shared their memories of the respective lessons, yet Lith omitted all the parts where he suffered from loneliness and isolation. In his mind, it was a sign of weakness, something to be ashamed of. By my maker, another hot teacher. Even the male professor from the alchemist class was quite a sight for sore eyes. The girls wouldn't stop staring at his ass every time he turned around to write on the chalkboard. Do you think that it depends on their mana cores, or is it just a marketing move on the headmaster part? Both are possible, but I believe the latter to be more likely. Young minds are easily swayed around, especially if their hormones are properly channeled. Back on Earth, my medium school music teacher was so hot that all the boys in the class learned how to play at least an instrument properly. Some even started listening classical music, just to impress her. When they reached their destination and opened its double doors, the Academy's library turned out to be exactly as Lith had imagined the prize hall to be, except with books instead of magical items. The bookshelves were full to the brim, forming corridors between themselves. The room was so big that Lith suspected they had made it with dimensional magic. At the entrance, a clerk in his mid-20s asked if he needed help. Luckily, the library had been organized well, and with the clerk's directions, Lith was soon back with the Master Alchemist textbook and all the Tier 4 magic books he managed to carry with him. On every shelf there was a tag, stating that the use of dimensional items was prohibited, and Lith would never risk getting banned by such gold mine. "I'll borrow these books, please," he said. The clerk was shocked by the amount. It was more than the average person would borrow in a whole year. "Sorry, sir, the max allowed is 3 books at a time." Lith clicked his tongue, picking the book for Solace and a Tier 4 spellbook each for the War Mage and Battle Mage specialization. He was eager to find out what spells of mass destruction looked like and how to improve his battle spells. Cross-checking Lith's profile with the books of his choosing, the clerk inwardly smiled. Sai, so young and naive. He is clearly biting more than he can chew, but at his age, everyone dreams of being a genius. Back in their room, they spent all the time before dinner copying the books. They had long prepared for the mammoth task, bringing with them enough empty books and ink in the pocket dimension to put the Encyclopedia Britannica to shame. Solace's task was the longest one. She needed to copy every single page, while Lith would just make an abridged version of each spell, copying only hand signs, accents, and a short description alongside its name. That would make possible for him to recognize those spells on sight, so when facing another mage, he would have the opportunity to take the necessary countermeasures. It would also allow him to reproduce them with true magic without being discovered. At dinner, he sat once again with his fellow healers. As much his heart cringed at the thought of their company, he wouldn't be at the academy forever. Lith needed reliable connections in the outside world too. Besides, he had just discovered how lonely he really felt without Solace. He needed to get back in touch with his human side. The mood at the table, though, was gloomy. Freya kept stirring the food in her plate, just nibbling from time to time. Quilla wolfed down her food again, but there was no joy in it. She kept avoiding their gazes like she expected to be scolded any second. Lith was gripped by his inner conflict. He would have much preferred being alone with Solace, yet he needed to get a hold of his emotions like the adult he was. Now that he had a cool head again, he had realized that even Professor Wainmeyer had called him mean eyes at their first meet. Solace had proven to be right all along. He couldn't keep glaring all his life. He had to make peace with his inner self, or at least learn again how to control the emotions that showed on his face. To achieve any of that, he needed to be around people, either learning to appreciate their company or at least to fake it. Uriel had the impression that someone had died, and he was the only one kept in the dark. "Freya, how was your day?" he said, trying to break the ice. "Terrible. It's just the second day, and I needed help to succeed in Nalar's class and in my Mage Knight specialization. Don't get me started about Trask." I don't know if it felt worse scoring so few wins, or his smug grin every time I lost to a commoner. Why that stupid tutor of mine didn't focus more on chore magic. I feel so stupid and insignificant. I have always considered myself as someone talented, special. Yet now I am just another noble that everyone makes fun of, either because of my looks or my lack of skill. I am so tempted to give up, but I'm the first person in my family to get accepted in one of the 6 great academies. I cannot waste this opportunity. "It's perfectly normal to feel that way," Uriel replied. "I didn't fare any better today, and my father is an archmage, but from Nalar's class I learned that it's better to swallow my pride. I didn't hesitate to ask for hints during my warden specialization, since time is part of the grade. What about you, Lith? Why are you feeling so down? I heard you aced your Forgemastering class, gaining quite some points. You should be walking on air. Don't let yesterday's bad memories ruin your day." Lith put down the silverware, trying to collect his thoughts. "Being harassed is never pleasant, but I faced worse. I'm not worried about that. As for my success, I'll admit it was quite pleasant. If I dismissed it saying things like it was nothing much, I'd be a lying hypocrite. But like Freya, it's my first time too being away from home, surrounded only by strangers. It helped me realize that I spent so many years hunting in the wild that I forgot how to act like a human. Be honest with me, do I glare a lot?" "Every second. Yes, always." The consent had been unanimous. Lith didn't trust them, so he had shared with them just a secondary issue. He was actually talking about his real worry with Solace, to make his expression match his emotions. "As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm worried about the future. Now I have everything planned out, but what if I succeed? I have no purpose outside making me immortal, and at the end of the day, is it even worth it? Renee has already left, Tista will sooner or later marry, and my parents deserve to finally have some happiness and time on their own. But where that leaves me, outside my family and you, I have nothing and no one that I love. I can't live my life for them. Not only I would become a burden for them, but it would also aggravate my problem. Sooner or later, everyone will die, and I will be left alone. What worth could possibly have a world devoid of joy?" "Oh, Lith, you are really hopeless. Solus was really moved. He had actually put her at the same level of his family, outside a joke context. You are just 12, yet you already worry about something that will happen decades in the future. I told you back then, and I'll tell you again, give this world a chance. Over time, many things can happen or change. Focus on the present. Whatever problem you'll have, we will face it together. Trying to control and predict everything is a desperate endeavor, and it will eat you from the inside. My father always says that from great power comes great isolation, but don't worry, Lith, that's what friends are for, to shed a light in your darkest days. Uriel patted him on the shoulder, trying to console him. In another moment, Lith would have sneered at him, pushing his hand away. But thanks to being able of making small talk with strangers again, and mostly to soulless words, he managed to actually relax his expression for the first time since in the academy. Thanks, Uriel, he said with a smile. Friends, then why are you consoling me in my small problem instead of Freya that has much bigger issues? Not to mention he completely ignored Quilla. Friend my ass, you are just trying to suck up to me. What happened to you, Quilla? Lith asked. She followed his example, taking a pause from eating to talk easily. Honestly, this academy sucks hard. It's even worse than my village. Before becoming a healer, I was considered a burden because I was too small and weak. After learning magic, since I was much stronger than my predecessor, everyone started treating me like a monster. Even as a child, I could tell that they were afraid of me, of what I could have done if I wanted revenge. I always felt different and alone back home, so I decided to come to the academy, hoping to find others like me. To make friends, to have a magical family that could understand me, someone to actually trust. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Instead, my bubble burst from day one. Everyone here pushes me around, calling me names like cockroach, skank, and after I started taking the tonic, even pig. I'm sick and tired of being afraid. In hindsight, I was better off at the village. At least there they feared and respected me. Here I'm a laughing stock, either because I'm short, ugly, or because I picked only a specialization. But what could I have done? I never learned how to fight. My body can barely withstand powerful healing magic, let alone more violent kinds of magic. During Trask's lesson, I lost all my fights, and even if they humiliated me, he never reprimanded one of them. I hate him too. To be fair, no one had dared to humiliate anyone, not after Lith had so easily lost points at the beginning of the exercise. Trask had let them fight fair and square. The problem lied in Quilla's short arms and flimsy build. Being unable of using any kind of silent magic, except for the light one, even girls of her age could overpower her with a single hand. Using magic or a weapon was just overkill. Lith guessed the only one that had it easy is Uriel. Freya, yeah, Mr. Archmage Heir, no one has the guts to mess with him. Quilla, fucking lucky bastard. Suddenly an honest smile appeared on Lith's lips. The mood around the table suited better his tastes, so full of anger, mistrust, and deception. He saw potential in each one of them, especially Quilla. She resembled a young Tista that he could turn into another Lith. He was the only one, aside maybe from Professor Vaster, that knew that once her body developed properly, her mana core would have no limits to its growth. Cyan for sure, maybe blue, if not purple. Well, Quilla, people don't need a reason to pick on you, Lith said. They need one not to, and the best reason you can give them is a guilty ballot. Think about it, I am tall for my age, talented, or at least so they say, and yet I get harassed on daily basis. If the tonic works and you start to grow, nothing will change. Remember Nalar's story, she had talent and looks, yet survived only because of the ballot. You should learn from her and not repeat her mistakes. He could see from their faces that both Quilla and Freya were seriously considering the idea of getting a ballot of their own. Lith needed a few deep breaths to find the strength to say what he needed to. As for your problems with first magic, he needed his sheer willpower to keep his expression relaxed, instead of acting like someone that was spewing poison off his tongue. I could teach you all. We don't have lessons during the weekends, we would have plenty of space and time. The table exploded with cheers. His proposal was immediately accepted. Lith knew that respect and trust were something that had to be given before they could be given back. Uriel and Freya had both a light cyan mana core like Nana, but theirs could still grow. Quilla had a bright green mana core despite her childish body, so for her the sky was the limit. Even without his help, it was just a matter of time before they mastered first magic. He would exploit their desperation, giving them what they wanted before it lost its value. Just like when he helped Martianus Distar, it was the best moment to make his investment. Chapter 72, Mock Exam. In the following weeks, life at the White Griffin Academy became more hectic by the day. After the lift spell, Professor Naylor made them learn more educational spells with increasing difficulty and restrictions, putting the students to test at every lesson. Professor Trask started making use of all the available rings in the training hall, giving them military-trained soldiers as sparring partners. They were equipped with enchanted armors and would use a different weapon every lesson. The students, in turn, could only use one element, based on the scenario Trask had devised for each training session. After every defeat, their partners would teach them footwork and point out their mistakes. The Master Healer lessons went without a hitch. The divide between Professor Vaster's favorites and the rest of the class became so wide that soon no one dared any more to hope stealing their spotlight. The only thing left for the other students was trying not to fall too much far behind and placing their bets about who would come out on top. Most of the Forgemaster courses took place in a classroom. Professor Wainmeyer, or one of her assistants, taught them how to differentiate runes based on the elements and how to combine them to obtain different effects. Solus was enthusiastic about the Master Alchemist lessons she kept taking and promised Lith a big surprise. She had quickly finished copying her book, and now the two of them would raid the Academy's library at every visit. As for the private lessons, they went smoother than Lith had expected. After a month, Quilla had already mastered 5 kinds of silent magic, while Freya and Uriel were struggling with the 4th one. Normal first magic requires hand signs and magic word. Silent magic just the word or the signs. Perfect silent requires only gestures to better direct and control the conjured effects. Her learning rate was terrifying, worthy of someone that managed to enter the White Griffin with no mentor. Lith suspected her to be a genius and kept a close eye on her. Thanks to the tonic, she had grown of 5 centimeters, 2 inches, and had gained 10 kilos, 22 pounds. She was still thin, but her mana core had already evolved to deep cyan. Over time, he had managed to gain their trust and confidence, or at least so he hoped. Lith decided to teach them only silent magic, keeping the secrets for perfect silent magic and multi-casting for himself. He wanted them to be reliant on him, not dependent, or it would dampen their growth and self-confidence. Not to mention, he had no desire to give away such precious secrets and get nothing in return. Lith had proved them that they could trust him. Now it was up to them to return the favor and show their usefulness. It was exactly a month after the beginning of the private lessons that all the 4th-year students were summoned by the headmaster in the main hall at the ground floor, right after breakfast. Several professors appeared as soon as the gong that signaled the nearing start of the lessons resounded. They opened multiple warp steps, bringing them to their destination. The abrupt change of their routine left them confused. They had started that day like any other, preparing the spells and the books for the daily courses. "Hello, my dear students," Linjo said when the last warp steps closed. "I hope you enjoyed breakfast, since it will be the last decent meal you'll get for a while, at least if you are good enough. Today you will start the mock exam to prepare for the trimester's finals. You will be split in groups of 5, according to the specializations of your choice. Each group will be composed by 2 attackers, 2 defenders, and 1 healer. Your current evaluation will affect how your group will be formed. The duration of the exam is 1 week. It will take place in the forest surrounding the White Griffin. The only thing that's required from you is to survive as long as you can. Don't worry, it's a controlled environment. The professors will rescue you in case anything goes wrong. Questions?" Several hands were raised. Lith's was among them. "Lith from Lucia, speak freely." "I thought there would be no tournaments or competitions," Lith said. "Why this change?" Linjos chuckled. "It's no competition. The forest is really big, different groups will go in different areas. The chances of meeting are nigh 0, and even if it happened, a team disrupting another would be immediately stopped, with devastating effect for its members' grades. I forgot to specify that you will be constantly monitored, so beware what you do or say." His voice became cold during the last phrase, searching in the crowd for the most troublesome figures. Then he pointed to a girl. "Histikoffer, speak freely." Lith recognized her. She was one of the last placed in the healer class. "Isn't this setup too unfair? Forests make no favors if the groups are formed based on the evaluations. Isn't it like dooming those who are still struggling to failure?" She was, of course, speaking of herself. There wasn't a single topic where she shined yet. "You misunderstood my words." Linjos shook his head. "The groups will work on equal footing. What I meant before was that they have been assembled so that all the groups have the same rank. I would never allow such a pointless exercise. This is an opportunity for you to socialize and learn to rely on each other. The test is meant for the whole team, not for the individuals. If the kingdom will ever call for your help, you won't get to choose who to work with. You'll need flexibility and solidarity. Murmurs filled the air. The students who reputed themselves good were already cursing their trashy teammates before even knowing them, while the bottom feeders were praying the gods to give them someone that would lead to an effortless success. All hands went down at that point, so Lith raised his own once again, while the sorting had already begun. I'm sorry, Headmaster, one last question. I get that this is a team effort, but what if someone falls to a beast and gets saved by a teacher? Can he get back in the team, or does the whole group fail? She will be considered to have died and returned to the castle. If only one member remains, a group is considered as wiped out. Needless to say, harming your own group is forbidden. You have to solve your differences, not escalate them. Suddenly the air was shaken by a furious bellow. What do you mean I am in the same group of this commoner trash? Curious, Lith asked to Linjos, who explained to him she was the one on the top of the battle mage specialization, and was referring to a girl that was quite far behind her. Thank you for pointing it out, young mistress, said Professor Binlow, the one in charge of the battle mage classes. The girl put up a big, satisfied smile. Finally something was going her way. -50 points for questioning orders, and another -50 for having the gall to say that to my face. He yelled at her like a true drill sergeant, making her cower. Without discipline there is no victory. An arrogant leader who disrespects her soldiers can only lead them to defeat. Besides, who's trash? Have you ever fought something in your life? How do you know how she reacts to danger, or how you do? Real fights are different from the classes, and usually those who flap their gums more are the first to fall in battle. Now shut up, unless you want to lose another 50. Having lost half her points in one go, she obeyed. Lith ended up in a group of 3 girls and a boy. He didn't know any of them, so he tried to do his best to act friendly, like he did with the healers group. In the last month he had regained quite a bit of his social skills, and lost his edgelord demeanor. When Professor Trask opened their warp steps, he was ready to move forward when one of the girls grabbed him by the shoulder, forcing him to a halt. Professor Trask, you haven't told us who is the leader. The chain of command must be clear. Lith facepalmed inwardly, while Trask, with his usual sass, did it openly. Good gods, are you deaf or what? This is a group exercise between people that don't know each other. It's up to you to decide who is the leader, and is a choice that has nothing to do with grades, status, or prestige. A leader doesn't just yap orders around, she will also bear the responsibility if her team fails. Is it clear? He glared at the nearest girl, before pushing them all through the dimensional door. Once inside the forest, all Lith's senses went on alert. It was a completely unknown environment. He could rely on the books inside Soluspedia to recognize plants and animals, but they were of little use for survival. Magical beasts would not give him points for his expertise. They would only try to rip him apart, dooming him to failure. He was looking at the tree barks, while sniffing the air with his heightened sense, trying to ascertain the nature and kind of the local predators, when the worst noise possible reached his ears. We still have to decide first who's in command, said another girl. Fuck me sideways, how can anyone be such a bonehead? If they keep up like this, we'd better surrender, he thought. All his efforts to talk sense into them ended up in failure. They accused him of trying to steal the spotlight again, like during the common classes. Lith had even opened his speech saying he had no interest in being the leader. He just wanted them to be quiet and start moving. That just made them angrier, yelling at him to stop ordering them around. In the meantime, a few dozen kilometers away, the ruler of the forest was taking its first morning nap, snoring soundly. One of the giant front paws was pressed against its eyes, shielding them from sunlight while enjoying spring's warmth. With each of its breaths, the world energy would enter its body, nourishing and strengthening the mana core, pushing it forward to the next evolution. Numerous small birds scampered on his curled massive body, chirping boldly. Nothing would dare attacking them while on the highest throne. Boss, boss, an enormous rye, its height at the withers reaching 2 meters, 67, with a golden fur with shades of red and yellow approached galloping. The birds gave it no heed, continuing their business. Wake up, it's that time of the year again. The Scorpicore's body shook up, suddenly alert and clear-headed. Oh gods, no, I'd swear I had cubs until just a few months ago. Finding a decent mate is such a hassle, not to mention how much care those adorable furballs require. Thanks, Emrook, but I think I'll hard pass. I need some equality time. If a living human soul was allowed to spectate, he would see a wry facepaw itself in frustration. Not that, I mean the man-pups from the Maid Mountain have invaded your turf once again. The Scorpicore stood up on its four, stretching its spine and front legs with cat-like movements, forcing the birds to fly away. You moron, you should have said that earlier. It growled, towering above the rye like an adult with a child. Finally some fun. Alert all the dens, I hereby declare the game season open. Chapter 73, Mock Exam 2. Author's note, the Mark's beast speaking beast tongue, not human language. The Scorpicore was a monster big enough to make any sane man willing to face it rethink his life choices, no matter how brave he was. Its shoulder height reached almost the 3 meters, 910. It had a scarlet-red fur and mane, with shades of white, black, blue, and yellow. Actually, there were also red shades, even though only an interior decorator could have noticed them. The monster had the body and the head of a lion, bat-like membranous wing, coming out from his back, and the tail was that of a scorpion. From one of its pocket dimensions, the Scorpicore took out a gold-rimmed pince-nez that, as soon touched the snout, grew big enough that each of its lenses became the size of 17 screen. Let's see where are the nearest playgrounds. Thanks to the magical glasses, the monster gained an ability that closely resembled Solus's Mana Sense, paired with the ability to zoom in like a telescope. One group is near the green spring, another in the river clearing. Despite the great distance, it was able to locate the groups of 5 unknown mana cores, identifying the students' drop spots. Order and chaos, these humans have no imagination. Everything is identical to the last time. Where's the fun in that? While grumbling about mankind's lack of originality, the Scorpicore started sending teams of 3 magical beasts to intercept the humans and banish them from the forest. Rules of engagement? Emrook asked. Same old, same old. Make a roar, growl, poop on them, whatever. Let them somehow notice your arrival, otherwise everything will be over before we can say order up. As long as the headmaster doesn't break the rules, we'll play along. The who? By the great mother, Emrook, you are an excellent second in command, but you need to start to pay attention to humans' hierarchies. The headmaster is the boss of the castle, the thing you call Maid Mountain. It had almost finished dispatching the cleanup teams when it noticed a pleasant surprise. Wait a minute, there is one group of 6 mana cores instead of 5. I call dibs on that. What's a mana core? Asked Akron, a hawk evolved in a magical beast the size of a small piper plane. You are too young for that, Center. Survive another 20 years and I'll teach you how to evolve again. Boss Scarlet, you are making no sense. We are already at the pinnacle, right? Center tilted its head diagonally in disbelief. Yeah, right, and I was born a Scorpicore. No dimwit magical beasts are just a step. Before evolving in a Scorpicore, I was just a shife AN. See chap 50, and before that I was a cute and cuddly house cat. Scarlet rolled on its back, exposing the giant tummy to the sun, purring like a muscle car. Despite all its efforts, it was more disturbing than cute. You are joking, right? Asked Emrook. No, I'm not. It's not like only you forest folk can turn into magical beasts. And if you keep doubting my word, I'll rat you out to one of my dragon friends that once was a lizard. I'm sure he will be happy to have you all for dinner, with some good red wine. The various magical beasts preferred swallowing down their incredulity. Boss Scarlet told them the most ridiculous stories all the time, yet every single one of them turned out to be true. Emrook, Termin, Center, enough chatting, follow my lead. With a single flap of its wings, the Scorpicore took off. Only Center was able to follow it, while Emrook and Termin, a singy boar-type magical beast, could only stare up. What a dick, they said as one, while the Scorpicore was laughing its ass off. Have you seen their faces? This joke never gets old. They are too serious. They need to learn how to sit back and relax, when I was your age. Center stopped listening to the boss rantings, just nodding from time to time and giving a random answer. Meanwhile, Lith's group was still arguing. Everyone wanted to be the leader, to prove themselves being as good as the so-called top-tier students. Lith could only think of them as 4 caged hungry dogs with only a piece of meat. The problem was that the cage restricted only them from harming each other. It offered no protection from real threats. Every second they spent yelling and arguing was like setting up the table for all the beasts in the proximity. He had already tried all the diplomatic approaches he and Solus could come up with, but with no result. Him being a top tier made them dismiss all of his proposals as attempts to rack more points at their expenses. Sick and tired of their childish behavior, Lith summoned a strong gale that took them by surprise, making them fall butt first on the ground. Listen up, you idiots. If being nice didn't work, he could as well return to his original demeanor. Do you see that and that? He pointed at several claw marks on different trees nearby. Those are not rustic decorations to embellish the landscape. Beasts use them as territorial marks, meant to warn intruders they are trespassing in their turf. If you take a second to look away from your ego, you'll notice that this area is being contended by several magical beasts. Each of them is capable of leaving claw marks the size of a book, and your rantings are alerting them all. This is a group survival test. We are supposed to get along, put aside our differences, and work as a team. I want anyone watching us know that if we get wiped out before even an hour, it's all these idiots' fault. He said, looking around, having no idea where the magic cameras could be. The speech, especially the last part, worked like a charm. After getting back up, they didn't even complain about the surprise attack. They reconsidered their actions from the beginning and prayed the gods to turn back time and give them a do-over. Being the gods otherwise busy, the timeline kept moving forward, and so did Lith. I am no leader, I always hunted solo. But one thing I know, in a dangerous environment the key to survival is being as stealthy as possible. We need to find a place where to hide during the day and easily defensible at night. We must leave before. The high-pitched shriek of bird of prey filled the air, while the ground started trembling below their feet. Lith stopped talking, immediately taking the 3 fake potions out of his dimensional pocket and gulping them down. He could now activate fire, earth, and air fusion magic without arousing any suspicion. By infusing himself with said elements, he has just become faster, stronger, and tougher. See Chap 19 for more details. Before he could finish drinking, Center swooped down, kidnapping the cutest of the 2 black-haired girls from the group and taking her up in the air. What a moron, the Kron thought. Still defenseless despite my warning. 4th years are the worst opponents, barely offering any resistance. Cursing whoever professor had picked his teammates, Lith could only watch the Kron getting higher and higher, supporting its flaps with powerful updrafts. I wish I could run away and let them get what they deserve. I hate teamwork, Lith thought. Everyone else was still in a daze, refusing to accept reality. What the fuck are you doing? Someone must take flight and save her. With her arms locked in the talons, she can't use magic. Lith wanted to beat them to death himself. A monster, another monster. The high-pitched little girl-like voice actually belonged to the only other boy of the group. He was pointing at a black mass, as big as a carriage, approaching at breakneck speed. It was Termin, the Singy, joining the fray while announcing his presence, causing small quakes as he closed in. Fuck you all, if you want to stay on the ground, take cover while I... Lith realized that talking was useless. The 2 girls had fallen on their knees, hugging each other, while the boy, judging from the repugnant smell, had pissed himself. Now I get why Trask was so hard on me and them the second day, yet it was all for naught, Lith thought. A Singy was a tough opponent, and Lith could only use fake magic. He needed to keep his 3 rings charges only for desperate situations. Being all 5 of them still in play, he racked his brain searching for a solution. Wait a minute, usually Singy are limited to the use of water and earth magic. I can exploit that. Magical beasts do not control all elements. Termin was unable to escape its boar nature, charging straight toward the prey. It saw an evil-eyed kid starting to chant something, so Termin activated one of his best defensive spells, Mountain Body. The Singy knew all too well how predictable was its attack pattern, so he never underestimated an opponent. Mountain Body raised its body weight and defense to the limit, making it impervious against weapons and magic alike. Chant all you want, kid. You'll never finish your spell in time, I'm too fast. It will be your requiem, Termin inwardly sneered. Yet the chant ended right after it started, and Lith began a new one, while a small yellow orb flew in collision course with Termin. What an idiot! My earth magic is the perfect counter to air magic. Zap me, push me, whatever, it will never work. When the 2 collided, nothing happened, not even a small spark against its hide. The Singy started to think that the boy had misfired out of fear. Then, Lith completed the second spell too. Breza real, he had invoked the training spell Lift. Suddenly, Termin felt like a gentle caress on its belly, yet it managed to push it several meters in the air, like he was just a balloon. Then a second and third push came, making it rise above the 3s. Hidden between the bushes, Scarlet was watching the whole scene, giggling under its whiskers. Termin, you idiot, the first was a basic float spell. It wasn't meant for damage, but to make you weightless and set up for another quick spell, to take you away from the ground and make you helpless. Pride goes before a fall. Listening to the boss' explanation, the Singy understood what had happened and started laughing at itself. Damn, such a feisty brat, I'll keep you for last. He yelled at Lith, that unable to understand animal speak, ignored the beast Zoinks reciting his third spell. One of the greatest advantages from Forja mastering was that he had trained chaining short, simple spells for over a month, making him able to move his fingers and mouth non-stop, no matter he was using fake magic, like before, or using the true one. Lith reconsidered lift value, since it allowed him to keep pushing away the Singy even when he was casting another spell. After he finished casting his true magic flight spell, he rushed to save the girl. Center was slowed down by her weight, and everything had happened in barely a few seconds. He was expecting Termin and Emrook to have the situation below under control. When he perceived a magic perturbation in the air currents, it was too late. Lith had coupled the flight and slipstream spell, making him faster than a bullet. He had scarce knowledge about magical beasts, but he remembered well how despite their big sizes, the birds' hollow bones made them frailer than they looked. So instead of using a spell that could be easily countered by the opponent's air and darkness true magic, he just combined his speed with the hardness and the explosive strength from fusion magic to land an uppercut right under the beast's beak. Because of his almost vertical trajectory and the fire generated by the friction between his fist and the fast air currents, it looked exactly like a dragon punch. Chapter 74, Mock Exam 3. Center's head snapped back on impact, losing control of its flight and letting the prey go. To make things worse, Lith quickly snapped his fingers in succession, generating several flashes of light and booms near the Kron's head, making it blind and deaf. Damn, I took my sweet time enjoying her screams, and that's what I get in return. I was no Kron, more like a sitting duck. Now I can't even get where's the up and down. If I crash land because of a pup, the boss will never let me hear the end of it. Lith would have liked to keep striking the iron while it was still hot, but the black-haired girl was plummeting like a brick. Cursing her stupidity, Lith swooped down with a swing motion, first down then up, to avoid breaking her ribs during the catch. The rescue was successful, but judging from the smell, Lith understood that she was relieved from fear on several levels. What the heck were you doing? He yelled in her ear, thinking how ridiculous were in real life those romantic moments in action movies, right after the hero saved the damsel in distress. Between the smell and the impending danger, there was no space for romance and tender one-liners. The only thing they both wanted was a safe haven and a hot bath. Don't you know first magic? Why did you let it drag you around like a sack of potatoes? More importantly, do you know a flight spell? She nodded while holding him tight with both arms and legs, like she was trying to get inside his clothes. Then go ahead and use it. My spell is not meant for two. I can only glide while carrying you around. Once that thing recovers, we will be doomed. Do something, remember they are watching us. Free from the grip of fear, she realized that the whole staff of the academy had been spectating at her humiliating performance. The girl became purple from head to toe for a second, before letting him go and chanting her flight spell. Let's get the others and retreat. In the open, we are too disadvantaged. They both quickly returned to the ground, pulling the other three back on their feet, and literally kicking their asses to force them to recover from the terror and get them moving. Take flight fast, Lith yelled. We have no hope of shacking them off on foot, but keep close to the ground. The Kron will turn us in mincemeat if we try to fight in its element. To his teammates, Lith's words sounded those of a strong and experienced leader that had full control of the situation. The reality, though, like the professors could assess while facepalming, was that he was just remembering them common sense. This year's batch is awful, said Scarlet in its communicator amulet. They always are on the 4th year, Linjos replied with a sigh. Remember our pact and don't be stingy. I want their weight's worth in meat, and I mean the good stuff, no bones or nerves. And tell your servants to play by the rules. You don't want to see me getting ugly. Linjos had the communicator in conference call mode, so everyone could listen. The professors didn't like being called servants, but they understood very well that in the wilderness, the strong ruled above all. The Scorpicors help guaranteed that no student would be seriously harmed before being rescued, not to mention that such a powerful guardian defending the academy was worth far more than just meat. They were truly blessed by having a monster at their disposal, reasonable enough to be useful, but stupid enough to not understand its true value. After closing the communication, Scarlet had a smug grin on its feline snout. "Imbeciles, I don't care about the meat. I would do it even for free. Your stupid lessons allow me to train the magical beasts in anti-magician tactics. They use us as sparring partners, but that's a game that two can play. Another bonus is that when the fifth-year students train in the forest, I get updated about the tactics they employ and the spells they teach. I bet they sleep much better at night, believing me a dumb monster that only wants food in its belly." Meanwhile, Emrook had joined the fray, and was rapidly catching up with Lith's group using air magic to move faster, and his sense of smell to not lose their traces. Lith was on the verge of tears. This experience was a full-blown disaster. He was sick and tired of playing babysitter, but what choice did he have left? He slowed down, detaching from the group, appearing beside the rye. It followed a quick exchange of spells, since Lith never allowed Emrook to get close to him. He kept moving in all the three dimensions, gaining a tactical advantage since the magical beast was only relying on its legs to maneuver around. Lith wasn't trying to harm it. He used only Tier 1 and 2 spells in quick succession, with the aim to ruin the opponent's focus and slowing down its movements. "Who the heck is this pup?" Emrook thought, gritting its teeth in raising frustration. "It's like he learned how to fight from a rye. He anticipates almost all of my moves, but that's impossible." In the Tron Woods, Protector's ears were burning. Lith used a fine mist to detect incoming invisible wind blades, while moving around with no pattern to avoid lightnings. After stumbling on a conjured mound, Emrook finally lost it, jumping with all its strength trying to catch the pup with the jaws. "Imbecile, that's what I was waiting for. You can't dodge in midair." Lith and Scarlet thought as one. "Checkmate, Spears," Lith yelled, releasing the Tier 3 spell stored in his ring. Thanks to various experiments, he had learned that he could store even charged-up true magic spells, as long they didn't exceed the ring's capacity. Hence, he was able to unleash his most powerful spell in its empowered version in a split second. "Fuck me sideways," Emrook whimpered when dozens of ice spears as thick and long as small trees encircled him from all directions, before crashing against its body. Their mass was too big to deflect them with a simple air barrier, and fire would need time to melt so much ice before rendering it harmless. Desperate, Emrook used its strongest attack, Flaming Tornado, on itself. By combining its best fire and air spells, Emrook used the strong winds to deflect the spears from its vitals, hoping for the scorching hot temperatures to smooth down their deadly extremities. When the tornado disappeared, Emrook was alive and well, but its body was beaten and battered with countless small wounds. Between the spell and its tick fur, the spears hadn't managed to pierce, but they still hit like a truck. Lith wasn't there to gloat or to deal another blow. He had already returned to the group yelling trivial instructions. "Use the fist magic darkness spell Conceal, you idiots. Do you think a rye's nose is for decoration? Hide your smell now." He took out some old clothes from the pocket dimension, turning them into shreds with air magic, and sprinkling them with the sweat he had always forgot to throw away since the run to Professor Vaster's first lesson. Then Lith threw the shreds in the wind, hoping to create multiple false leads for the magical beasts to follow. "Not to be the Lith of the situation, but I don't think your group will last a week." Solus giggled at her own joke. "No shit, Sherlock. I bet we will be wiped out by tomorrow." "Tomorrow is too soon. My bet is full annihilation within 3 days." "Deal." They kept flying for about 10 minutes before feeling safe enough to take a break. The group had come across a small hill, about 10 meters, 33 feet, high. With the backs against something solid, they could finally catch their breath. Lith scanned the surroundings with life vision, allowing himself to relax only after finding nothing stronger than a normal beast in the surroundings. "How many hours do you think have passed since the exams start?" asked the boy, looking around like a cornered mouse. "Less than 1, Lith replied after checking the sun's position. "But it felt so much longer," said the tallest of the black-haired girls. All of them had a dejected expression. There was no trace left of their previous overbearing pride. Lith brought the index finger against his lips, remembering them to be quiet, then he started circling around the hill. The other 4 promptly followed him, forming a single line. "Oh, your ducklings are so cute, Mother Goose," Sola said. Lith made a complete lap, checking for caves. They had been lucky, there was none. A natural cave was too much a convenient asset to be left vacant, and he couldn't afford to drive off wildlife with the risk of being exposed. After choosing a spot devoid of grass or vines, he used earth magic to create an artificial cave, by condensing the porous soil and turning it hard enough to hold the improvised ceiling. At the same time, Lith erected small stone pillars to support the whole structure. It wasn't much, but still big enough for all of them to sit and rest comfortably. While the others were looking at him in a daze, he added more pillars along the walls. He wasn't an engineer and preferred to be safe rather than sorry. The boy walked toward Lith with a big smile and holding out his hand. I'm not going to touch any of you until you have cleaned yourself properly. I suggest using darkness magic. It will clean the dirt and remove the smell. After everyone was cleansed, Lith used first magic to close the entrance with a thick layer of earth and to light the inside of the cave. Then, he pretended to cast a spell while activating Hush, generating a small air dome. Thanks to that, no sound nor smell can escape, so we can talk freely. I'd say that our introductions are long overdue. I'm Lith from Lucia, and I'm supposed to be the healer. His voice was exuding sarcasm. Several kilometers away, Termin and Emruk had finally collected all the cloth shreds, destroying them to not be swayed anymore by their strong smell. Center landed near them, ready to report. Can't find them anywhere. It's like they disappeared. Same, replied Emruk. Aside from these things, I can't smell them any longer. Boss, we need your trinket. Scarlet scoffed. That would be unfair. It's you versus them. I'm just enjoying the show. You'll wait until afternoon before resuming the search. You need some time to heal properly, and they deserve a little rest. Chapter 75, Day 1. Not even an hour had passed from the start of the mock exam, and Lith was already tired and vexed enough to seriously consider the idea of throwing in the towel and return to the White Griffin. His teammates were so embarrassed that despite each of them opened their mouth more than once, not a single word came out. No matter what apology came to their mind, they all sounded too little and too late, even to them. First, they had ostracized him, then they had ignored all of his warnings until it was too late. He was the only reason why they hadn't get instantly wiped out, despite all their undeserved confidence and embarrassing performances. The two that had previously lost control of their bladder had a particularly hard time watching the others in the eyes, and could only thank the Academy's Forgemasters for the self-cleaning uniform. I'm Vicen Debray. The first one to muster the courage to speak was the boy, once again holding out his hand. This time Lith shook it, but barely, his anger still smoldering. I'm a warden. He corrected himself, laughing nervously. Vicen was a 15-year-old, 1.63 meters, 54, high with brown hair and chestnut eyes. He had a regular build and a small mole right under his left eye. As such, my specialty is a sturdy defense. Wardens can conjure several kinds of arrays with any element. We can even alter the landscape if needed. In time of war, a warden can easily build makeshift bridges and siege towers. We are the only defense an army has against war mages. In times of peace, instead, our role is to build dams, castles, roads, whatever the kingdom needs. Let me show you. Vicen casted an unknown spell and placed his hands against a wall. Then he casted another, moving around the stone pillars and strengthening the whole structure. See, first I checked the stability of the ground, then I fixed things so that the cave now is safe like a natural one. He kept smiling, hoping to have proven his worth. Usually Lith would be impressed, even taking a mental note to check out warden spells. A warden that cannot even stop a singy despite seeing it coming from a mile away. What the fuck has to smile for? Right now, it took all of his willpower to not strangle him on the spot, so he just nodded in response. Then, the second one of the pissing duo stepped forward. My name is Milna Craddock. I'm a war mage. She was 15'2", 1.6 meters, 53, high with shoulder-length black hair. She had a fully developed, slender body, but her round face had too many childish features to call her beautiful. She was pretty at best. I know what a war mage is. My mentor is one too. Lith cut her short. She became red from rage, but managed to hold it in. I can shoot down a magical beast with a single spell, she continued with a stone-cold voice. You wish, he sneered inwardly. My name is Floria Ernaz. I am Mage Knight. She was the tallest of the group, 1.76 meters, 59, high, with chin-length black hair and the build of a professional swimmer. My specialty is defense too, but unlike a warden, my skills are better oriented at covering a smaller or a target. Mage Knights are also trained in the use of weapons, she said, opening her robe and revealing an estoc hanging by her side. Hi there and thanks. I'm Belia Ulfar. As a battle mage, I'm a jack of all trades, or at least I am supposed to. According to my professor, I should be able to hold my ground alone in every situation, or to support any team member needing help. But considering my performance so far, either he is bad at teaching, or I'm a slow learner. She was 1.7 meters, 57, high, with long blonde hair with shades of black held up in a ponytail. Her honesty was refreshing for Lith. All the others were still kind of stuck up, flaunting their skill like it was actually worth something. For a moment he thought about lashing at them, reminding how useless they had been in an actual fight. But then he decided against it. Calm down, old man. Rage will not get us anywhere. Besides, it's likely we are still being watched. They can lose as many points they like with their foolishness, but there is no reason for stooping down at their level, he said to himself. Yeah, remember what Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players, Solus chimed in. Oh, another thing, this is what I think about the test. While listening to Solus, Lith took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He extended his hand to every member of the group. They shook it immediately. Okay, let's forget what happened before. Let me share with you what I think of the current situation. At those words, the other four stiffened up their expression, expecting a scolding or for Lith to brag about himself. First of all, never underestimate a magical beast. Their intelligence is almost at human level. If you treat them as dumb beasts, you'll fail fast. From the faces of his teammates, he could see that they were doubting his words, but had not the courage to say it openly. I fought several of them in the past. Some I killed, others I ran away from with the tail between my legs. It's not just them being smart. As you have seen yourselves, they can use magic in a different way with much shorter casting time. With all that had happened, they had missed that part. His explanation not only made perfect sense, but also sent shivers of fear down their spine, making them feel even more weak and insecure. I will not lie to you, if they weren't crippled by the inability to use more than 2 elements, I doubt I could ever defeat even one of them, Lith lied, belittling himself not for acting humbly, but to make them realize the strength of their enemy. And to be completely honest, I believe that we would have already been wiped out, if it wasn't for the fact that they are just playing along with the headmaster's plan. What do you mean? Floria quickly regained her cool, intrigued by Lith's words. Think about it, he said, rephrasing what Solus had told him earlier. This is just a bigger and improved version of Professor's Trask exercise on the second day. Didn't you find odd that the magical beasts announced their presence before attacking? What sense does it make shrieking before swooping down? The Singy had no reason to perform that quake. It could have softened the ground and make its charge silent as Cat's steps. Also, why attack one by one instead of all together? They are clearly playing their part according to a script. Milna scratched her head, thinking at full gear. That's why the monster bird kidnapped me instead of biting my head off or ripping me apart with the talons. I thought it was just playing with me before going for the kill, but this does actually make more sense. Lith nodded. No one would send unexperienced teenagers in a dangerous and uncontrolled environment. If they are so certain to be able to rescue us, it means they have some kind of deal with the creatures. But that doesn't mean we can't fail or get severely injured. Otherwise, why adding a healer? To last for a week, we need to pool our resources and skills. In my dimensional amulet, I have some food, potions, and my hunter kit. What about you? An awkward silence fell in the cave. No food, he asked in disbelief. Well, the canteen is open 24/7. I had no reason to store any. Floria replied, keeping her head low, fiddling the ground with her foot. What about the potions? Never bought one, Milna said. They are cheap, but I can't waste my points in one-use items. I never got why they sell them. They are useless. The others nodded at her words. Lith scratched his head, resisting the temptation to pull out his hair. Useless? How do you think I was able to cast so fast? To hit the cron so hard to force it to release you without breaking my arm? He wanted to add more, but only swear words came to his mind. What the heck do you have in your dimensional items? Tell me at least there's something useful. It turned out they were mostly employed for storing books, feminine products, and personal items, like jewels, money, and family mementos. Vysen even managed to surprise Lith with his properties. I have only school books and he whispered in Lith's ear. Other kind of books, for research purposes. I can't have them lying around, so I always keep them with me. I can lend them to you if you need to relieve some stress. Lith didn't know if to laugh or cry. He hadn't heard that phrasing since browsing online comics back on Earth. He took out a plate of freshly baked cookies, stress eating them to calm his nerves and hasten his mana recovery. The delicious sugary smell of almond pastries and chocolate chips immediately drawn everyone's attention. Lith shared them with a heavy heart, hiding behind his smile the wish for his teammates to choke on them and put him out of his misery. The food managed to rise everyone's spirit, and when they run out of cookies, they seemed refreshed and ready for action. I'll keep the rest of the food for emergencies. It would never last for 7 days, splitting it among so many people. We need to hunt on daily basis. Who has any experience with it? Floria and Myrna both raised their hand. Good. Do you know how to use first magic to help you during a hunt? No, Myrna said, shaking her head. But I think I'm speaking for everyone when I say that we now understand how ill-prepared we are for this task. For any task, to be honest. Lith, you are the only one that seems to have an idea of what we are doing. Do you want to be team leader? Their gazes full of expectations made him want to puke. There could be only a possible answer. Chapter 76, End of Day 1. I have always fought alone. I know nothing about formations or teamwork. And if I give orders, I can't cast any spell. I think it's better to have a skilled hunter rather than a makeshift leader. Any one of you that has received military training, either as a strategist or a soldier, is much better suited for this than me. Not to mention that I don't give a damn about any of you. I don't have any motivation for being a good leader. As long as I keep at least one of you standing, anything goes for me. The important is avoiding the wipeout, he inwardly added. Lith's teammates started talking to each other, honestly searching to determine who could best take charge, setting their pride and personal ambitions aside. Reluctantly, he had to burst their bubble. Do you mind a simple advice? Everyone turned towards him again. Whoever becomes the leader has a huge problem. We know each other's class, but not what we are capable of during a real fight. In a life and death situation, you can't give detailed explanations, only generic orders. An order is good only if executed in a proper manner. You have experienced firsthand how easy it is to freeze due to panic. In my case, I tend to let my bloodlust blind me. Both issues would cause any plan to crumble in the face of the enemy. My suggestion is to put the leader matter aside and just watch each other's back. Only by familiarizing with our skill sets and behaviors, a shoddy team like this has any chance of survival. After the team agreed, Lith started explaining to everyone how to make use of first magic in the wilderness. They had to use the darkness spell concealment to hide their smell all the time and never leave the cave on foot, but by using flight or float to not leave prints going in and out from the entrance. The same applied to hunting. Coupling those spells was the best way to sneak up on a prey. Lith, Myrna, and Floria left the cave, while Belia and Vyson stayed behind. Vyson decided to employ the time at hand to make the cave more stable, spacious, and to solve what would be an inevitable hurdle. Soon someone would be in need of a bathroom, and he doubted that anyone would consider the idea of going alone outside. Getting literally caught with your pants down was nightmare material. Once on the outside, the hunting team relied on looks and hand gestures, trying to speak only as a last resort. Being a mage knight, Floria decided to pair up with Myrna to protect her, while Lith would move on his own. Sigh, I can't believe I have to babysit these kids. I know, Solus replied, but it's the purpose of this whole exercise. Yeah, it took us a while to understand why during the second day Trask didn't assign any points. It was because he wanted us to teach each other actively, not just beat the crap out of your opponent. And guess who do you have to thank for having understood the real nature of this test? Solus giggled. And guess who do you have to thank for keeping me alive and avoiding you the trouble of finding another host? Lith sarcastically replied. I'm sorry, your ladyship, he performed a mind curtsy. But while you enjoy the show in your front row seat, I'm the one in the Colosseum, so is not such an amazing result. You can watch the bigger picture, but I must focus on teeth, claws, and keeping my guts where they belong. Meaning, like I don't worry all the time. A simple thank you would suffice. Lith felt like crap, snapping at her for no reason. I'm really sorry, Solus. I know you were just trying to lighten the mood and cheer me up. It's just that I am already so stressed that I'd need some way to vent out. And thank you. You are the only one that knows all my flaws, yet still cares for me. Thank you for all the help you give me every day, and for never stopping trying to make me into a better person. That was the first time his chatterbox mage tower had nothing so say. Her mind was blank as a slate. Lith preferred not to pry further. She was likely to be either angry at him or just too surprised to reply. They often joked about it, but he had never earnestly thanked her before for meddling in his private life. The woodlands were denser than the Tron woods. Despite all his experience, Lith was at loss. They couldn't get too far away from the hill without risking of getting lost, nor they could split too much in case something happened. This time he couldn't cheat his way out with life vision and spirit magic. How could he possibly explain being able to spot animals underground in tree trunks? Myrna and Floria weren't having better luck. Keeping two spells always active wasn't something they were used to. Double casting was demanding for their focus, and at the slightest slip-up they had to cast them both again, consuming even more mana. While Myrna's ego seemed to have recovered quickly, regaining her confident attitude, Floria had never felt so ashamed in her whole life. She was the most promising descendant in a bloodline of mage knights, yet she kept stumbling through her specialization course. Her father had taught her personally both magic up to Tier 3 and swordplay. He even made her fight wild beasts to give her real enemies. But now she realized that all her confidence was built on a lie. She was so used always having him by her side that she never took any challenge seriously. Her father would always help her if something went wrong. At the academy, instead, she was alone. The professor was tough and demanding, the competition so fierce that her so-called friends were too busy fixing their own mistakes to pay her any attention. When the headmaster had announced the mock exam, she had rejoiced, thinking it was her time to shine. But she had never seen something so big like a magical beast. At the moment of truth, her nerves had failed her, turning her into a burden for everyone. Despite Floria's earlier brave facade, she was still scared out of her mind, trembling at any noise, her hand clutching the hilt of her sword so tight that it was white. Floria could not help but envy Myrna. She was so pretty compared to her, and despite all that she had went through, her will was rock solid. Myrna, on the other hand, reciprocated such feelings in full. She was jealous of Floria, so tall and strong, she was bound to have lots of admirers. The reason why Myrna appeared so confident was because she believed not having any more face to lose. She had already gone below and beyond the bottom of the barrel. In her mind, she could only rise up. "Stop squirming like that, you are making me nervous too," Myrna whispered. She couldn't bear any more her guardian's twists and turns. "Sorry, but I have an eerie feeling about this. This whole forest is an eerie feeling. Where the fuck are the animals? I can hear animals' calls, but we still have to meet a single soul." The minutes quickly turned into hours, and the only creatures they spotted were too far and fast to get any shot at them. The sun had reached the zenith, so they decided to give up and check if Lith's luck had been any better. A few dozen meters away, Lith had come to the same conclusion. Even using all the tricks in his book, his praise would amount to a poor meal for one person. He had never learned how to follow tracks or use traps. He had always been reliant on true magic. But while he was observed, those abilities were sealed. Suddenly an odd chirping resounded. The three of them listened carefully, hoping for a last-minute big catch. The more they listened to it, the less it sounded like birds. It was more of a mix of a rhythmic cricket's chirruping and a mouse's high-pitched squeaking. "Soulless, this sounds a lot like bats, but it makes no sense. They are mostly nocturnal animals. Not to mention it doesn't explain why all the other animals have gone silent." "Definitely close, but not bats," she replied. "It's not squeaking, more like joints clicking." The noise kept growing in intensity until it was all around them. Expecting another magical beast to attack right after announcing its presence, they tried to regroup as fast as they could. The moment they lowered their guard, looking for each other's position, was the beginning of the end. From the treetops and countless holes in the ground, well hidden by the thick vegetation, countless spiders attacked them from all directions. Some of them were small and round, their body size close to a basketball, while others were as big as a Labrador. Their black bodies were covered in long bristles, with red dots all over. "Watch out, those are clackers," Myrna yelled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Neither of her teammates had ever heard of them. "Fuck me sideways," Lith cursed. None of the books in Soluspedia ever mentioned that insects or arachnids can turn in magical beasts. I have no idea what these things are capable of. The attack had been too sudden. The clicking noise wasn't a warning. It was how the clackers had coordinated their attack, leaving them no escape routes. The spells in Lith's rings were useless. Checkmate Spears was a finisher against big opponents. Against a small army it had no effect. The Tier 2 ring held a healing spell, while the Tier 1 was a simple blinding spell. Sure, no one beside him knew what his rings contained, but that still left him with just 3 true magic spells. After that, Lith had either to accept the loss or blow up his cover. He had no real weapon outside first magic. He had been caught completely unprepared. Chapter 77, End of Day 1-2. The clackers' strategy was simple and effective. After having surrounded their prey, they swarmed them in a one-wave rush. The ones on the ground tried to overpower them, while those on the trees threw spider webs the size of a tablecloth. All the while those that kept hanging from their threads spat poison non-stop, aiming for their eyes. Lith did his best, using water magic to turn his hands into razor-sharp blades and cutting off everything that came too close, but there were simply too many. He wasn't used being ambushed and never encountered such situations. All the spells he had at hand, both true and fake magic ones, were aimed toward bigger single opponents. He had no idea how to manage a swarm of small enemies. The girls were faring much better than him. As soon as Floria had seen the clackers, her father's teachings had kicked in, and she had quickly conjured a tower shield made of white-hot rocks. It served as both offense and defense, since her own magic could not harm her. Spiderwebs would burst into flames like made of paper. The poison would just fizzle without any effect, while everything that touched the shield would lose its limbs if not its life. From the moment she had recognized the nature of the enemy, Myrna had stuck her back against Floria's, using her protection to put her war mage specialization to use. Myrna filled the space around them with ice shards as long and thick as an arm, raining down on the clackers like they had a mind of their own, without missing a target. She could freely cast a spell after the other, switching place with Floria in case of attack, while her magic exterminated dozens of enemies at a time. Back at the White Griffin, Professor Vaster, who was in charge of surveillance for that area, contacted Scarlet demanding explanations. "What in the gods' names are clackers doing? This is not part of our deal." "Of course not." Vaster went into a daze, seeing through the communicator amulet that the Scorpicore was sipping tea from a porcelain cup the size of a bucket. "Insects and arthropods have no respect for any hierarchy except for their own. I do agree that they are spawning too fast, though. A culling might be needed, but right now I have other business to attend. If you need our help, you just have to ask." Scarlet scoffed at his face, picking a cookie the size of a plate. "No, thanks." Vaster closed the call, cursing the monster and its arrogance for trying to copycat humans. "Thorman, get ready to retrieve 3 students," he said to a bulky middle-aged professor in charge of the Mage Knight specialization. "One of mine, one of yours +1. Thorman laughed at his colleague's lack of manners, setting the coordinates for the pickup spot in his ring. He remembered his student, a talented girl that was allowing herself to get drowned in insecurity. Linjos was right, after all. With the old rules, even someone like Floria would have been eliminated before the hour mark. The Academy's system needed to be changed. He was now regretting being one of Linjos' fiercest opponents. Lith's situation was getting worse by the second. Despite his heightened senses and reflexes, there was only so much he could do. The only reason he was still standing was because he could use up to 6 first magic spells at a time. Even so, he could only delay the inevitable. The clackers were now so close that even if he was at liberty of using true magic, he would not have the time. No matter how many he killed, there were always more coming forward. "Help, I need help," was the only thing he managed to scream from time to time. Floria instead was swept by euphoria. The spiderlings normally lacked fear, but the fight had long turned into a massacre. The flaming shield was impenetrable, and every time the sword flashed behind it, many would get mutilated or worse. They had only 2 paths ahead, to retreat or die. Myrna tried her best to keep up with her, but while casting she couldn't move very fast. Floria was becoming increasingly reckless with her attacks, pursuing the enemies fleeing in front of her, uncaring for the consequences. "What the heck are you doing? Come back here." They were now several meters apart, enough for the spiders to surround Myrna again. When Floria realized her mistake, a clacker hanging from a tree branch cut off its string, falling on top of Myrna and inflicting its venomous bite. Before she could reach the ground, the clackers swarmed over her. The smaller spiders bit her unconscious, while the big ones were carrying her away with their threads. Floria was between a rock and a hard place. No matter her choice, someone was bound to die. Lith and Myrna were in opposite directions. There was no way of saving both. She remained frozen on the spot, incapable of making a decision until it was taken out of her hands. Thorman appeared through a warp steps, right beside the cocoon containing Myrna. His body was exuding a blue aura. Whenever a spider closed in, it would be squashed by his war hammer. Thorman slammed it on the ground, holding it with both hands. The shockwave resulting turned all the nearby spiders into dust, while the cocoon at his feet suffered no damage. Thorman loaded it on his shoulder, before looking at Floria in the eyes with a stern look. I'm sorry for being such a crappy teacher. And then he disappeared into another warp steps. Floria felt ashamed of herself. Once again, she had disappointed her teacher, and this time she had managed to do it in front of all the academy staff, while also failing her teammate. The arm holding the estoc fell alongside her body, the weapon almost slipping out of her fingers, already touching the ground. What a poor excuse of a mage knight I am. The clackers noticed the opening and prepared to exploit it. Sorry if I exist, but help, Lith yelled on the top of his lungs. Between the previous ambush and Thorman attack, he was facing a far lesser number of spiderlings, so he took the chance to regroup with his companion. Lith activated the Tier 1 magic holding ring, generating a flash like another sun had appeared in front of him. The spiderlings groaned and took a step back, while he jumped above them to escape the encirclement. Sadly, the clackers had a poor sight to begin with. They sensed the outside world mainly through their bristles, capable of detecting the movement of their preys through the vibrations they created by moving. Floria could see a replay of what had just happened. Another spider fell from above on Lith's back, biting him right below the neck. Feeling his consciousness fading away, with his last coherent thought, Lith unleashed checkmate spears on himself. Being encircled, the ice spears would trample everything along the way, while being incapable of harming him. As much as he hated it, he had to pin all his hopes on a perfect stranger, who Lith valued more or less like a used car salesman. After that, he fell limp on the ground. The venom quickly reached his brain, disconnecting it from the rest of the body. Just as he had predicted, the spears turned into toothpaste all the clackers between them and their target, before passing through Lith's body like they were just an illusion. The spell created a path between them, but it was only a matter of seconds before more enemies reinforced their ranks. Cursing herself for her stupidity, Floria threw away the self-pity, finally realizing what Thorman's words actually meant. Most Mage Knight's spells had a short range, but they had the invaluable virtue that they needed only one hand to be cast. In less than a second, she conjured the full guard spell, creating a spherical blue aura with a radius of 1.65 meters, 5.41 feet, all around her. The same Thorman used with a radius slightly bigger than her estoc's range. Thanks to full guard, she had no blind spots. Whatever entered the sphere would be detected. Floria was able to strike with surgical precision without looking. It didn't matter if it was spit, webs, or spiders, everything would be met by the shield or the sword. Her estoc was the goodbye gift of her father, forged with a secret family technique. The point stabbed like a spear, while the sword's single edge would cut like a katana. She moved towards Lith's position, releasing small darkness bursts with each strike. For so little creatures, the vital organs were closely packed to each other. The flesh would rot as soon as it was cut, making even suicidal attacks useless. Each stab to the body or the head would mean instant death. So cool, it's awesome. Lith's feverish mind was still able to work, but barely. The venom was impairing both his nervous system and mind. We must look into that, it's so something. Lith, are you okay? Solus was really worried. You sound a lot like in the memories where you were drunk and under the effects of marijuana. Your thoughts are incoherent and erratic. Are you sure you are okay? Is okay, if Death Hammer Man saves me. By my maker, you are getting worse. Move that Aaz, sister. Floria charged forwards, using her burning tower shield as a ram, reaching Lith's side. She then used her free hand. Remember that the shield is conjured, she does not need to hold it, it floats by itself. To cast the second spell Thorman reminded her of. By planting her estoc in the ground, she activated Blast Guard. It generated a small flaming sphere that affected everything in the surroundings except for the space within a meter, 3.3 feet from her body. To avoid accidents, she crouched down, holding her fallen comrade as close as possible. The spell had a short duration, but long enough for her to cast a Tier 3 detoxifying spell. Come on, I can't screw up 3 times in a single day. Snap out of it, you are the healer, not me. The spell was meant to neutralize the most common venoms and poisons. Magical beast secretions were a class of their own. She realized how stupid she had been not purchasing any potions. If she had them, maybe she could have saved both her team members, without having to rely on gambles and wishful thinking. Like reading her mind, Lith started to cast the same spell he had used to save the Martianist daughter. Floria's spell served its purpose, giving him enough clarity to weave the spell and disguise it as a fake magic personal one. A small orb of venom was expelled, preventing any further damage to his body, while he activated the second-tier healing spell in his ring, recovering a good chunk of his mind. If I were you, I'd start running, Lith said, chuckling like an idiot. His pupils were still dilated. Floria sheathed the estoc before lifting Lith with a princess carry, activating the flight spell stored in one of her rings. After what had happened earlier, she had prepared it in case she needed to escape again. The tower shield moved on her back, preventing further assaults from above. She took a roundabout path to lose the cacklers before returning to the cave, activating concealment again to hide their presence. Lith would look at her stern face from time to time, giggling like a little girl. Look, Solus, I got my knight in a shining armor to save me. Lith, you are still confused. You are thinking out loud. Please shut up, she mentally screamed. Who's Solus? Floria asked when the situation seemed to have calmed down enough. A good friend of mine. We know each other from years. By the way, isn't this the time when the hero tries to hit on his rescue? Please, don't try to kiss me. I don't think I could stop you right now. I like living too much. Floria's cheeks reddened. Solus couldn't tell if from embarrassment, rage, or both. Why would I want to force me on you? Who the fuck do you think you are? The rage sounded genuine. Lith kept laughing. Ah, kids, so cute and naive, getting embarrassed by stupid jokes. You need to get out more, get a life. Who are you calling a kid? You are younger than me. Want to bet? Floria was getting annoyed. He was clearly out of his mind. Is Solus your girlfriend or just an ex? If he was trying to embarrass her, it was a game that two could play. Nah, she's a girl and a friend, but that's it. We are both heartless and stone-cold, so we have a lot in common. Also, it would be really difficult to get in touch with her. Get it? Get in touch. Then he started cackling like it was the best joke ever. She ignored him for the rest of the flight. Lith was rambling nonsense, sometimes even speaking some sort of gibberish Aka English. Back at the cave, she could finally relax, and with the help of the other two, they kept healing Lith until he was clear-headed again. After cleansing his body from the last traces of venom, Lith shared a couple of freshly cooked blinkers. I don't know you, but I had enough for today. I'm not stepping out of here until tomorrow. The motion was unanimously approved. Chapter 78, Day 2. After the end of their shift, Vaster and Thorman went back to their quarters. Vaster waited until they were alone before expressing his hilarity. Thorman, old friend, I would have never imagined you had it in you, helping your student like that. Technically, that's against the rules. Vaster tone of fake indignation wouldn't have fooled a deaf man. I did no such a thing. I just used the spells that I considered best for the situation at hand. If she ended up copying me, how is that my fault? Are you going to report me? It was a rhetoric question. Thorman already knew the answer. Are you kidding me? Your student ended up saving mine. The least I could do is gifting you that bottle of 50 years aged blue flame you keep eyeing every time you enter into my office. I'm glad you loosened the stick up your ass. Fug. In an underground maze, several kilometers away from the castle, another kind of conversation was taking place. After slaughtering its way through the nest, Scarlet was facing the brood mother. It was the creature responsible for the abnormal spawn rate of the clackers. Every single one of them was one of her children. Its abdomen was that of a giant spider with 8 long longs, but in the place of the head there was a human-like figure. It was like someone had attached a human, starting from the thighs to the spider body. But it was a human with no distinctive features. Its chitinous skin was gray. The hands had unnaturally long fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. The head had 8 eyes, and a long slit where the mouth was supposed to be, allowing it to speak. Look, I'm tired of playing hide-and-seek. I only came here because I know you are smart enough to understand me, and because I hate senseless destruction. Scarlet was quite angry from the repeated assaults it had suffered along the way. They had no effect except wasting Scarlet's time. What do you want, O mighty ruler? The mother's voice was low and hoarse. Every word sounded more coughed rather than spoken. Yet it managed to laugh, sneering at the Scorpicore claimed title. Stop laying so many eggs. Your children are a plague for the forest. You have already invaded others' territories. I won't repeat myself a second time. The brood mother chuckled again. It's that so? Then I challenge you, O ruler. The forest needs a new guiding hand. Scarlet scoffed. It had heard that speech countless times, either from humans or magical beasts. Fine, challenge accepted. The conversation was cut short, much to Mother's annoyance. Violating all the rules of the challenge, the brood mother attacked without notice, making the fully developed clackers that guarded the throne room, each the size of a bull, coordinate with its attack. The Scorpicore's roar struck in 2 waves. The first was a cold one, turning the whole underground nest in a frozen wasteland. The second was an ultrasonic one that turned the newly formed ice sculptures in countless shattered pieces. "Oh, I won, big surprise, long live to me." Sad for having no witness of its crushing victory, Scarlet called Linjo's. "The Clacker's issue is solved. With the brood mother dead, the survivors will go into hiding until another comes up. Let's hope the next one will have more brains than bronze." "Thanks for solving the matter so quickly," Linjo's replied. "What do you want in return?" "I like this human," Scarlet thought. "Always saying please and thank you instead of treating me like a tool like his predecessors did. I'll make sure he keeps his position." "Let's just say you owe me one. What's the survival rate of your cubs?" "Better than the previous years. Around 50% of the groups made it through the first day. It's time to kick things up a notch." Back in the cave, Lith's group was finishing breakfast and planning the rest of the day. Everyone had much appreciated Vyson creating a side cave bathroom. Despite everything was supposed to be a team effort, not all of them could be executed properly in front of others. With so many mouths to feed, Lith's stash wouldn't last more than 3 more days. Using magic burned a lot of calories. It exhausted both the body and the mind. "Thank the gods you ended up in my group," Belia said, gnawing away the last shred of meat from the bones. "After fasting for a whole day, I would have either surrendered or eaten Vyson." Everyone at the table laughed but Lith. "Why so glum, mate? And seriously, why do you keep so much food on yourself?" Vyson asked. "Not that I'm complaining." Lith glared for a long moment, before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. "We are not mates, lucky bastard. In order, not glum, envious, because clearly none of you has ever starved, and the second answer is linked to the first. When you suffer from hunger as long as I did, you do not feel safe unless you have some food with you at all times." Vyson realized his blunder and tried to apologize, but Lith dismissed everything as an accident, proceeding to explain what they could expect from magical beasts. After he gave them all the key points from his experience, there were still a few things left to say. Never underestimate a magical beast. They may be stuck with just 2 elements, but they can use them in ways we can only imagine. Their casting time is incredibly fast, and to make things worse, our physical prowess is nothing compared to them. They need just 1 hit to incapacitate us, or worse. My advice is to always keep your distance, and never play the game like they expect us to. Doesn't that mean that we are already screwed? We have already lost our biggest hitter. Vyson wasn't much of an optimist about the situation, and neither was Belia. We have lost only 1 member. Our aim is to survive, not to beat them all into submission. After the previous day, Floria had shed away most of her insecurities, becoming more decisive. The main problem is that after pondering a lot about it, I came to the conclusion that splitting up was a mistake. This is a group exercise. Staying in a cave isn't getting us anywhere. You 2 could have helped us a lot yesterday. Not only Myrna could have been saved, but you would have gained battle experience. After fighting the Clackers, I feel I have grown a lot as a mage knight. None of us will truly understand his own abilities without putting them to the test." "Agreed," Lith chimed in. "That's the reason why I taught you about how to use first magic in the wilderness and about magical beasts. That, and because otherwise you would fall without teaching me nothing. Mage Knight's spells are something I have to replicate ASAP. I can't wait to see what those 2 are capable of. Plus, I discovered a huge hole in my toolkit. I have to devise something against a swarm of small enemies." "And what about a swarm of big enemies?" Solus asked. "In that case, my only option is to run away. Also, I would like to propose Floria as team leader. For an unexperienced unit like ours, defense is more important than offense. Her skill set provides us the best options to stall and regroup, not to mention yesterday she proved herself." "It's an odd way to say, 'Thank you for saving my ass,'" she replied. "If we are keeping a score, I saved yours twice, first from the Singy, then from the Rye. You are still an ass short from getting the right to brag." He rebutted with one of his very few charming smiles. The forced cohabitation, coupled with facing so many dangers together, had helped the group to develop camaraderie. Despite all the hardships, Floria was starting to enjoy their situation. It was the first time since coming to the academy that she was being looked up for her skill, not her noble title. Her teammates didn't hope for her to fail to feel better about themselves. They were counting on her. Lith instead wasn't touched at all. For him, it was just a temporary setback, something he had to cope with, exploiting that time to regain his people's skills. He knew that over time, his edgelord demeanor would do him more harm than good. The world was big and unknown. He needed to play by the rules of society and avoid useless conflicts. In the grand scheme of his plans, 1 week was barely a rehearsal. No one objected to Lith's proposal. He had already gained their respect. After seeing Floria carrying him barely conscious, and listening to their story, Vysen and Belia needed no more proof of her valor. Before setting out of here, here's my orders. Vysen, you'll pair up with Lith. Is better to keep attack and defense of each unit balanced. I'll take care of Belia. Second, switch whatever you have in your magic storing rings with your best last resort spells. So far, nothing else worked, and things go downhill pretty fast. Having learned from his past mistakes, Lith had already prepared, so he used that time to pass something from his pocket dimension to Floria's, leaving her dazed. There's something definitely wrong with your head, she said, looking at his cold smile while he was explaining his idea. But that's so wrong to be good. The morning hunt did go much better than the previous day. By going the opposite direction of the clacker's nest, they found much more wildlife. Lith managed to disguise multiple times spirit magic with air magic, claiming quite a catch. Floria helped too. While Belia and Vysen focused on finding edible plants and fruits, their hunting skills were zero, and the others couldn't waste the precious light time teaching them. Moving around for so long in the forest, it took Center only a few hours to find them and report their position. Do I have to announce myself and act alone like an idiot again? Making mistakes on purpose didn't upset the Kron, unless they ended up losing. No, new day, new rules. Only one of you has to be spotted. The others can lay low and coordinate their attacks with you, Scarlet replied. One glove is off. Let's get round 2 started. Chapter 79, Day 2-2. It was almost noon. Floria's group was about to call it a day, planning to resume after lunch. Belia was walking in the air. After all that had happened during their first day, she had kept picturing the forest like a hellish place, with dangers lurking behind every corner. That morning, instead, had been so peaceful that she had managed to calm herself and regain a bit of self-esteem. Vysen was of a different opinion. Damn, seeing Liths and Floria going along so well after a single fight together. I was really hoping to get the opportunity to prove myself to them. If a trembling jelly like Floria has managed to become our team leader in one day, why should I be any different? My family is in the magic business from Generation 2, and my mom always told me that I am talented. Too bad that the Academy's professors do not agree with her. With Floria's foolproof plan and Lith covering my ass, I could show those beasts who is the boss. Instead all I did was picking fruits like a fucking monkey. Suddenly, the wildlife calls that had filled the air until a moment ago went quiet. Center's shriek cracked the silence, announcing its presence. Lith flew to Vysen's side, while Floria did the same for Belia. The 2 men units kept a distance between themselves of about 10 meters, 11 yards, close enough to be able to help each other in case of need, but far enough to not get caught by friendly fire. Unlike the first day, Vysen wasn't scared at all. Lith was already covering his back, so he started chanting his first warden spell, confiding in his partner's skill to buy him enough time. Thank you, gods. This is really my lucky day. I feel we can do it. But since you are already listening to me, can I also have the hot teacher from Principles of Advanced Magic fall into my arms, completely naked? Sadly, the mystic line between a man and his gods had to be gone bad. Instead of Nalar, it was Center diving downwards Vysen, its talons spread wide for the kill. Truth to be told, it was a female and was naked too. Hence many could argue that 2/3 of the youth's prayer had actually been granted. Lith managed to finish his spell in time, conjuring 3 fireballs at once in a triangular formation along the Kron's trajectory. To avoid getting hit, Center was forced to conjure a strong updraft to make a U-turn and avoid the blunt of the explosion. Seeing that all eyes were still following its movements, after gaining altitude, Center started flying in circles and preparing a trap. Coming from the opposite direction from their partner, Termin and Rook tried to take the humans by surprise. Yet no one had actually paid any attention to the Kron, their casting uninterrupted. Floria had already conjured a tower shield made out of earth, its surface completely frozen. A perfect counter to most spells based on air or fire magic, the only elements Arai could use. Belia was now wearing a thin suit of armor, formed by countless shards of ice, the number of which was rising at dramatic speed, covering every inch of her body and forming odd spikes on her back and arms. Rook had often seen that spell in the past years. The Rai knew it meant troubles. Termin, we have no time to lose. If the armor fully forms, we'll lose our physical advantage against that pup, and will be forced to rely more on spells. Then what are we waiting for? I'll take care of the pup so dumb to use my elements, while you knock the others unconscious. Center has almost finished setting up the array. It's a foolproof plan. Stop thinking with your tusks, dimwit. It's all too obvious. This is either a trap or the most idiotic plan I have ever seen. Let's pretend to fall for it, but be ready to switch opponents once we understand their ruse. Emrook had used an air spell to keep contact with its partners, no matter how distant. Copy that, Emrook, Center replied. I'll give you all the covering fire you need. Let's kick their asses and go home. I'm bored already. Phew, I'm glad I get to switch target with Emrook, Termin thought. I don't like the pup with the mean eyes. He gives me an eerie feeling. I can't put my knuckles on it, but he has a vibe that reminds me of Boss Scarlet. Termin wasn't stupid, quite the contrary. Emrook knew it, and that was the reason it had lashed at the Singi's eagerness. Termin had the sharpest instinct among the three, but this time was too embarrassed for sharing its readings. Both the magical beasts charged at their opponents, Emrook in a zigzag pattern to not offer an easy target, while Termin could only advance in a straight line. Well, look at that, Lith thought. Seems that when not chasing us, they are not allowed to use fusion magic. First the Kron, and now the Rai aren't using air fusion speed boost to overwhelm us. If I'm right, this is a rare occasion to go mano a mano with a magical beast. If I'm wrong, I'll fall valiantly protecting the team and get the heck out of here. Vysen had yet to finish his second spell. He needed more time. There were only so much Lith could do, with all the restrictions that the presence of witnesses burdened him with. But having already drank another set of 3 fake potions, and activating air, fire, and earth fusion, he was still quite confident after discovering that his opponents had restrictions too. Lith flew toward the Rai, maneuvering in all 3 dimensions, forcing it to a stop. Not this again, Emrook growled in frustration. Suddenly, switching targets didn't seem such a good idea anymore. Ah, Emrook, my stubborn apprentice. Seems like yesterday when a man-pup gave you a good beating, and I once again pressed you to learn how to fly. Any creature that controls air magic should do it. Refusing to is a sign of either pride or stupidity. Which one is your case, apprentice? Boss Scarlet's voice resounded in its ears. It doesn't seem like it was yesterday, and you repeated that 100 times already. I get it. Now shut the fuck up. This pup is troublesome. Scarlet guffawed at the Rai, trying to hide its shame and embarrassment behind an angry facade. Meanwhile, Termin had almost reached the girls. When the Singi was about 30 meters, 33 yards from them, they both launched toward it 2 yellow wisps of air magic, one from the left, one from the right, in an X pattern that left Termin no way to dodge. Oh shit, not this again, Termin thought. Having learned its lesson, the Singi dived nose first toward the ground. That opened under the girl's astonished eyes and turned softer than cotton, allowing the beast to burrow through like a hot knife against butter. That move had caught them unprepared, but Floria training kicked in. She kept following the tunneling effect with her eyes, while casting a Mage Knight's spell with her free hand. Belia's armor was almost complete, and several full-formed ice weapons were circling around her, waiting for a command. Like Floria, she was readying another spell, cursing herself for not having bought any potion. They had asked Lith if he could share them, but the imprint system made it impossible. From opening the stopper to drinking the liquid, only the owner was allowed to do it. There were only 2 possible options. Lith could drink and spit them into another bottle, but not only that was disgusting, it was also useless. Outside the flask, the magical properties would quickly disappear. The second one was to pass the liquid mouth to mouth. Everyone had dismissed the idea without a second thought. In the heat of the battle, it would have been suicidal. When Termin came out of the ground, right under the girl's feet, like a shark from a horror movie, it met Floria's tower shield reinforced by the tower guard spell. It enhanced the conjured shield density, raising its weight and hardness to that of a rock weighing several hundred kilos. Despite tower guard, Termin came out dazed but unscathed, while the tower shield shattered on impact, forcing Floria to cast for a new one. Lith too was having a hard time. Once the initial surprise was over, the Rai had decided to ignore him and take down the weakest link. The other pup was doing nothing but casting non-stop, with no apparent effect. Much to Lith's disappointment, even with the potion-like boost from fusion magic, his physical attacks had almost no effect. The thick fur was like a cushion, taking the blunt of the hits and dispersing most of the kinetic energy. Damn it, if only I could go all out with fusion magic, this would go differently. Not on my watch, Lith yelled, releasing his Tier 3 spell Checkmate spears to stall some more. But this time Emrook had its legs on the ground and had already experienced the spell's effect. So it used compact and high-density air shields to deflect all the spears it wasn't able to dodge, while moving at high speed with air fusion. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought. Their restrictions only apply when attacking, not defending. It took only a couple of seconds for Lith's spell effects to wear off, leaving the Rye with nothing more than a few bruises. Vysen had yet to finish. How long does it take? Lith yelled in frustration. And don't you dare answering until everything's ready. Perfection requires time. Vysen inwardly grumbled, completing the second spell and starting the third one. I swear that as soon as I get back to the academy, I'll stockpile speed potions like there's no tomorrow. How could I be so stupid? I'd really deserve a good beating. Once again, Vysen and the gods seemed to be perfectly in tune. Center had finally completed the dark air array in the sky, making flying above the trees impossible for the 4 students. While thunderbolts and black arrows rained from the enormous magic circle the Kron had materialized. The fast lightnings and the slower arrows coordinated their trajectories, leaving Floria's team no way out but defeat. Chapter 80, Day 2's Aftermath. While Termin was still in a daze, Belia didn't miss the opportunity to strike with her most powerful lightning spell. The Singi was incapable of using fusion magic, so it took a clean hit, its whole body going into a spasm, keeping it an easy target. Damn it, Belia thought. I was so scared when those things attacked, that's only thanks to Floria's instructions that I didn't freeze again. And to add insult to the injury, I was in such a rush that I ended using the bladed battle armor instead of the bashing one. Edged weapons are useless against such thick protections. Fuck my life. Here goes everything. As soon as the lightning struck, Belia rearranged the ice shards that composed her armor, turning the gloves in war hammers, that she slammed with the combined strength of her arms and flight spell between the Singi's eyes. The impact was strong enough to make the beast take a few steps back, while shaking its head trying to regain focus. The several blades conjured from the ice armor started to spin on their axis, turning into buzz saws. Following Belia's will, they encircled the enemy attacking from all sides, managing thanks to their high-speed rotation to cut through the rock-hard skin. Termin scoffed at the girl's efforts. Please, the first hit is for free, the next ones you have to earn them. Just like the day of their first encounter, the Singi activated Mountain Body, its strongest defensive spell. Every inch of Termin's body turned to a shiny black, its density raised to the extreme thanks to a massive flow of earth magic. A short charge forward was enough to send Belia crashing against tree, stopping the blade swarm in its tracks. Floria had no idea how to stop something so strong and heavy, yet she had to try. It was in that moment that the situation turned for the worse, with lightning and dark projectiles raining from the sky. That's a game 2 can play, Vysen inwardly screamed. Gods, why in the hero's tales they are never caught in the middle of a spell? Talking should be a free action. It was his time to shine, yet he was forced to keep chanting the third Warden formation, while with his foot he activated the magic symbol he had engraved in the ground. All he could do was use first magic to create a bang noise, alerting his companions. Instantly, the entire area of the fight was surrounded by magnetite-enriched stone pillars that acted like powerful lighting rods and intercepted every single electricity magic-based attack. Shit, I wanted to complete all 3 to maximize their effect, but we are losing ground every second. Gritting his teeth, Vysen activated the second array, creating a 10 meters, 11 yards, radius low-gravity field. The 4 mages had all stored a flight spell in their rings or were already flying, so they could instantly cope with the sudden change. Gravity or not, it made no difference to them. But when Termin tried to take on Floria's shield, she only had to give it a strong push upwards to send it in the air, like the Singi was just a balloon. Belia's armor had already reformed, and she was ready to intercept the enemy. According to the plan, she should have kept it in the air, exploiting the Singi's weakness to wear it down with physical and magical attacks, giving Floria the time to take care of the Rye. But avoiding the sudden hail of dark bullets and foiling all Termin's attempts to reach the ground required all of her focus, leaving Belia no time to attack. Termin was conjuring tendrils of earth to get back down, generating at the same time thick ice shields to intercept Belia's spells and ice bullets to keep her away. The Singi couldn't allow to be hit by a lift again. It would have been too humiliating failing twice for the same trick. Termin was giving its all, swimming towards the tendrils. All Belia could do was use her conjured weapons to cut the tendrils as soon as they arose from the ground, While dodging the combined attacks, the magical beasts were raining on her. Lith could only curse their bad luck. Who would have thought that magical beast can use arrays too? Based on what I have seen, if I could use true magic, I could fight on par with one of them. But as a fake magic user, we need two of us to make one of them. Even if Myrna was still with us, we would still be at disadvantage. We have only until Vison's formations run out of juice before the wipeout. Got to take care of that Kron and fast. As soon as the second Warden array was activated, Lith circled around the flabbergasted Emrook, whose legs were now a few centimeters floating above the ground, grabbing it by the tail and throwing it toward Floria. According to the plan, it was up to her to get rid of the Rye with the ace and the whole Lith had kindly provided. But even without the lightnings, Center's control on the array was on another level, compared to Vison's. Center could freely manipulate the dark bullets aiming only to their enemies, greatly reducing the advantage the low-gravity field granted the man-pups. The Kron would also reinforce the barrage, adding wind blades, making any attempt to attack her allies even harder. Despite always having refused to learn how to fly, Emrook was a natural at air magic. Even just reacting by instinct, the Rye was able to move enough to avoid almost all Floria half-baked attacks. Seeing no other way out, Lith decided to resort to a ridiculous plan that had just popped in his head. Termin was completely focused on Belia, and at controlling the tendrils, its back was wide open. The Singi had yet to notice that Lith and Floria had switched opponents. Lith shoot a fireball at the ground below Termin. The resulting explosion propelled it in the air, away from the earth tendrils and scattering the defensive shields. Lith moved below the belly of the beast, pushing it upwards with all the speed and strength he could muster. Vison's array didn't cover that much space. Lith needed to gain momentum fast, before the reduced gravity effect wore off. He soared the skies, willingly walking into Center's trap. Using Termin as a shield, though, it was the poor Singi that took all the damage in his stead, grunting at its opponent for using such a dirty tactic. Center was forced to temporarily stop the sky array. Termin could take lightnings all day and whistle the whole time, but darkness bullets were another story. Every time they hit, they would sap the strength and vitality of the victim. When all the momentum had dissipated and the Singi started to plummet, Center hesitated for a moment. The Kron could see its friend had gone limp. Its eyes were clouded by the fatigue and pain from all the friendly fire it had endured. Center was worried that falling from that height, Termin could get seriously wounded if it didn't manage to soften the landing. Lith exploited their friendship, using that moment to reveal himself, casting his new and hopefully sure kill spell. Despite its name, Checkmate Spears had yet to defeat a single opponent. Burning Prison. 6 fireballs appeared at the same time around Center, one above, one below, and the others in a square shape, resembling for a moment a giant, flaming 8-faced die. Without giving the enemy the time to react, they all detonated together, inflicting heavy damages despite the air shield Center had managed to conjure at the last split second. Back at the castle, having nothing else to do, the professors were spectating and commentating their students' performances. "That's my student," Professor Vaster was puffing his chest with pride. "I always told you, Thorman, healing magic develops calm and foresight. That alone wins half of a battle," he said while actually looking at the headmaster, trying to get extra funds from him like everybody else. "Bullshit," Professor Wainmeyer replied. "That's thanks to my classes. Only a Forgemaster can have such a quick casting and precision at timing his spells." "Bah, you should get a full checkup as soon as possible. Clearly there is something wrong in your head." Vaster scoffed at her remark. "What if I killed you both at the same time? You are ruining my show," Manohar yelled, throwing salty snacks at them. Unlike the others, he was sitting on a very comfortable-looking armchair, surrounded by bowls filled with delicacies. He was zapping from fight to fight, looking for something interesting. Right now, he was trying to follow Floria's group from different angles through the surveillance mirrors. "Man, this stuff is good," he said while eating a pretzel-like snack. "We should record and sell it. I called dibs on the profits. I need more funds. Okay, Linjos." The headmaster could tolerate the lack of honorifics, but the idea of making a business out the sweat and blood of his students was too much. Those were the lives of young adults, not the entertainment for some rich and bored noble. Yet the idea had its allure. The academy was a black hole for money. No matter how much the kingdom invested on it, there were never enough. "I'm more interested in one student managing to develop a Tier 4 personal spell after a month." "Great job, Nalar." Professor Naylor replied with a polite bow, using the hand behind her back to give the finger to her boastful competitors. Before the smoke dissipated, Lith was already charging full speed ahead. I bet everything I have that the fucking Kron is still alive and kicking. No matter how much I put in a single spell, it's never enough against a magical beast. And he was right. Center was injured but far from being knocked out. It had managed to compensate quality with quantity, conjuring a series of concentric air barriers, having the spell effectiveness. While the Kron was still dazed by the booms and the blinding flames, Lith appeared through the lingering smoke. Putting the potions finally at use, he punched Center multiple times in the head and body. Back on the ground without covering fire, Emrook was losing ground quickly. The array intercepted every lightning, while Floria's shield offered protection against any quick spell it could whip up. Floria was managing to hit more and more often. Her sword was perfect for piercing the thick fur and skin of the Rai, that was now bleeding from multiple points. After using Blast Guard to throw her opponent off balance, she took out something from her dimensional amulet, using first magic to keep it on the tip of the sword. At her next stab, Emrook did its best to dodge, but Floria still managed to use her superior mobility to stab through, injecting the clacker's poison Lith had saved from the previous day in the enemy's side. Chapter 80, One Celebratory Bank. All those who were spectating were so astonished to be at loss for words. Scarlet and the headmaster called each other so fast that it was impossible to know who had called who. "What the heck is that thing?" asked Linjos. "How the heck did a fourth-year student got her hands on a stunner clacker's venom?" asked Scarlet. Having got his answer already, Linjos returned the favor. "Yesterday that group was attacked by clackers. One of the poison ones was recued and managed to detoxify himself. I never expected for him to actually store the venom for later use." Son of a... Scarlet turned back at the fight, where the tables were quickly being turned. Termin had managed to land safely, but its energy reserves were scraping the bottom of the barrel. Belia, on the other hand, could finally show all her prowess. By rearranging the ice shard that composed her armor, she was able to change the shape and size of all its parts. Sacrificing her defense, she turned her limbs in giant swords, hammers, sickles, whatever came to her mind that was better suited to juggle the Singi in midair, while her conjured weapons darted around piling up the damage. Floria kept sticking close to the Rai, while the venom started to take effect, making its movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Lith instead could feel that something was wrong. Despite all of his efforts, after a few blows Center had managed to put some distance between them, blocking the incoming attacks with air cushions that dissipated the force of each strike before it could reach the Kron's body. "Damn it, Solus, remind me never to get close to a magical beast until I get a decent weapon. First the Rai, now the Kron. I'm too weak to get anything from physical attacks. Fuck my life." There, Solus replied. "Look at the bright side, you learned this during an exercise instead of risking your life on a gamble." "Yeah, you are damn right. This time the glass is half full, even for me." Lith stopped giving chase and started casting another powerful spell, but Center was too fast, even in its debilitated state. Swallowing its pride, the Kron admitted defeat, using air fusion and air magic to run away as fast as it could. Center swooped down, rescuing Termin from Belia's clutches before it was too late. With a sudden U-turn, it grabbed also Emrook, using true air magic to make both its companions weightless. It was only then that Vysen completed the third array, conjuring multiple elemental spheres that would attack any opponent he would design as a target. Alas, there was no one left. To his defense, the whole fight had barely lasted a minute, and every time he had to activate an array or dodge an incoming attack, his casting speed had been severely affected. Warden's spells were more suited to be prepared from the rear guard, rather than in the line of fire. "Fuck," he yelled. "Right now, all that casting and sweat for nothing." "Who cares?" Belia was on cloud 9. "We won. This time they were the ones running away. We should celebrate." "Where is Lith?" Floria cut her short, refusing to lower her guard yet. "Right here," said a voice from above. Watching his face, one could think they had actually lost. Lith could barely contain his anger and frustration. "Why did I even waste all that time learning martial arts again? They are useless against magical beasts, and against humans I just need the simplest spell to kill or incapacitate them." "Well, maybe because you were so clumsy you would trip on your own feet," Solus sarcastically reminded him. "Also, they are not useless. All that footwork practice saved our lives countless times. If in the future you get cornered, what would have you said if you did not do it? Oh, why I was so arrogant? Why didn't I learn them again? You are unbelievable. Nothing is good enough for you. Too cold, too hot, too lukewarm. Enough with you control issues. Quit whining and rejoice. You'll ruin everyone's mood. Just looking at him, everyone assumed back their combat position, believing Lith's demeanor was caused by an impending danger he was going to warn them about. "Where is the enemy?" asked Floria, looking left and right, keeping an ear out for any suspicious noise. Lith used life vision, searching the proximities for any sign of danger. "Gone, I'd say. Even from above is all trees and small animals." "So did we really win?" A radiant smile appeared on Floria's face, finally lowering her estoc. She turned towards her companions, her arms raised to the sky in sign of joy. The others followed her suit, getting close to each other. Before something unspeakable, like asking him to partake in a group hug, could happen, Lith burst their bubble. "Do you really want to start screaming in this god's-forsaken forest? I say that with all the ruckus we made, it's better to go back to our haven before another uninvited guest shows up." "Party pooper," Solus scolded him. "Nonetheless, let's get out of here. The rings are empty, and your mana reserves are dangerously low." "I know, using a Tier 4 spell requiring hexacasting, while using 3 kinds of fusion magic really did take its toll. And I can't even use Invigorate too much. Having an apparently infinite mana capacity would raise too many questions." His words spoiled the happy mood, and by the time they got back at the cave, most of the euphoria was gone. "I still can't believe it." Belia's cheeks flushed at the thought of their battle. "I resent that. My plan was rock solid," Floria objected. "Indeed it was, but you misunderstood me. I meant that I still can't believe I didn't screw up. After how I behaved during the first day, I was starting to believe I was a hopeless case." There, a single slip-up means nothing. It can happen even to the best of us." Vysen was mostly speaking about himself, trying to be supportive at the same time. They started sharing the highlights of each one's contribution to the victory, patting themselves on the back and complimenting to each other. Lith was already nauseous from all the niceties, seriously considering to cut off the next hand on his shoulder. "If we want to eat more than hot air today, we need to prepare the meat. Has any of you ever skinned and gutted some game?" Lith used earth magic to conjure several jars from the ground, to collect the non-edible parts before destroying them with darkness magic. An awkward silence followed. "I never hunted alone before. I would always give my game to the cook. He always took care of the rest." Floria was embarrassed, so she fiddled the ground with her foot. "Interesting," Lith thought. "Floria does that every time she feels uncomfortable. I could exploit this tell if I ever decide to plagiarize poker." "Or if you are curious about who she is interested in," Solus chimed in. "What? Come on, Spoilsport. Don't you want to see some romance? You are all so young and hormonal. Wouldn't be cute if 2 of your teammates hook up." "It would be a disaster. First, their mind would become even emptier, and second, I don't want to spectate some kids making out. The cave is little and my patience short." Solus mind-pouted at him. According to Solus' observations, Floria wasn't uncomfortable around any of her teammates. That was disappointing for her. She really wanted someone to jump on Lith just to see his reaction. "I know only the basics, but I'm a fast learner," Vysen volunteered, winking at the girls. "Neither of them is really cute, but beggars can't be choosers," he thought. "I will show to the girls that a real man doesn't fear a little guts and blood." Having already experienced high school, Lith could recognize that look at first sight. It was what undeserved confidence mixed with desperation and the willingness to fuck anything that moves looked like. "Okay," Lith said, hiding a cruel grin behind a kind mask. "First, you have to drain the blood. To do that, you hang them upside down and then cut off the head." He made an exaggerated movement on purpose, sending a little blood everywhere. Vysen's face lost its color, turning pale. Lith mercilessly handed him a big fluffy rabbit. Despite being already dead, its big round eyes were staring at Vysen like asking, "Why did you kill me?" While Vysen was trying to come up with an excuse to go back with the girls, Lith had already took the skin off of his prey, handing that too to Vysen. "Put it in a jar for me, please." Lith never stopped smiling with a kind and brotherly expression on his face. Vysen let the rabbit fall from the shock. When his hands touched the greasy and sticky side of the skin, he turned green, fighting against the urge to puke. "You're a monster," Solus accused him. "Guilty as charged," he confessed. "At this point, you need to perform a big incision and pull out all the organs. Like this." He turned the gutted rabbit toward Vyson to let him better appreciate the view. Just to keep on the safe side, Lith reinforced the hush barrier and conjured a pot really close to his teammate. "Why are you still holding the skin?" Lith pretended to not have noticed he was frozen stiff. "Here, toss away the guts for me, please." When Lith handed him the viscera too, it was too much for Vyson. He fainted on the floor like a dead weight. Lith had expected some screaming and puking, but that was fine too. "What happened?" the girls asked after hearing the thump sound. They had run in the bathroom after the first blood. "Nothing. Seems Vyson is not cut to be a hunter, though." After getting rid of the poser, Lith's movements became much faster and precise. It wouldn't take him long to finish. "Does anyone know how to cook?" he asked. "Are you asking that just because we are girls?" Floria sounded quite enraged. "No, just because I hope someone can give me a hand." "Sorry," Belia said. "I know how to eat, though." "What about you, oh fearless leader?" Lith poked her since Floria still refused to reply. "I never got the chance nor the desire to learn, but I'm quite skilled at eating too, thank you for asking." Floria took a mental note to at least learn how to butcher, otherwise her hunting skill would lack a practical use. Before starting to cook, Lith cleaned everything and destroyed the jars and their content. He called the girls to wake up their fallen comrade and show them how to use first magic for cooking. When the delicious smell of roasted meat started to spread, Vyson fully regained his senses and appetite. Using so many powerful spells while fighting such a hard battle had exhausted most of their mana and stamina. They managed to wolf down everything they had got during the morning, leaving nothing for dinner. Despite not having salt or any spice, their meal was seasoned with victory and hunger, making that the best meal the three of them ever had in their life. Chapter 82 Interludium. After lunch, the group fell asleep. The stress and the fatigue from the last 2 days weighed heavily on everyone, but Lith and Floria were the most affected. They had been on their toes non-stop since their arrival in the forest. The only moments of rest were those that they spent in the cave. Lith had pushed his body so hard during those days that he was aching all over. He used invigoration as much as he could, and that meant very little. From his experiments with the potions, Lith knew that the physical enhancing ones had side effects, just like fusion magic, that only proper rest could remove. Invigoration could make up for them, but how could he possibly justify his ridiculous recovery speed? His mind kept searching for a solution, but without success. Restless, he started reconsidering his group's situation and chances of success. The more he thought about it, the more the exercise didn't make any sense. How the heck is a group of teenagers supposed to last for a whole week? With no prior notice nor someone capable of hunting, I can't see even a genius get past the 3rd day. The headmaster's magical beasts attacked once a day, and each time it was much worse. If by tomorrow they get serious, it will be our end. And that's just the icing of the cake. There's also the fear, the need to search for food and shelter. Not to mention things like those spiders that just want to eat you. Sure, we could just hole ourselves in the cave, but if Solus is right, then we would only risk of damaging our grades. I don't know how long I can still hold on. The forced cohabitation is pushing me to the brink of insanity. My hatred and rage are eating me from the inside. It's only a matter of time before I snap. Floria's group woke up only for a frugal dinner, at the expenses of Lith's food stock, before going back to sleep. The moon was shining bright in the sky, and from its favorite spot, Scarlet was contemplating the last piece of the puzzle that had fallen into its lap. The Scorpicore was atop the tallest hill of the forest, the only place from where something of its size could sit comfortably while looking at its domain. First, a group of 5 man-pups with 6 mana cores. That alone was beyond odd, but with the clackers ravaging the forest, I had almost forgot about it. But then, somehow, one of those man-pups manages to remove from his body the stunner clacker's venom without it losing much of its potency. I know it's not a big deal to detoxify it with magic or an antidote, but extracting it from a victim. Not even a magical beast capable of using light magic would be able to accomplish such feat, let alone a human with their silly imitation of magic. It would require to be able to locate and manipulate the venom coursing through the body with surgical precision. That's something that only an awakened like me would be able to do. I need to have a chat with this pup before this charade comes to its end. Scarlet's elite squad was in a deep slumber, resting to recover from the many wounds received that day. The Scorpicore set a powerful barrier around its beloved minions so that no one could bother them without incurring in a sudden death. Then with a powerful flap of its wings, Scarlet took off, using his gold-rimmed enchanted pince-nez to find where the anomaly was hidden. There were just a few dozen groups remaining. Between that and its speed, finding the cave was a simple task. Once outside, it suddenly realized to have overlooked a major problem. Damn it, how the heck do I start a conversation without scaring the shit out of him? Scarlet scratched its right ear with the back leg, searching for a solution. I got so used talking to Linjos and his minions that I had almost forgot that my appearance can be quite intimidating. Kidnapping isn't a good icebreaker. I could enter after devolving to a cat, but why should he talk to me? Damn, this is going to be harder than I expected. After pacing for a while, hoping Lith would somehow notice its presence and wake up, Scarlet decided to change its approach. Thanks to the pince-nez, it could see that the anomaly was a ring. The artifact was different from everything Scarlet had ever encountered. Its curiosity was more piqued by the second. Scarlet decided that if the owner was unavailable, it could always try with the artifact. Scarlet sent a tendril of mana, thin as a silk thread, to connect its mana core to Solus, establishing a telepathic link. Whatever you are, I demand an explanation. What are you trying to accomplish in my domain? Why are you leeching energy from a helpless pup? Speak, or I will crush you between my fangs. Scarlet didn't like humans much, but was still polite towards them, hoping to avoid useless conflicts. But when facing cursed objects, it would show no mercy, stooping down at their level and speaking the only language they knew. Violence. Hearing that alien voice resounding in her mind, Solus was terrified, instantly waking up. It had been such a violent intrusion that even Lith regained his senses, his conscience dragged along with hers. "What is happening?" he asked. "I don't know, there's a voice in my head, and a giant monster thingy outside." Using life vision, Lith could see through the cave's walls Scarlet's silhouette and energy signature. His mouth went agape in front of the biggest and strongest magical creature he had ever seen. "Solus, what's its mana core?" His mouth went dry. Lith needed to lean against a wall to not fall on his knees for the shock. "Bright blue, but there's something odd. The amount of mana it holds, it's beyond words. It's like the world energy is willingly seeping in its body. It's similar to your breathing technique, but unbelievably stronger. Lith, I'm scared." "Same, where the fuck are the professors? Without them, we are dead." Knowing there wasn't much he could do, Lith activated Invigoration, quickly replenishing all his mana reserves and restoring his physical strength. If he had to die, he would die fighting without holding back. Watching the world energy flow inside the pup through its pince-nez, Scarlet winced of joy. One of its questions was already answered. He was clearly an awakened too. Now the problem was to ascertain how deep he had been corrupted. Using another thread of mana, Scarlet created a separate mind link with Lith. "Fear not, I mean no harm. Otherwise I would have just made the hill collapse, burying you all alive. I only want to understand the cursed object purpose and goal. I don't want to kill you, but if you try defending that parasite, you'll leave me no choice." Lith was so shocked hearing another voice in his head that he started to believe he was actually going mad. Everything was happening too fast, and he could not make head or tails of those words. "What cursed object? Who are you and what do you want from me?" Luckily, unlike his mind link with Solus, this one was active, not passive. It required Lith's will to pass information or thoughts so he could channel his anger and conceal his fear. "Do you deny having a living being at your finger?" Since the monster knew so much, Lith realized that lying would be useless. The best he could do was hide part of the truth. "No, but it's just a dimensional ring. It does no harm." Solus, real nature had to be kept hidden, otherwise the creature could take her for itself. "You fool," Scarlet sneered. "Who would give life to such a trivial object? Don't you realize how deep is its deception? I can't believe that despite being awakened you are so stupid. It's clearly a lie and you know it." "I'm a what?" Lith asked. That conversation was making less and less sense. Scarlet snorted, cursing humans and their inability to take care of their own. "Another self-taught? Not bad, pup. An awakened is someone that has learned to manipulate his own mana core. Not only it allows him to use magic the same way magical beasts do, guiding it with the mind instead of the body, but also makes possible to refine the mana core, drawing in the world energy and permanently adding it to his own. It's what you just did, pup. Now tell me, how do you call your talent? Every one of you I met gives it a different name. First magic, the supreme art, original magic, whatever." "True magic," Lith mind blurted without a second thought. He had finally met someone that could explain to him true magic. Chapter 83, Interludium 2. "True magic," Scarlet sneered. Another pretentious name for my collection, then. Why don't you come out? Talking this way is tiresome. What about my professors? Aren't you afraid of them meddling? No, right now their surveillance mirrors just show you sleeping. It requires a bit of effort, but I can tamper with them for a while. Lith swallowed a lump of saliva. The monster wasn't lying. It could have killed him 10 times already. But that only made the situation even more scary. How do I get out without waking the others? A warp steps appeared in front of him, leading in front of the Scorpicore. Fighting hard to keep his knees from shaking, Lith started weaving all his strongest spells, preparing for the worst. Scarlet stared at him with an inquisitive look. Despite being so close, it was hard to perceive any trace of corruption, and that was already a good sign. What do you want from me? Lith asked with one spell ready for each of his fingers. I already told you I just want your cursed object. After that, I will get out of your hair. My partner is no cursed object or anything. Is just an artifact. You are clearly mistaken. Do you even know what a cursed object is? No, Lith admitted. You see, no matter how powerful an artifact is, it has no life. It's just an object. Scarlet handed to him its pince-nez. This is an artifact, believe me. Now, use your true magic and tell me, does it feel alive to you? Lith used invigoration and life vision, perceiving many and powerful magics within it, but no life. It had mana flow, but no mana core or life force. Soulless, what about your mana sense? It indeed has more power than many of your professors, but no mana core. That huge castle is a massive and powerful artifact, but is it alive? Scarlet pointed to the white griffin with one of its claws. Once again, both life vision and mana sense reported a huge flow of mana, but no mana core. No, Lith reluctantly said. Now, what about your ring? Lith used invigoration for the first time ever on Soulless. Just like in the past, he had used life vision to see her mana flow and life force. Invigoration revealed a small yellow mana core. Why didn't you ever tell me you have such a weak core? Lith asked, surprised by the fact that she was so weak, despite all the years spent together. Well, you never asked. Besides, what did you expect? After almost starving to death, I was left with barely a red one. I still need time to recuperate. It has a yellow mana core, Lith admitted. Scarlet had to swallow down a huge scoff. That confirms my worries. That thing is playing him like a fiddle. There's no way a living artifact has just a yellow mana core. It must be using some trick to cloud his senses. Scarlet nodded and proceeded with its explanation. Life cannot be created on a whim from nothing. There are only 2 ways to give life to an inanimated object, and both require a terrible price. The first method requires a mage or creature very powerful and very insane. A cursed object is when someone takes out a huge portion of himself and binds it to a powerful artifact. Elix's phylactery is the most common example, but is not the worst kind. Some creatures have a deep grudge or insane ambition, but no will to live forever. So they pass this obsession of theirs to the one object they are most attached, giving it life. But beware, despite having a mind of its own and immense powers, a cursed object is most of the times just a shadow of the worst parts of his creator. It entices its new master with promises of power and glory, but every time they are used, the boundary between master and servant gets thinner. The mind link they share allow the object to tamper with the owner's mind, changing it little by little, until he becomes a copy of the object's maker, striving to complete its loose ends. And when the user dies, they just search for a replacement. What about the second method? Lith was stalling for time, hoping someone would come to his rescue. Well, that's even worse, to the point it's part of the so-called forbidden magic. Forbidden? Lith had never heard about any kind of magic being forbidden, not even necromancy. Yes, forbidden magic is the most horrible thing a magical creature could do, using the life of others to empower his creations. Such magic can give birth to miracles, but the price is too high, the risks immense. It's an unnatural process, almost impossible to balance. One tiny mistake can turn the miracle into a nightmare. The most common case of forbidden magic is when the mage is so obsessed by someone to resort to magic to bound him/her to an object. The victim becomes doomed to an eternity of slavery, and after the death of its captor, the only things that awaits is madness. Still a prisoner, incapable of free will, doomed to obey whoever holds the magic's focus. I am no hero, nor a self-proclaimed ally of justice, but destroying such abominations is an act of mercy towards the victims of this perverted kind of magic. Thanks for the lesson, but my partner is neither. Lith clenched his fists, unwilling to submit. Isn't there any way to prove you that you are wrong? He asked as a last resort, hoping to avoid a third death. Of course there is. Scarlet's tail stopped waggling, assuming a question mark shape. Being the tail of a scorpion rather than a cat, the gesture resulted threatening. Lith took several steps back, his whole body ablaze for the mana he was about to unleash. Question mark tail means the cat is happy, waggling means nervousness. Damn tail, sorry, habits die hard. Scarlet put the tail under its body in a sign of peace. I just need to touch you, the Scorpicore said, raising its huge paw. If I am wrong, which I consider highly unlikely, I will leave the both of you alone. You have my word. It made sense. Even Lith needed physical contact to use invigoration. If the Scorpicore had a similar technique, it was bound to work the same way. Lith nodded, and Scarlet pressed 2 digital pads on his forehead. Being much older and experienced than Lith, its aura technique not only had all of invigoration's properties, but it also allowed Scarlet to get a glimpse of the subject's true nature. Under the effects of aura, no deception was possible. Both the body and the mind could not lie. What Scarlet saw sent cold shivers down its spine. The body was fine, and so was the mind and the mana core, aside from a small imbalance caused by too much refining. It was something that would fix by itself with time. But where Lith's true self was supposed to be, there was only a bottomless void, made of rage, grieving, and hate. Staring into that abyss, the Scorpicore could see the abyss staring back, trying to taint its mind with twisted logic and unbridled fury. Circling the void, there were several lights, keeping the void at bay and preventing it to devour everything. Getting closer to the lights, Scarlet was able to see that each of them had a face and a name. Carl, Renat, Lark, and so on. Only one light had a name but no face, Soulless. Order and chaos, what the heck is this pup? This is exactly what I would expect to find in a cursed object, not into any living being. If the corruption spreaded so fast, it means it's way worse than I thought. I will probably be forced to kill them both. To confirm its suspects, Scarlet touched the ring, only to once again remain completely dumbfounded. Not only the mana core was yellow, making it the worst living artifact ever, but there was no trace of madness, pain, or ill will. There was only a light, like the Scorpicore was used to see in cubs and babies. The being in the ring was so naive to be upsetting. The black dots encompassing the light had all the same name and face. Lith, being so close to the abyss for so long, seemed to have affected the living artifact, making it less trustful and cynic. By the Great Mother, Scarlet's head was spinning. The human is corrupting this thing, not the other way around. What madness is this? Because of the shock, the Scorpicore took a step back, trying to rearrange its chaotic thoughts. Whatever you are not a kid. You are a monster, Scarlet growled. Well, you are not that good-looking either, at least according to human standards. Lith filled himself to the brim with mana with invigoration. The beast's tone and glare had already said all he needed to know. Insolent whelp, who cares about looks? It's not about what you do. Is because of what I am. Lith completed the phrase, remembering Protector's words. I'm sorry, Soulless, it's been great knowing you. It seems you'll have to find another partner. Please forget about me and live as long and happily as you can. The disparity between Lith and his opponent wasn't something that could be overcome with dirty tricks or ingenuity. Lith was preparing himself to die. His only hope was to give Soulless enough time to run away from the mad beast. No way, it's only my fault. If it wasn't for me, this thing would have left you alone. I'm not leaving you. I have no chances on my own. I much prefer to go down fighting instead than running. Soulless squeezed her ring form hard, preventing Lith to took it off. Thanks to its aura technique, Scarlet was still able to see both the mana cores. The ability had long-lasting effects. For a brief moment, the cores started to pulse in unison. The yellow one took the excess energy from the cyan one, turning green and allowing it to stabilize to the next level. The two cores' resonation allowed Lith's magic power to go way beyond his limits, to the point that the ring grew and expanded, covering the right hand in the form of a fingerless glove. It was still nothing compared to the Scorpicore's strength, and yet the creature stared in amazement. Nothing that night made any sense. Its patience had run out. I yield, Scarlet said, leaving Lith and Soulless as shocked as the Scorpicore. Chapter 84, Day 3. You what? Lith kept using invigoration, overloading his body with mana. He had no reason to believe such a change of heart. Yeah, sorry. Finding so many mysteries at once overwhelmed me for a second. I will stay true to my word and leave you alone. I don't know what that thing is, nor what you are, but that's not reason enough to kill. Scarlet noticed that aside from that fleeting second, Both the mana cores had gone back to normal. The weak-ass artifact was back being a ring. What do you mean saying you don't know what I am? Lith was now more scared than before. You may have the appearance of a kid, yet you are not. You are closer to an abomination rather than a human being. The opposite stands for your partner. That thing is not a twisted perversion of life, but a living being like I never met before. My reasoning was based on false assumptions. I almost let my arrogance guide my hand, and for that I apologize. The Scorpicore lowered its head. Its menacing aura and aggressive stance subsided. Why did you think my partner is deceiving me? Lith didn't know how to react. The only thing he could think of was to act friendly but remain vigilant. Do you know that it's taking part of your life force? Well, yes. When I found my ring, it was on the verge of death. We have helped each other ever since. The pup kept spewing unbelievable truths like they were the most natural thing in the world. Scarlet's head was spinning. The Scorpicore took pride in its knowledge and wisdom, but none of it helped making sense in that mess. On the verge of a nervous breakdown, Scarlet decided to perform a last attempt. It placed the left paw on Lith's head and the right one on Solus, while activating aura. Their thoughts cannot lie. If the living artifact attempts to tamper with my readings, I will notice immediately, it thought. Are you a human or an abomination? It asked Lith. As far as I know, a human, truth. Were you filled with rage before finding your partner? I think I was even worse before, truth with sincerity on top. Do you have any ill will toward the human? This time Scarlet asked Solus. No, I like him very much. That answer brought the Scorpicore to the peak of frustration. Everything I ever learned is a lie, it screamed in despair, letting them go. Unable to hold so much mana any longer, Lith let it disperse. Still in a daze, the Scorpicore had turned its back, preparing to leave. Wait, at least explain to me what made you change your mind. The link between you two is not parasitic. That thing is not really sucking out your life force. On the contrary, it allows you to use a bigger flow of mana than you naturally could, preventing the excess energy to damage your body and using it as its nutrition. Two birds with one stone. Killing you is also out of question. You did nothing wrong. I have watched your team during these days. You have showed respect toward the forest and its animals. As long as you behave, you are free to live your life as a student. It is none of my business. The Scorpicore took the skies with a single flap of its wings. A good-natured, cursed object and an abomination capable of retaining its self-consciousness. Now I have seen everything. Lith had so many questions left unanswered in a corner of his mind. What was true magic? What was the awakened agenda? How to contact them? But the only thing he could think about was the joy of being still alive. He didn't want to meet the Scorpicore ever again, at least until he was strong enough to hold his ground. Lith went back to the cave. His body was already starting to experience the aftereffects of the mana overload. Moving as silently as he could, he went into the side cave bathroom, finally losing control of his bladder. The next day, he needed to use invigoration just to get back to his previous conditions. Between the physical and psychological stress of the encounter with the Scorpicore, he had barely been able to catch some sleep. He was in terrible shape, and so were his companions. Magic could heal all wounds, but there was only one way to recover their stamina without rest. The healer had to share his life force with darkness magic, but Lith was the most tired of them. While consuming breakfast, eating the herbs and fruits left from the previous day, Lith made his pitch. Guys, why don't we just give up? Everyone at the table was surprised, but no one seemed outraged at the idea. I mean, look at me. I'm a healer, yet I fought in the line of fire from the first day. I already used every trick in my book. If those beasts come back today, I doubt we have a chance to make it. We were sent here to learn, and damn if we learned more than a thing or two. Now we are physically exhausted and mentally tired. If this was a battlefield, I'd say that is better to retreat to fight another day, rather than fight a losing battle. With deep eyes and aching bodies from 2 days sleeping on the ground, the proposal sounded quite alluring. As much as it pains me, I can't accept. Floria spoke first. If this was a battlefield, you would be right not once but 100 times, but this is just an exercise, and we have a lot to learn, even from defeat. Lith nodded. He could not refute her reasoning. Yeah, Belia chimed in. I understand your point. You are a skilled hunter and was able to stand your ground from the first day. But yesterday was my first true battle. I can't give up after achieving so little. It would fill me with too much regret. My thoughts exactly, said Vyson with a fierce look. I can understand the burden on your shoulders, but this is too important to quit like that. If you don't think you can cover for me, then don't. I need to learn how to fend for myself. I refuse to be a burden to the group. Fantastic, Lith thought. The group of rascals had to grow up a spine at the worst moment possible. I am beyond exhausted. All I want is a hot bath and get finally free from Big Brother's eye. Don't worry, Lith, Floria patted his back. I know that between the potions, the fighting, and the healing, your body must be screaming in pain. I'll do my best to make your job as easy as possible. Lith smiled, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Yeah, and by tonight I'll be pooping diamonds, he inwardly added. Once again, their day started by hunting, away from the clacker's nest. They managed to gather meat and fruits, but remained on their toes the whole time. Floria was having second thoughts about her earlier decision. Lith was the only one that could use potions, and her first plan heavily relied on that to establish their tempo and not leave Vysen open. His spells could turn tables, but required a lot of time to prepare, being their magnitude and area of effect that big. But after going all out 3 times in 2 days, she could see how worn out Lith was. His hands kept trembling, his pace was unsteady. Knowing potions' side effects, she thought they were the cause of his lack of vigor. Instead, he was still suffering from the shock of the previous night. Being in a life-or-death situation was something he was used to. Being discovered as not being a kid, but rather an abomination, had given him a real scare. Was the Scorpicore right about him? And what about soulless origins? Lith only wanted some peace and quiet to calm his nerves, yet he was forced to use life vision, alternating it with soulless mana sense to not waste too much energy. Both their abilities required focus and mana to be kept active, especially for Soulless, with her weak mana core and poor mana capacity. Yet they had to do it, knowing that it was only a matter of time before the next attack. For that day, Floria was paired with Lith and Belia with Vysen. Incoming, Lith yelled, prompting his teammates to assume battle formation. There had been no warning this time. Everyone was astonished by Lith's keen senses and sharp instinct. Floria and Belia managed to conjure their equipment, but this time the magical beasts were going all out. Infused with air magic, Emrook and Center moved faster than ever before, blitzing between their rank and forcing them on the defense. Floria's team could follow them with their eyes, but sadly their bodies were not able to keep up. Without potions and so little experience fighting on the forest ground, their only hope was to activate the flight spell from their rings. That relieved part of the pressure from Emrook, but made Center even more dangerous. The Kron was able to move faster than an arrow, now that they hadn't the cover or rocks and trees anymore, striking with spells and talons. In a few seconds their rhythm was destroyed, and Termin's arrival sealed the deal. This time the Singy didn't charge at all, instead chose to move silently, making the ground soft as a carpet. Using its partner's distraction, he waited for an opportunity to make its move. As soon as the students' formation loosened up, he struck at their weak spot, Vysen, knocking him out with a single hit of its tusks. Lith yelled to warn his teammates, but everyone was already locked in battle. A professor appeared rescuing Vysen, and from that point it all spiraled out of control. In the Academy's environment, Lith could barely exert half of his real power, and now that amount was halved again. His body was devoid of strength, his mind out of focus, still replaying the conversation with Scarlet, but most of all he lacked motivation. He was sick and tired of pulling most of the weight of the team by himself. It's my fault I made everything too easy for them for too long. I attack, defend, heal, provide the meals, hunt, and cook. At this point, they could as well shove a broom up my ass so that I can wipe the floor for them when walking. If they want some experience, fine by me, but I'm done babysitting. Lith was lost when a lightning left him temporarily stunned, allowing Center to strike his back. Termin and Emrook teamed up, taking apart Belia's armor like a tuna can, while Center kept Floria busy. Emrook managed to bite her exposed neck, but stopped its fangs before doing any damage. After that, the 3 magical beasts disappeared as fast as they had come. The exercise was over. Being the last one standing, Floria was filled with regret and frustration. There were so many things that she had overlooked, too many mistakes she could have avoided with a more proper planning. She finally realized her arrogance, always relying on Lith's apparently infinite tricks to keep the group afloat whenever something outside her plans happened. She should have given it more thought and less wishful thinking. By putting so much burden on a single unit, any group was bound to crumble as soon as the key member was unable to keep up. When Professor Thorman appeared to take her back at the White Griffin, Floria was still looking back at those last 3 days in hindsight. They had made so many mistakes, Her plans were actually so full of holes that she couldn't believe they had managed to last for that long. Chapter 85 Results. When Lith regained his senses, he was back in the main hall at the ground floor of the academy. While getting up slowly, trying to shake off the lingering effects of the hit at the back of his head, he noticed that the hall was filling up quickly. There were lots of warp steps opened. Some were being left active, allowing students from the 4th floor of the White Griffin to reach the hall. Most of the warp steps, though, were used by professors going to and fro the forest, bringing back the students one by one. I guess that the 3rd day marked the moment when the magical beast stopped holding back. Yeah, Solus said, glad to feel the safety of the castle walls all around them. Honestly, I am kind of surprised that so many people managed to survive this long. Not to brag, but I was sure our group would be the one lasting longer. I didn't, Lith replied. There are too many variables to consider, like who had been warned beforehand by a relative, hence coming fully prepared, or how much time they spent outside. Not to mention that maybe some groups were just lucky, being comprised of people that were actually able to cooperate, instead of needing someone that guided them step by step. Judging from the expressions of his schoolmates, no one had any idea what they were waiting for, or why they had been summoned back into the hall. While he was still looking around, Lith noticed that his team had gathered around him. Seems you were right, Vyson said. There wasn't much I could learn by getting my ass handed to me. You should have understood that teamwork is vital, but being able to stand for yourself is equally important. Trask rebuked him. I mean, seriously, why so few of you have used first magic during the whole exercise? The headmaster will not let me hear the end of this. He is even considering to have you all retake the whole class from the beginning with a different teacher. Well, Vyson tried to be as considerate as possible toward the professor. First magic is good, but what could I have possibly achieved with it? I was trying to help my companions. They needed my arrays. Trask glared at him, clenching his fists. Well, for example, you could have blinded the Singy, so that when you attempted to dodge, it would haven't been able to intercept you. A failed array can be redone, a fallen member cannot be resurrected. Next time, instead of playing the hero, consider the bigger picture. Among those who heard him, most took Trask's words to heart. Aside from conjuring water to drink, very few of them had ever considered using first magic, deeming it useless. Remembering how she had used first magic to more easily slay the clackers, Floria stood straight as an arrow. Lith, on the other hand, could not stop rejoicing at the idea of getting rid of those blockheads once and for all. When all the students were assembled, the headmasters stepped forward. First of all, allow me to welcome every one of you back. That said, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is that, contrary to what many could believe, this was still a mock exam. Hence, no matter if you lasted 1 hour, 1 day, or 3, you all get 0 points. Linjos took a pause, letting the groans and curses to die out before resuming his speech. This was your last wake-up call. From now on you are on your own. This time Linjos didn't keep still while talking. He walked among the various groups, like a general inspecting his troops. You should have learned that your name, status, and bloodline aren't going to protect you from an enemy, no matter how important you consider yourself. It's not only in the wilderness that such things hold no value, but also in the whole world. Do you really expect for everyone to respect or fear a feeble thing like a name? When you are outside the safety of your home, no one will ask you to introduce yourself before attacking. You should also have realized that petty behaviors create resentment. Many groups crumbled from the start, either due to past grudges or simply because some of you were deemed untrustworthy. Last but not least, it seems that many of you didn't understand the nature of this test. It was meant to show you a glimpse of what a real battle is, to allow you to fraternize and overcome your differences. You were supposed to help and teach each other, not to barely lump together because you were said so. Linjos stared at several students that seemed to shrink under his gaze. The week deadline was just a pretext. I never expected that some of you would the gall to hole up, hiding the whole time. This isn't a law school. What could you possibly learn from bending the rules? The exercise is worth 0 points, but such attitude cannot be tolerated. Any open violation of the rules will be punished by deducting points. As for the good news, points will be awarded to those that, according to their possibilities, helped their teammates. While the points deduction is individual, those gained by all team members will be pooled and divided equally among those that cooperated. Otherwise, it would be unfair toward those that sacrificed themselves during the first day or that fell because of someone else's mistake. Also, I didn't lie when I told you it would last 7 days. For the remaining 4 you have no classes, you are free to rest, go home, or self-study. It's up to you to decide. I hope that you will make good use of this time to think about this experience and learn from your mistakes. Dismissed. After saying goodbye to his ex-teammates, Lith jumped in the nearest warp steps, walking double time towards his room. He and his bathroom had some serious catch-up to do. No matter how Vyson had made the makeshift outhouse comfortable, it couldn't compare with a real toilet. Lith could finally use invigoration, getting his strength back and relieving his sore muscles. He spent the next half an hour taking a long hot tub bath, while conjuring several ice mirrors to get rid of the few facial hairs that haunted his still childish visage and cutting his hair with air magic. Seems I was right about this exercise, Solus said while helping him with his cut. Without her help, Lith would have looked like an IRS clerk on a Monday morning. Did you have any doubt? Lith replied, still wondering after all those years what was wrong with the haircut he had back on Earth. It's a system devised to teach stuck-up, conceited kids respect and discipline. Once you understand its goal, the rest comes easy. With a brain like yours, cracking the code was easy like connecting the dots numbered from 1 to 7. Solus would have liked to get praised more, but Lith's stomach kept grumbling loudly more and more often. With a heavy heart, Lith dressed up. He would have much preferred to sleep for the next 24 hours, but hunger was still one of the things that scared him the most. He needed to eat and raise stock. He was already headed toward the canteen when Solus stopped him. Aren't you forgetting something? My pants are on and I have yet to plagiarize and sell underwear, so my answer is no. Your friends from the healer class, silly. It's the perfect moment to get together and bond a little. After the mock exam, you surely have many things to share with each other. Please have mercy, I'm so tired already, maybe next time. Lith cringed at the idea. I'm here only to hoard knowledge and connections, Solus said while making her best Lith's brooding tone impression. I have no time to waste, I need valuable pawns once I become an adult again. Arguing with himself was beyond stupid, so he went to their rooms to invite them to an early dinner. When it was Freya's turn, she had just finished washing herself too. Her cheeks were still rosy from the hot water. That coupled with the sweet smell of her skin and hair made Lith dizzy for a second. Stupid body, whenever it decides to grow, it will always be too late. Come on, she is so pretty. Solus still wanted her school romance, even if just as a spectator. What's wrong with a fling? She is a kid, and I am old enough to be her father. Everything is wrong with that. Once at the canteen, no one actually spoke for a while. They were all too focused on eating the first proper meal in days. Only after the second serving they began to share their stories. So how long did you manage to last? Lith asked, hiding his sour mood behind a radiant smile. My group was one of the last returning to the castle. Uriel didn't miss the opportunity to show off. Everyone agreed, making me the leader. Lucky bastard, poser, smartass. He ignored the crossfire of name-calling. Uriel was aware of the power his father's status granted to him, so he accepted their envy with class. Hence I managed to quickly make them assume a defensive formation. When the beasts arrived, they found us prepared. The worst part was standing watch at night in turns, sleeping in the open and eating grass and fruits all the time. Yeah, Freya agreed. The lack of food and the dirt were terrible. My group was comical. We had 2 skilled hunters, but none knew how butcher the preys. The smell of blood lured so many animals that we had to throw the game away and look for another place where to sleep. In the end, we didn't find any, so when we got attacked during the second day after a sleepless night, we lost 2 members at once. After escaping by skin of our teeth, we surrendered the next morning. We failed at making a decent camp again, and with no sleep at all, we were barely standing when the sun rose. What about you, Quilla? She was grinning from ear to ear. It was awesome, best 2 days of my life. Her answer caught everyone by surprise. Care to explain? Lith asked. Sure, first, you have to understand that everyone was pissed at me, since I'm the top of the healing class. One of the top students, the other 3 remarked as one. Sure, whatever. It didn't escape their notice that Quilla seemed much more confident and fierier than before. Since they knew being second-rate at best, they started to call me just a healer and ordered me to not be in the way. So when the attack happened, I did as they told me and ran like the wind on my own. When the others managed to catch up with me, after being forced running away, I learned that our self-proclaimed leader had been pummeled by a sim, a monkey-type magical beast. They started calling me a coward and trying to put the blame of the defeat on me. At that point, knowing that we were being watched, I gave them a solid piece of my mind. I told them that for all I cared, we could fail from day one, and that I had no intention of letting them treat me like trash for a second longer. Things quickly escalated, and when one of them tried to hit me, Professor Vaster appeared, beating the crap out of all of them. Chapter 86, Results 2. Quilla stopped talking, laughing her ass off at the memory, while tears of joy rolled out her eyes. "He is quite fast for someone his size, you know," she said as soon as he managed to catch her breath. "He beat mercilessly the one that assaulted me and those that did nothing but watch as well. He then made clear that if they attempted something funny again, he would get them expelled. After that, my teammates and I reached an agreement. I would help them, but only at the condition that I would not take watch at night and get the first choice about food. We didn't last long, but I had the time of my life, ordering them around. So when I got back at the castle, the first thing I did was getting a ballot." Quilla took out the black sphere from her cuffs, slamming it on the table, drawing all the eyes on her. "The feeling of freedom is intoxicating, Freya. You should get one too. I don't see why a smart girl like you has to endure morons all day long." "What about you, Lith?" "We lasted until the afternoon of the third day. Everything went fine." Lith cut his report short. It was time to get something back from his investment. "During the exercise, I noticed that I cannot make full use of the potions without a weapon." "You brought potions along?" Uriel was incredulous. "Yes, I did. I bought them as soon as I got some spare points. I needed to get used to their effects before using them in actual combat. I tested how long they lasted, their potency, and how strong I could hit or get hit before injuring myself. Nothing special. It's just the same thing we all did with the Academy's uniform." Judging from their blank stares, they had no idea what he was talking about. "You do know that the uniform protects us, right?" They nodded. "And you didn't feel the need to check how it works, how much punishment it can take before ripping, what kind of blows you can take head-on, and what to dodge?" Silence befell again. "Well, between this and the potions, I'd say you just got yourself some homework to do during the next days," Lith said, smiling encouragingly to them. "Don't worry for the uniform. It can self-repair from small damages." "Thanks for your advice," Freya said. "What were you saying about a weapon?" "That even if I had it, I lack the proper training. Freya, your second specialization is Mage Knight. What weapon do you use?" "Wow, I mentioned it to you only once, and you actually remembered. I use a rapier. It's a quick and nimble sword that easily pierces through an armor's joints, but it's not good for blocking heavy hits or cutting the enemy. According to my mentor, with my build it's the weapon that suits me the best." "Can you teach me the basics of swordsmanship?" Lith asked. "Having an enhanced strength is of limited use without a proper tool. Right now, when enemies come too close, I can only resort to first magic. I need more options." "Maybe I can help too." Everybody turned to the unexpected guest. "Mind if I join?" Floria asked. "I didn't get the chance to thank you earlier." "Not you again," he inwardly sighed. "Not at all." Like a perfect gentleman, Lith stood up welcoming the newcomer. For a split second, he had been struggling to keep his amiable facade. Despite how tired and stressed he was, Lith could only play his part. "Guys, this is Floria, my former team leader. Floria, these are my friends from the healer specialization, Uriel, Freya, and Quilla." It had taken him a lot of practice to say the word friends instead of the more accurate colleagues. Back on Earth, when Carl visited his workplace, many had got slightly offended with him for introducing them as simply colleagues. At that time, he didn't care. It was only a dead-end temporary job until his brother attained his master. Now, though, personal relations were of the utmost importance. I never understood why people have such a loose definition of friendship. A friend is someone that knows you, from things like your passions and ambitions to trivial things like your favorite book or color. As I see it, they are not my friends. They don't like me as a person, only my academic achievements. They don't even know the names of my sisters. Don't be so hard on them, they are just kids. Soulless Mind shrugged. They have met you in a though moment of their lives and you have become close. You often spend time together, either in class or during the private lessons you gave them. For most people, that's more than enough to call someone a friend, especially considering you are not really open with them. Thank him for what? Uriel's interest was piqued. Lith was far from bad-looking, especially since he had stopped with perpetual frown and the murderous glare. Being both rising stars in the light department, Uriel had tried multiple times to set a double date, but to no avail. This was the first time that a girl that had come looking for him had not been dismissed with a polite excuse. Considering that they had spent a few days together and seemed in a good relationship, Uriel was hoping to get some juicy gossip. He sure likes them tall, he thought. Didn't he tell you? Floria was honestly surprised. Between her group's horrible start and how they heavily depended on Lith the whole time, she had expected him to complain about them with his friends as soon as they met. Instead, he had welcomed her with one of his rare dimpled smiles, while the others clearly had no idea who she was. Tell us about what? As much as it hurts my pride to admit it, he was the key member from start to finish. Without Lith, we would have never lasted more than one day, let alone rack 50 points per day. Floria sat down, ordering her meal. Freya whistled with admiration. 30 points each for 3 days is a great score, considering it was a surprise test. How did you manage to do it? Floria chuckled. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant we each earn 50 points per day. 150 points in just 3 days. Uriel dropped his fork from the surprise. So much for nothing special. Please tell us all about it. For some reason, Lith has been quite evasive, to use an understatement. They didn't have to ask twice. Floria told them how he single-handedly repelled the magical beast on the first day, how he found and built them a safe haven. She put particular emphasis on the trick with the clacker's venom, and on how he taught them how to survive in the wild with first magic. You wouldn't tell at first look, but Shorty here is a monster, she said, patting energetically his back. The last word forced Lith to remember his encounter with the Scorpicore, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He didn't like the idea of being somehow related to abominations, even less how close he had got to die. Luckily, his stiff expression blended perfectly with the others. Everyone at the table was shorter or barely taller than Lith, despite being older. If he had to be considered short, what were they supposed to be? Gnomes. An artificial cave, how could I not think about it? Uriel held his head between his hands in frustration. Being a warden, things like that were supposed to be his specialty. Finding the hill was just a stroke of luck. Lith dismissed the whole thing with a wave of the hand. I'm sure you would have done the same if you had the chance. Wow, I never pegged you for the humble type. In your shoes, I would brag about the exercise for at least a month, Freya said, looking at him in a new light. Floria exaggerates things too much. Yes, I did my part, but it was a team effort. Vysen actually made the cave stable and habitable, not to mention providing the outhouse and supporting us in battle with his arrays. Floria herself had a rocky start the first day, but she learned from her mistakes and saved me from the clackers. She turned to be an excellent leader, and it's only thanks to her plan that we managed to survive the second day. She is the one that managed to envenom the rye. I just gave her the means to. Belia, well, she clearly lacked Vysen's confidence or our battle experience, but she rose up to the occasion and did her part splendidly. I, on the other hand, am incapable of leadership and proved to be short-fused, often venting my stress on my teammates. Lith resulted really convincing, mostly because he had been sincere. He had underestimated too many dangers and lost control of his emotions more than once. It was hard to draw a line where his mana-core issues ended and his antisocial behavior started. He knew he had a problem, but no idea how to fix it. Whatever, Quilla said. Next time I want to be in your group, things would be so much easier. Dream on, Freya sighed. There are only 34 healers for over 250 students. Hence at least 16 groups had no healer during the exercise. It's impossible for us to ever end up together. Maybe and maybe not, Uriel said. After the first trimester, students can go to the forest during the weekends to collect precious herbs and materials for themselves or exchange them for points. Not to mention, it's all experience. Lith felt that his plea for help had been lost in conversation, but the topic was quite interesting. Is mandatory a group for the forest, and will we be under surveillance again during our training? He asked. No, there is no need for groups. One could go alone or with 20 friends. Although a 5-men group is highly recommended, especially for 4th years. And no, there will be no surveillance, we would be on our own. The only safety measure is a panic button, very similar to a ballot, but with only one function, a distress signal to call for help in case something bad happens. Interesting, Lith pondered. I could go alone to vent my stress or with them as a shock therapy. 2 days are too little to make me snap, but more than enough to steal my feeble social skills. Isn't your team 1 member short? It would be a pleasure and an honor to work together with the top students of the Light Department. Floria's request hit their egos in all the right spots. How could we possibly say no to someone Lith holds in such high regard? Freya stood up and shook her hand. Since things were spiraling out of his hand, he decided to get the best of it and ask Floria's help too. But that was the wrong moment. His companions were too happy from having found a kindred spirit, and he was too tired to bring them back to reality. Lith decided to postpone his request for swordsmanship lesson after the 4 days break. Because of the private lessons he had imparted them about first magic, he had never got the chance to get back home during the weekends. It was time to correct that situation. Chapter 87, Homecoming. Since Lith had been officially admitted at the White Griffin Academy, the lives of the inhabitants of the village of Lucia had become easier and safer, especially for Nana. When news spread that the village was the birthplace of a mage, nobles had become friendlier, avoiding to break the law or cause any trouble. Even passing merchants would be more likely to offer discounts, no more harassing the local smiths. The usual crowd of rogues and troublemakers that usually hanged around the tavern during the night had turned meek or left altogether. Of course, such behavior didn't come from the goodness of their hearts, nor from the fear of the youth that maybe in the future would become a great mage. Everyone knew he was away, and it would take no less than 2 years for him to return. The reason for such sudden change of heart depended by the fact that those who didn't behave had made the strange habit of disappearing without traces, kill themselves leaving behind a suicide note confessing their crimes, or simply died in accidents. What everyone but Nana ignored was that a mage's birthplace was his starting fief. Being Lith evaluated as a rank student, one of the Queen's personal units was constantly monitoring the village, weeding out problems in the bud. They had no way to distinguish a simple criminal from someone that, either by his own will or because manipulated, was attempting to harm Lith's family. Most importantly, they did not care. As soon as someone was identified as a potential threat, even if the investigations gave no results, they would get rid of the problem just to be on the safe side. The Queen kept them updated on Lith's performance and potential, stressing the importance of giving him no further reason to resent the Griffin Kingdom and defect. After the results of the mock exam, it was only because of Duke Hesja's compliance toward the school rules, leaving his daughter alone in hot waters and not trying to take revenge, that he barely managed to keep his dukedom and his neck. Duke Hesja is the father of the leader of the trio that attempted harassing Lith during the first day. See Chap 57. Based on what her contacts had told Nana, once Lith's talent had been recognized by Manohar himself, both the court and the Mage Association had taken to heart his well-being. For Nana, it meant the chance to keep a big price on her services, despite having nothing more to do outside her role of healer. Oh, she laughed, enjoying another sunny morning. Who would have thought that helping that young spirit of your brother could bring the new heyday of my life? It's never been so peaceful in years. How could my little brother have anything to do with it? Tista chuckled, while using chore magic to clean the room. Nana shook her head. Tista, my girl, you outshine your brother in many things. Looks, kindness, bedside manners. There are just 2 things that you should really take from him. One is talent. What about the other? Despite having learned spells up to Tier 3, Tista had still no idea how Lith had managed to cure her. She could only explain it with an abysmal gap in their gift for magic. No, I would never criticize someone about something innate. I was talking about being cynical and practical. You are too naive for your age. If your brother was here, he would look at me with his soul-chilling glare, make a couple of questions to which I would answer enigmatically, and I'm sure he would understand what I mean. Lith doesn't have a soul-chilling glare, Tista rebuked her mentor. He is the most loving and caring little brother one could ask for. Nana scoffed. Because he always treated you like a precious gem. Try asking your future brother-in-law what does he think about Lith, and when you do, look him straight in the eyes and don't let him change the subject. Tista was about to rebut when the door of the home office opened. Both the women turned their heads, discovering that it wasn't a patient Lith had returned. Lil bro, Tista welcomed him with a warm hug. You haven't changed at all. He held her tight, wishing he could kiss her on the head, but she was 7 centimeters, 3 inches taller than him. I went away for a month, not a year. Or did you expect me to come back scarred from the battlefront? Meanie, she pushed him away with fake rage, giving a small punch on his shoulder. Thanks for everything you did for me, Master Nana. I wouldn't be in the academy without you. Lith hugged his old mentor, too. Nana enjoyed the embrace for a moment, asking herself if it hadn't been a mistake choosing to not have children. After her fall from grace, she had withdrawn, avoiding any meaningful relationship to not get hurt again. Maybe it was just the old age, or maybe hanging with those two little brats had cracked her armor. In any case, it was too late. "Why are you wasting time with this old bat?" Nana scolded him, poking him on the head with her walking cane. "Your parents are worried sick about you. Tista, you can have the rest of the day off. Bring him home, use force if you must." Tista giggled, taking his brother's arm before leaving. "Someone feels clingy today. Since when do you like getting spoiled?" Lith laughed at the affectionate gesture. "Since ever, duh." During their walk, Lith noticed many youths suddenly changing direction or crossing the road. Between her beauty, her status, and income as the future healer of the village, Tista was one of the most coveted maidens. Very few cared about the fact that she was still 2 years from the marrying age. Before Lith's departure, most were too scared to approach her. He had killed men at the age of 6, a magical beast at 8, and was infamous for being overprotective of his family. While mothers and girls praised his decisiveness, it struck fear in the hearts of the suitors that now believed to finally have free hand with her. "Is there someone in particular bothering you?" Tista made one of her radiant smiles that could light up a room. "No thanks, I can defend myself. Besides, they are harmless." "Are you sure? Accidents happen. You just have to say the word." Solus jolted. Despite the casual tone and his bright smile, he wasn't joking at all. Tista didn't notice and laughed at the joke. "Speaking of accidents, the village lately has become really quiet. I feared that after you left, brigands would attack as soon Nana left the village. Instead, the whole region has never been so safe in years." Lith raised an eyebrow in disbelief. It didn't make sense until he remembered Linjo's words. "I had almost forgot my family is under surveillance. I must be careful not be followed when I perform my experiments." Since they spoke on daily basis with the communication amulet, Tista asked him why he had disappeared in the last 3 days. Lith told her everything about the mock exam, leaving her in awe. 5 mages fighting together against evil magical beasts. What an experience. I bet you look like the heroes of the stories Dad always told us when we were little. Magical beasts are not evil. Some are good, other bad, just like humans. And we didn't look like heroes, more like scared teens. Plus, I'm terrible with people, and you know it. Have you not been listening, or are you just trying to flatter me?" Tista punched his arm again in reply. When they arrived home, Lith noticed that the cultivated fields were bigger than he remembered. There were farmhands helping their parents. Now that all their kids had become independent, Alina and Roz had decided to expand the family business. When they saw him, they ran to his side, hugging him while crying uncontrollably. My little baby is back," was the only thing they managed to say. Lith felt incredibly happy and awkward at the same time. Happy for their infinite love, awkward because he had yet get used to it, and because he didn't know if he deserved it. The real Lith, their son, had died 12 years ago, replaced by an alien mind. He knew it wasn't his fault. He didn't kill the baby, nor he had chosen them willingly. Sure, Orpal and Tryon had damned themselves with their actions, yet it was the miraculous survival of the baby that had led them to those events. Lith felt responsible for breaking up that wonderful family. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Solus meddled with his train of thoughts. "Without you, your mother could have died of childbirth. Remember how weak she was at the time. If she had been grief-stricken, she may have not survived, letting herself go without fighting. Not to mention that we don't know what would have happened. Orpal might as well started targeting Tista instead of you, and we both know how she wasn't able to stand up for herself. She could have died, either by illness or by your sick brother's hand. I can easily see him, teaching her a lesson resulting in her conditions getting worse. Sure, he would later apologize and realize his mistake, but I still think he would have gotten himself disowned. Did you somehow force him to say all those mean things to Tista, making her, your mother, and Renat cry all the time? Did you manipulate him into sending those 5 goons to beat you to a pulp? No, it was all his doing, and he paid the price. It's much better having 2 healthy, good children instead of a hot-headed, conceited asshole. The only way Orpal had to be happy was to be an only child." Knowing the human nature, Lith was prone to agree with her. Stealing a newborn food, his obsessive need for attentions, were all indicators of a twisted personality. Lith hadn't forgiven Orpal nor felt sorry for him, only for his family. Feeling Tista's warm embrace, seeing her safe and happy, quickly dispelled the doubts that were clouding his mind. Saving a single Tista or Renat was worth killing 1,000 Orpals. Chapter 88 Solus Surprise. After entering inside the house, away from prying eyes, Lith made use of his newfound knowledge as a healer. He used invigoration to spot and fix all bone, muscular, and even intervertebral disc damages accumulated in his parents' bodies over time, due to the hard work in the fields and the aging. He also used Tier 4 magic to not make them feel tired because of the treatment, borrowing them his energy. What the? Roz moved around, feeling the subtle changes. I feel full of energy and my knots have disappeared. It feels like I am 20 again. Glad to hear it, Lith replied, hugging his father. I have learned so much in just a month. The Academy has showed how limited my horizons were. There are many things I can still improve. He also performed a full checkup on Tista too. She was always fit as a fiddle, but Lith never stopped worrying about her. They talked about his mock exam, of which Lith gave an accurate description, although removing the encounter with the Scorpicore from the picture. Instead, he put particular emphasis on how he developed a good relationship with his teammates and Floria in particular. The doctored version of the story was aimed to avoid them worrying about him being alone in the Academy, hoping to help overcome their long-term sense of guilt for him never having any friend in the past. His parents kept believing that Lith had spent his childhood alone because the family needed money and food, forcing him to become a hunter first and a healer later. But that was only half the truth. He had almost nothing in common with teenage magicians, let alone with young children. Work had always been an excuse to avoid taking any unnecessary risk of blowing his cover. After settling the matters with his family, Lith decided to take a walk in the woods. He needed some time alone, not only to sort out his chaotic feelings, but also to try to convert everything he had learned from the Academy and its books in true magic. Knowing that he could be under surveillance too, he walked toward his private clearing in the Tron woods using life vision, while Solus scanned their surroundings with all the senses at her disposal. Aside from us and the animals, I can't find anything else, she reported. Same, I believe that it's possible for the Queen's men to have magical items that conceal their presence, but I doubt they can avoid all our combined resources. I use true magic, while you, well, beats me what you use. Bottom line, I think we are safe. Probably they have been sent to keep an eye on external threats, not on me. Yeah, but it's better be safe than sorry. Solus gave her first paranoid remark ever. By the way, do you remember that before the mock exam I talked about a surprise? Of course. Well, time to reveal my new gift. We need a special place, so I need you to follow my instructions. Lith casted his slipstream flight spell, moving in an irregular pattern toward the destination Solus had pointed him to. At the same time, both of them were scanning their surroundings. Following them at such high speed while remaining covert should have been impossible. They soon reached the inner part of the woods, where months before they had assisted the three kings against the Wither. It was still a wasteland, only grass and weeds had started growing anew. We are in the clear. I didn't notice anyone following us. Did you choose this zone because it provides no cover to our pursuers? No, because it's one of the few spots that can serve our purpose. Thanks to my sense of self, every time I regain a new function, I always know how to make it work. This one is special and needs a special spot. What's so great about this place? It's depressing and more dead than Julius Caesar. Solus chuckled. Did you ever wonder why the Wither moved in this direction every time it managed to escape? Normally I'd say it was just desperate, but I bet you have a better explanation. Bingo, I noticed it the first time we came here, but back then I couldn't make head or tails about it. You see, with my mana sense I'm not only able to differentiate people, but also landscapes. That's because the world is literally full of mana, and some places more than others. During our travels, I noticed several spots where the world energy was much more abundant than usual, and this is one of them. I believe that the Wither was looking for this place to leech the massive amount of world energy to survive the fight. Solus detached from Lith's finger in her usual spider form, reaching a clearing a few meters away, before starting to burrow into the ground. In front of his astonished eyes, a blue pulse lit the clearing. At every beat, something came out of the ground. It was like looking at a fast-forwarded video where one could see a seed become a flower in less than 10 seconds. But in Solus' case, the small pebble grew into a tower. A puny, demolished tower, to be precise. It barely reached 10 meters, 33 feet of diameter, with a single door flimsy enough to get carried away by a strong gust of wind. The tower only had the ground floor and no roof. Debris covered its top, like it had collapsed on itself. This is indeed a surprise. Lith was impressed nonetheless. Does this thing come with any defense mechanisms? If so, wherever we go, we will always have a place to stay, avoiding humans and beasts alike. First of all, this is not a thing, that's me. Solus was quite pissed off being treated as an object. And yes, I do have defense mechanisms, so get your rude ass inside so I can activate them. Lith did as instructed, discovering that the structure inside was bigger than it looked on the outside. On his right there was a set of crumbled stairs going up, and another that seemed to go down unimpeded. In front of him there was a single door, leading to a bedroom almost identical to the one Lith had made build in his house. Yet the bed was a king-size canopy one, and the room had a private bathroom, just like his room at the academy. Mass displacement? Lith asked in amazement. Yes, for the first time he could hear Solus's voice with his ears. Only part of this form exists in our plane, the rest is actually in the pocket dimension. Do you like this piece of home away from home? She was clearly eager for a praise. Very, it's an amazing replica. I can't thank you enough for giving me a real toilet. It means the world to me. Solus giggled. You are welcome, but this is not the surprise, just part of it. Go downstairs, please. In the basement there were 2 more rooms. The first one was a perfect copy of the Forgemastering training hall, down to the last small detail. I was able to reproduce both the potion and the Forgemastering labs, even the equipment, she explained. But I cannot create from nothing ingredients or consumables. Some things we can only buy them. Lith opened the drawer supposed to contain rings and amulets to enchant, but just as Solus had announced, it was empty. Not a problem, he replied. There is not much that I can do with my limited knowledge. Luckily, when I told Professor Wainmeyer that I wanted to do some practice on my own, she gave me a few rings and a bottle of the liquid for drawing magic circles. We have enough for a few attempts at applying true magic to Forgemastering. The only Forgemaster's spell Lith had seen was the one for realizing dimensional items. He drew the circles and the runes with the utmost care. There was no one to help him in case something went wrong. When he finished, he placed a pebble in its center. He wasn't expecting to succeed, only to study to mana flow to reproduce it with true magic. So instead of chanting, he used invigoration to call upon the world energy and sent it to fill the magic circle. It was easy, and it didn't affect his mana reserves since he was employing external energies. Unlike Professor Wainmeyer, he didn't fill the circles to the brim. Being an experiment, the less energy the better, not to mention he wanted to avoid creating top-tier rings after just a month. According to the books, it was sufficient to give the circles mana until the air started to crackle to obtain the lowest-class dimensional objects. Lith knew the 13 runes and their spells like the back of his hand. He had performed them countless times during the lessons and on his own. Remembering the characteristic feeling of each one, he weaved the runes' incantations in rapid succession. In Lith's mind, Wainmeyer's performance, albeit exceptional, was like a kid playing a piano 1 key at a time. He was convinced that to maximize the effects, the different spells had to complement and integrate each other, like in a magical symphony. The runes rose in the air one after the other, forming a perfect ring around the pebble in the blink of an eye. Lith then started compressing the mana inside the runes. Soon all the energy was encompassing the little stone, trying to seep inside. Now it was the most critical moment. Lith had to force energy and matter to fuse together. Things were going smoothly, but in the back of his head there was a constant alarm that something was wrong. Suddenly the energy mass imploded, pulverizing the pebble. Despite being unable to escape, the mana gone wild still managed to burn the circle, leaving a crack on the floor. Ouch, that hurt, Solus said. Sorry, my bad, Lith said, embarrassed by his failure. Any idea what has gone wrong? Right off the bat, I can come up with at least 8 errors you did. She actually replied at his rhetorical question, leaving Lith in awe once again. Chapter 89, Trial and Error. First of all, Wainmeyer said that the size of the circle matters, and you made it too big for a pebble. A smaller one would have been better to save ink and better focus the mana. Also, you formed the mana sphere too fast, not giving it enough time to get properly imbued with magic. Then there is the matter of how you arrange the runes. Solus started nitpicking every single mistake he had done. According to his own earlier analogy, more like someone playing a symphony, Solus was making Lith feel like a button masher had attempted to go pro at fighting games. Everything she said sounded right, and that made her even more irritating. Well, why didn't you tell me all of this earlier? He grunted. How could I spot mistakes you had yet to do? It isn't my fault if being the wise one I am capable of learning from others' mistakes. while normies like you must stumble and fall before walking properly. Oh yeah, Miss Wiseass, if you are that good, why don't you come here and show me how it's done? Gladly. The room started pulsing with a white light. The crack in the floor disappeared. Then another pebble flew on the ground, while several drops of ink hit the floor, forming the runes again in a perfect circular pattern. You have forgotten the circles, Solus. So much for being a wise one? Lith playfully mocked her. Do you mean this? Suddenly the space around the pebble was filled with mana, perfectly contained in a circular shape, just encompassing the runes. How did you? I learned invigoration from you, and we are actually sitting on a geyser of world energy. Is not that hard to keep it stable for someone capable of space displacement? She proudly explained, cutting him short. Do you mean in this form you are capable of keeping the mana stable without a limit? Lith stopped their cheerful quarrel, shocked by the revelation. Well, duh, why? Because that means that time is no matter an issue, at least while I practice in here. This is a perfect magical furnace for a complete beginner like me. Lith weaved the 13 spells again, following Solus' instructions and earlier advices. No more worried by the mana dispersal, he bid his time, making sure that the mana sphere was strong and stable, letting the energy seep in the pebble before the final step. And so, the pebble melted before he could even attempt the fusion between matter and energy. Another failure. What did I do wrong this time? Lith asked in frustration. Honestly, I don't know, Solus mind shrugged. There were some things you could have done better, but in theory it should have worked. Just to be sure they weren't missing anything, this time Lith put on the ground one of the spare rings, and with Solus' assistance they repeated the whole process, but this time using fake magic. The forge mastering went without a hitch. What the heck? Lith could not understand why true magic was failing him. We did the same thing step by step. Why did it work this time? Third time is a charm, Solus said without actually believing it. They kept crushing, melting, and vaporizing many pebbles, but at the end of the day their only success was the low-grade ring made with fake magic. It's almost noon, better stop, or your mother will worry. Yeah, Lith left the lab, heading back at the ground floor. His eyes wandered inside the bedroom whose door he had left open. Solus, do you remember my comment about the dirty mind of those who designed the Academy's rooms? He asked, while raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Yes, why? Why does my room have such a big bed? And why the hot tub is clearly designed to comfortably accommodate 2 persons? Well, I thought that maybe, sometime in the future, you would like to have some company. If he didn't know her any better, Lith would have swore there was a hint of mischievousness in her voice. Thanks for your concern, but I'll give a hard pass on that. I'll never reveal to anyone your existence, it's too dangerous. With a sigh on her side, both the bed and the tub shrank. On second thought, keep the bed big. It's more comfortable that way. Ignoring Solus' grumblings, Lith was about to exit but stopped at the last moment. Is the coast clear? Yes, in this form all my capabilities are enhanced by the world energy. I can even spot the 3 kings, despite how far away they are from us. I can't imagine someone escaping my detection. Even in my weakened state, I'm always a legendary mage tower. You have yet to tell me what defense measures you can use. Not much, actually. I can turn invisible, and when you are within the premises, I can sink underground without leaving any trace. At the moment, my options are quite limited. I couldn't even sustain this form without borrowing such abundant external mana. Lith was impressed nonetheless. Her cloaking, spatial displacement, and mana manipulation were already at that level despite the yellow mana core. What would Solus be capable of once she reached the Cyan level 2? Lith returned home fast as he had gone, to make it harder spot their new special place. Don't you think you are wearing your paranoia cap too much? No, Lith replied. If I was the one supervising the village, keeping an eye on someone like me would be wise. In their eyes, I'm still a kid. Our family isn't poor anymore, but it's not rich either. I have no real ties with the kingdom. On paper, I am the perfect example of a talented youth that could be easily swayed with promises of riches, power, and money. Once again, neither of them spotted a tail, but that wasn't enough for Lith. His pursuers could just really be good at hiding or waiting for him to lower his guard. Back at home, for the first time in a month, the whole family was reunited for lunch. Lith arrived just in time to hear Renaa complaining that her fiancé couldn't join them because of his work. Lith was secretly happy with that. After 3 days of pretending, he just wanted to be himself. He did not like Center, but since he never liked any of his sister's suitors, it didn't mean much. Dad, I think this is partly your fault. You should stop glaring at him every time you think I am not looking. Since when do I glare? Roz put the right hand on his heart, feigning sincerity. You know that I like that boy. Otherwise, I would have never consented to the marriage. Please, since I was 12, you glared at everyone who got anywhere near me, no matter if kid, man, or elder. You seem to have passed that skill to Lith. Senton said to me multiple times that whenever he is alone with you, he feels like facing a firing squad. That's sign of a guilty conscience, Roz rebutted. Mine instead is clear, Lith chimed in. I have always been frank with him. In fact, it was the barrage of not-so-veiled threats that scared his future brother-in-law the most. You too, sis. Lil Bro doesn't glare, he is only protective. No one in the family had the courage to tell Tista that her brother, that she considered a hero in her heart, wasn't as perfect as she pictured him, so they happily changed topic. Lith really enjoyed the meal with his family. Despite she did not have access to the high-quality ingredients like the Academy's cooks, his mother's dishes were always the one tasting the best. Roz shared with him his plans for expanding the farm. The days when they had barely the money to keep the house standing were long gone. As soon as his father finished, the family started with a barrage of questions he was unprepared for. They wanted to know everything about the academy. How were the professors, how his schoolmates were behaving, if he was eating well, and so on. Clearly, they had only half believed to Lith's daily reports, and wanted to have clear answers while looking at him in the eyes. It took quite a while to convince them that no one was harassing him, and that both the headmaster and the professors were good people. He even had to exaggerate his relationship with the exams group, making it sound like they were already good friends. Contrary to his expectations, none of his parents seemed happy with such news. Lith, I don't think you should be so trusting. You barely know them from 3 days, Alina said. You see, not always people are like they appear. For every good and sincere person you meet, there is always another ready to say everything just to get what he wants. I'm sorry, dear, but it's the truth. I wanted to hide this as long as I could, but your safety is more important than preserving your innocence. Even in our small village, since Nana took you under her wing, your rise in status has made many of our community proud, but many more envious of your success. My friends kept me posted about all the gossip, how so many thought you were an arrogant brat at first. Then, once you started your apprenticeship, they started to wish for you to fail, just to feel better about themselves. Roz took Alina's hand, holding it tight. What your mother is trying to say is that if even people that we know from years and almost consider as family can be so mean, the more the reason to be wary of strangers. Don't believe blindly in pretty words and kind smiles. You don't know a person's true worth until you really need their help. Always remember what happened to the poor Nana. So, don't try to change or force yourself to be someone else just to please a bunch of snotty kids. If they really are your friends, they'll accept you for who you are. If not, know that is not your fault. It's just that the world is harsh. True friendship isn't as easy to find like in the bedtime stories I told you when you were little. A real friend is like a treasure, hard to find, even harder to keep. Life will keep pushing you away, but you must never let go of a real friend. Lith unconsciously rubbed his thumb on Sola's ring, making her giggle like a little girl. I never expected my father to be so direct, Lith thought, without realizing what it meant to him, thinking of the word father, without making it sound like an insult. I always took him for a simple and honest man, trying his best at a simple and honest job while taking care of his family. Who would have guessed that one day he would make me a speech about being cynic and distrustful? While pondering about life's twisted irony, Lith realized the key element he and Solas had been missing to make true forgemastering work. Chapter 90, Lith's Surprise. Lith's first instinct was to run away and test his theory, but he hadn't returned home to spend his time working. He really needed some real rest while enjoying the luxury of being his real self, with no strings attached. Mom, Dad, thank you, he replied. I know how cruel people can be. I learned it from experience since the day I started working as a healer. It started with that noble trying to kill me and continued by showing me what a man can do to his wife, a parent to his own children. He avoided mentioning brothers, since despite the passing of years, Orpel's name kept stirring a lot of pain in his parents' hearts. This village is not perfect, the world is not perfect, but I'll do my best to remain true to myself and make you all proud of me. Lith could say that looking them straight in the eyes, since the wording of choice didn't mention what his morals were or how he meant to achieve his goals. In his mind, it was all a white lie to prevent his family from worrying about him. He stood up and hugged his family one at a time, feeling the warmth of their embrace and love. After finishing their meal, Lith insisted to be the one to do the dishes. Alina opposed at first, but before anyone could even move one plate, he had already washed and cleaned dishes, cookware, and the whole room. "Show off," Tista pretended to scold him. They spent the following hour discussing the last arrangements for Rena's marriage, which brought several grunts from the male side of the family, and Lith's academy life, which brought several grunts from the female side of the family. He had lived all his life as a monk, going from home to work and vice versa, and doing nothing else. They had hoped that being surrounded by so many girls, he would have found one of his liking. "Damn it, first Uriel tries to set me up with a date, then you, Solus, with all your innuendos, and now this. For crying out loud, who cares about romance at 12? "You would be right," Solus replied. "If this wasn't a world where people get married around 16 and 17 years of age, there's only so much time to just hang out for fun or make experience with the opposite sex. Unless one plans to marry with his first girlfriend, or has an arranged marriage, of course. After that, everyone had to go back to work. Daylight was precious, and only Lith was actually on vacation. Before going back to his forgemastering lab, Lith visited and treated all the animals in the farm and the farmhands his parents employed. It would ensure the rise of their reputation, and saved them quite some money. Once back inside Solus's ruined tower form, he could finally share his enlightenment. He had actually offered her to read his mind to stop the pestering, but she refused. With the growing trust between them, they rarely accessed each other's mind, preferring to rely on their telepathic link, unless it was absolutely necessary. The problem with our earlier experiments is that we were just imitating the form of the forgemastering spell, not his nature. "Meaning?" Solus asked. "Well, replicating a fireball is easy, it's just an exploding flame. But what does exactly forgemastering do? What does each rune individually? That's the problem that we overlooked. Fake magic is like true magic with autopilot." He took out the dimensional amulet he had bought from the academy, using invigoration on it, while Solus did the same. Unlike for normal unanimated objects, invigoration was capable of tracing the mana flow cursing through magical item. It revealed a mana sphere similar to a core, but much rougher and simpler, kept stable by 13 mana patterns that insulated it from external influences. "By my maker, how did you get the idea of using invigoration like this?" Solus was amazed by this discovery. "Actually, I didn't. It's all thanks to that Scorpicore. Remember when it passed me its pince nez to analyze it?" Solus' mind nodded. "That's the first time that I did it, but back then I was too scared to understand the implication of the lesson the creature imparted me. I don't know if it did it on purpose to teach me how to recognize cursed objects, or was just trying to convince me of its good faith. Whatever was its purpose, it taught me something new about true magic, and in turn the true nature of forgemastering. Unlike some hypothesized, forgemastering isn't about feeling the mana flow in an object and enhance it. On the contrary, it allows to create a pseudo-mana core that has to be literally engraved into an object, and then stabilized by precise mana patterns that feed on the world energy for self-sustenance and prevent the core from dissipating. Unlike yours, the pseudo-cores have no conscience, just a purpose. Without an external binding, they would just dissipate in the thin air. To double-check my theory, let's analyze the cuffs of my uniform too. The pseudo-core designed to store the ballot was even smaller than the one in the amulet, but more refined. "Well, this makes sense," Solus pondered. "The amulet can store anything, while the cuffs only the ballot. To apply such restriction, the core must be more complex, but that means—" "Yeah," Lith sighed. "It means that we will have to forgemaster all the items in the book with fake magic, just to study their cores and understand the underlying principles before creating something really new." Lith needed several attempts to understand how to carve the patterns inside an object without looking into it via invigoration. Every test required a lot of focus and mana expenditure, but with every failure, he was closer to success. Well, now we also know why forgemasters require so much mana. Even an inanimate object offers a tremendous resistance to the external energy. The more complex and powerful the artifact, the more complex the pseudo-core must be. If a simple dimensional object is taking so much time and effort, I wonder how powerful was the mage that created that pince nez, Solus said. "Probably it was his or life's work," Lith replied. "Yeah, it also explains why second attempts at forgemastering are useless. Every rune leaves a carving. If one creates a wrong pathway for the mana, the object becomes useless. Lith nodded, noticing something unusual. Odd, I should have exhausted my mana many times over, yet I'm only starting to feel tired now, and I have yet to use invigoration once. Maybe thanks to our bond you have access to the world energy geyser too, Solus proposed. That would explain why in the legends mages were said to be invincible in their towers. Between an almost endless supply of mana and the tower defenses, defeating them should be nigh impossible. Lith and Solus kept working non-stop, and before sunset they had already realized their first dimensional pebble. Lith brought it in the bedroom, and Solus framed it right beside the entrance, adding a small tag with the date and a small incision. Our first work together. After that, they created 7 low-tier dimensional rings with true magic. He was certain to be able to craft even the high-tier ones, but that would have been a fatal mistake. Dimensional rings could not be kept hidden, they had to be used, otherwise it was like not having one at all. According to the Academy's records, Lith creating low-tier objects was already an impressive feat. Distributing freely high-tier ones would be madness, no less than putting a bullseye on his chest and back. Before returning home, he went to Celia's place, her first mentor, the woman who taught him how to survive with his hunting skills. Look who's back, still all dressed up and everything, I see. Celia hugged him, leaving Lith quite shocked. He never pegged her for the affectionate type. Well, yeah, this uniform can't get dirty and is almost indestructible. I have no reason to change outfit, he explained, returning the hug. Wish I had one too, she sighed. Since you left, doing the house chores is such a bother. This disciple is really sorry, Master Celia, Lith mocked her, but I hope this will make your life easier. He handed her a ring. She wasn't impressed at all. You know, it's all right for a hunter to be stingy, but being smug while handing a cheap ring like this is below even us. Seeing her disappointed, Lith laughed out loud. I admit the ring isn't worth more than 10 copper coins by itself, but just like me, it's more than meets the eye. He shortly explained her how to imprint the ring. Even someone who had never practiced chore magic could do it at the first try. After realizing what it was, Celia was left speechless. I did it myself, Lith explained. It can only store 3 square meters, 33 square feet, but at least you will not be bothered anymore by your equipment and your praise. If you feel lazy, you can even use it to store food and keep it warm. This is too much. I cannot accept it. Celia knew that such object was worth over 30 gold coins. One could build a luxury house at Lucia with all that money. Not to mention it was an invaluable tool for a hunter, keeping the prey fresh before field dressing it or while looking for a good buyer. She tried to give it back, but Lith closed her hand around it with his palms. You can and you must. First, because once imprinted, it's useless to anyone else unless you die, of course. And second, because despite you have always been a stingy, nagging master that would make rip-off deals. It's only because of your help that my family was saved from hunger and starvation, and that's a debt that not even this ring can settle. Chapter 91, An Old Friend. Lith never expected for Celia Fastero to get all sentimental, and in fact she didn't. Her eyes had barely the opportunity to get watery before she steeled up, replying with a giant grin. Now that you mention it, I really deserve this trinket, she said, retrieving the hand from his grasp and using it to ruffle his short black hair. Celia was moved, but didn't like to show her emotions in front of others. It's only thanks to the secret stash of meat that I hid and tenderized for you that you managed to grow so big and strong. In a way, I'm part of your family as well, she said playfully, trying to lighten the mood. In a way, you are part of my family, almost like an ant, Lith replied, hoping to achieve a critical hit and make her tough mask crumble. He didn't really care much, otherwise he would have kept tabs on her health too during all those years. But Lith's debt was real. Without her help and contacts, hunting beasts would have provided meat, but not money or clothing from the pelts and hides. Everything would have gone to waste, making his family's life much harder. Lith wasn't willing to keep any tab open, nor he was enough of a scum to forget about someone just because she had apparently outlived her usefulness. Relations were important in such small community. It was unlikely that whenever his family would need help, he would always be able to promptly return. Also, he had no idea how long the court would protect them in his stead. Between Nana and Celia, they would have the 2 most important local figures by their side, leaving the need to call for the Count or the Marchioness only in case it was absolutely necessary. Celia hugged him tight enough to squeeze the air from his lungs. If I end up marrying and having children of my own, it would be all your fault, she said, sobbing a little. Who would ever guess that rude little jerks could become so cute? Guess I exaggerated a bit. I didn't mean to crank the drama to 11, just wanted her to feel indebted. You monster, Solus scolded him harshly. Stop playing with the feelings of those close to you. I understand when you do it to complete strangers since there is no trust between you, but that was just cruel. Feeling guilty, Lith consoled Celia for a while, and gave her the same treatment his parents had received that morning, removing all the accumulated damage and knots that over a decade of hunting incidents had inflicted to her body. It only made her more grateful and loving, which in turn made Solus even more angry, scolding him all the way back home. Later that evening, he gave one ring to each family member. Needless to say, the dinner got delayed half an hour because they would not stop making things appear and disappear, like kids with a new toy. Nana had to wait until the next morning to get her own. I know is not much compared to what you lost, Master, but it's all I can do at the moment. Mindful about what had happened the previous night, Lith avoided stirring the heart of his mentor. Not much, stop being stupid, young spirit. You have no idea what does it mean for me. She looked at it like it was a lost son. No forger-master ever accepted to sell me one of these, no matter the sum I offered. They were too scared sullying their reputation. I hope that once you graduate, you'll not change your mind and take me as your first client. There is so much I still want to get back. It would be my honor. Nana hugged him, holding back her tears. What's wrong with these people? I got more hugs by strangers in these 2 days than in 12 frigging years, he thought. Shut up and get hugged, Solus commanded. After leaving Nana and Tista to their patients, it was time to deliver the last one. Count Lark was very happy to see him. Lith could almost see stars in his eyes while he was staring at the present. Thank you so much, Lith. Having one of my protégés joining one of the 6 great academies is already a dream that comes true. But you managing to make one of these after just 1 month goes beyond my wildest expectations. I just wanted to show you my gratitude. Without your help and perseverance, I would have stubbornly continued with the homeschooling, missing so many opportunities. Lark patted Lith's shoulder, adjusting his monocle. There's no need to dig up past mistakes. There are more recent events that I would like to share with you. For example, recently the court and the Mage Association have finally deliberated about Headmistress Linea's decision about you and Nana. He made a dramatic pause, wanting to keep his guest on edge. And Lith prompted him to continue, taking bait, line, and sinker. They deemed her decision reckless, overstepping the boundaries of a headmaster's authority. Her rulings have been revoked, and being the one that presented the appeal, I was bestowed the title of Knight of the Griffin as a reward. What is it? It's just an honorific title, thanks the gods, with no lands attached. Basically, I'm not considered a local nuisance anymore, but a benefactor of the kingdom. The most important benefit is that when I request a hearing from the court, it takes much less time now. How recently, exactly? About 2 weeks ago, why? Good to know, Lith sighed in relief. If it all happened after the mock exam, it would mean that I'm overdoing things. I absolutely need to avoid standing out too much. So far, so good. No reason, just curious. What about Linnea? What happened to her? Glad you asked. Lark had a smug grin, cleaning invisible dust from his monocle with a handkerchief. At first, she was just reprimanded. It doesn't seem much, but believe me, for someone with an oversized ego is huge hit. Then she suffered the same fate from the previous headmaster from the White Griffin. She has been relieved from her duty and replaced by someone younger and more open-minded. Is that a big thing? Lith asked, being completely ignorant about Mage's internal affairs. It's enormous. Headmaster is supposed to be like a noble title, lifelong. Being forcefully removed like that is the equivalent of marking her as a failure. She will never hold an important position again. Is not as bad as what happened to Nana, but it's the next worst thing. Aren't they afraid she could defect the kingdom? And go where? Lark scoffed. Sure, she can sell her academy's secrets, but that's it. No one would want someone deemed detrimental by her own country. She could get riches, but she has no need for money. No one will give her status and power back. Lith almost felt bad for her. Being rejected by her academy was the best present that any mage of commoner origins may ask. Without Linjos and his policy, even a ballot would have been of limited use. People like him or Quilla would have been likely forced to quit. And when did this happen? About 2 days ago, seems someone aced his mock exam. Lark winked at him. Damn it, I opened my mind-mouth too soon. The queen is too decisive, couldn't have let her resign by her own will with an excuse. What if she tries to get back at Nana, or me? Lith inwardly cursed. Lark seemed to read his mind, promptly easing his worries. Rest assured they would not take unnecessary risks. If the court and the association shamed her like that, was to set an example. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few months, when the investigations are finished, she would choose to disappear from the public scene. As in forever. Another wink. That's a nice way to say she will be killed because deemed more dangerous than useful. I must be really careful not suffering the same fate. Being part of the political system is a double-edged sword. If I get involved too deep, they will not let me go. They'll use my family to turn me in a dog on a leash. Thank you very much, Lark. They knew each other long enough to avoid honorifics when alone. Sorry if I keep bothering you, but any news about my lost brother? Lith had been true to his word, and made the Count keep tabs on Orpel, preparing to deal with him in case he ever decided to return. There is not much to add. Lark shook his head. After getting into the orphanage, he was renamed Meln. As per your request, I moved him in an institution at the edges of the county to make harder for him to get back in case of escape. He had quite a hard life, from what I know. As soon as he became 16, he joined the military, has been honorably discharged after 2 years. After that, he left Lustria County and never came back. 2 years of military service, Lith thought. Enough to earn merits, get rid of the disowned brand, and start a new life from scratch as a free man. I'll keep an eye out for him. What do you want me to do in case he returns? If he has no ill will, then just contact me as soon as you can. Otherwise, I must ask you to do the same thing you would for your own family. Worry not. Lark offered him his hand, and Lith promptly shook it. If I smell the slightest sign of trouble, I'll make sure he will never bother you ever again. Chapter 92 Solace, Surprise 2. Author's note, I have renamed Master Potionist in Alchemists, sounds much better IMO. After a bit of chit-chat, the Count was forced to return to his daily routine. He had to manage both his and the fief that once belonged to her late wife's family. Even with the help of his children, it was still a mammoth task. He knew very little of the neighboring Milla County, and most of the old retainers were either corrupt or untrustworthy, resenting the Lark household for what had happened to their previous lord. Even after 4 years, there was still a lot to do and a lack of loyal personnel. Lark had resolved to split the counties, giving Lustria to his son and the Gishel's lands to his daughter. That way, both had the opportunity to make their spouses marry in the Lark household, allowing them a much ample choice. Lith could not believe that both the Count's children would have an arranged marriage, while Renée had been able to spend her life with the man she loved. Nobles had an easier life, but even that came with a price tag. Their personal life had to be sacrificed in the name of the responsibilities that their title involved. Having still a couple of hours before having to return home, at Solace's insistence, Lith went back to the Withered Zone, allowing Solace to take once more her proto-tower form. That was mean on your side, you know. What did I do wrong this time? He sighed. I said that we have 2 labs, yet you didn't even glance at the alchemic one, not even once. Maybe because I have no idea how a master alchemist works. It could be a room filled gold bars or candy canes. I could not make head or tails anyway. This time Lith entered the second door, right in the alchemic lab. It was different from the Forgemaster room. It was full of stills and small bottles. There were a lot of glass jars, each with its own tag, marking the ingredient they were supposed to hold. Yet just like the day before, every one of them was empty. Lith walked among the jars. Some were for trivial things like wood shavings or metal beads, while others were labeled with exotic monsters or magical creatures' body parts. Fur, claws, horns, everything seemed to have a use for alchemists. Impressive, Lith admitted after examining what seemed like a production line. But I still don't get it. Fine, let me give you a recap of the first lesson. Suddenly Lith found himself in soulless memories, surrounded by ghost-like shapes that he supposed were students attending the lesson. It seemed Solus hadn't paid them much attention. They were so blurred to be unrecognizable. The professor, instead, appeared so real that Lith would have not be surprised if he turned towards him and asked what the heck he was doing there. Hello, my dear students. My name is Peln Raflar, and I'll teach you everything you'll ever need to know about the art of alchemy. He was a man in his early 30s, about 1.75 meters, 59, high, with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He also had perfect teeth, white enough that Lith almost expected him to shoot laser beams every time he smiled. The tight-fitting clothes revealed a fit, muscular body, full of vigor and energy. He was by far the most handsome man Lith had ever seen. Some of you may have heard that an alchemist is the cheap copy of a forgemaster. Alas, that's not entirely false, but it's not true either. The reason because the two classes are scheduled together is because I am not going to lie to you. I won't sugarcoat any aspect of this job. So if at any time you want to leave and join the forgemastering course, you can do it. After a second, since no one was moving, Raflar continued talking. First of all, you have to know that I am new to this job. The old professor, like his forgemaster colleague, had almost managed to make this class die. Alchemists already have a poor reputation. Couple that with a belligerent fool, and you get a recipe for a disaster. Most students choose their specialization courses based on what their parents want or what their heroes do. Do you remember a story with a valiant alchemist as a protagonist? Well, me neither. The crafting department has always been the ugly duckling of magic, and I don't see it changing in the near future. At least legendary rings, weapons, and armors had to be enchanted, so albeit with a secondary role, forgemasters appear in those stories. That leaves us completely out of the picture, to the point that many don't even know of our existence. At this point, many should be asking themselves, what am I doing here? Or why should I take this class? His dramatic pause worked. Lith was eager for an explanation. The answer lies here. Raflar opened his left hand, revealing what it resembled an orange-flavored jelly bean. After letting the students take a good look of it, he backstepped a bit before throwing it against the far end of the wall at his back. As soon as it hit the wall, the jelly bean exploded, releasing raging flames. Only the class safety measures allowed the students to remain unscathed by both noise and heat. That, my students, was a Tier 3 fireball. Without letting them recover from the shock, he took out a wand, and with a flicker of his wrist lightnings crashed one after the other against the wall in the same spot the fireball had struck. And those were Tier 3 lightnings, all cast in rapid succession from a magic wand, with no casting time or mana consumption. Raflar then took a pause, allowing them to understand what he was saying. As I told you before, I'm not going to lie to you. Being an alchemist is an amazing job, where forgemasters are like artists, spending lots of time and energy on every single one of their creations. We alchemists are like bakers. The fruits of our endeavors are not made to last, cannot be passed down through generations. They must be prepared quickly, in huge batches and for an affordable price, saving countless lives every single day. While laymen just sort us crafters based on our products, calling forgemasters permanents, and us consumables, I see our jobs in a completely different light. Forgemasters work to build a better future, but alchemists are the ones nurturing the present. All that you are going to learn here makes the difference on every single battlefield, be it a skirmish or a war. Healing potions are vital for soldiers alone on the front lines. A handful of fireball seeds can turn a battalion into ashes, or, if planted by hand, secure a perimeter. That's true, they can be used to create a minefield, Lith exclaimed. The great advantage of alchemy over forgemastering is that anyone, even non-magicians, can proficiently use the things we create, not to mention the price is much lower. On the other hand, though, a magical item is forever. An alchemical one cannot be recharged. Another big difference between the two disciplines is that alchemical spells require relatively low mana, so each one of you will be able to whip up quite a few things before needing to rest. Questions? What use do ingredients have? Asked a seemingly female voice. Good point. You see, while Tier 1 can be bottled up as they are from Tier 2 and up, a focus is needed for spells to retain their potency. For example, the fireball seed I used earlier requires fur of a fire using magical beast, a phoenix rose, or any other ingredient with a high fire affinity. The most valuable ingredients have all been found with a trial and error process, so feel free to experiment on your own. Next question. I've seen in the prize hall physical enhancement potions, why I have never heard about such spells, and why those potions have side effects, said a male voice. That's an excellent one. The problem with such spells is twofold. First, their cast time is absurdly long. The best alchemist can cast one of them in around 1 minute, and their effect lasts only for 3 minutes. 1 minute, Lith was flabbergasted. Then they are useless. That makes them useless in real battle. Raflar's memory confirmed Lith's assumption. That's why it's much better bottle them up and save them for a later use. Remember, alchemy is the art of always been prepared. With enough time, one of us can have access to the equivalent of several mages' worth of spells. As for the side effects, injecting someone else's mana in your body is akin to poison. Even Tier 1 physical enhancement spells require ingredients to mitigate such effects. They are the most expensive and useful potions for a mage. That's why the prize hall only sells the Tier 1 kind, to avoid students wasting points and focusing more on the permanent magical tools. Alchemy is easier to find, and more importantly, to afford. Those of you that do not belong to really rich noble families would not be able to afford magical items for a long time without the point system. Any more questions? Students asked for explanations one after the other. Lith wasn't that interested in the finest details, so made Solus fast forward until the professor gave a demonstration of an alchemic spell. He stood in front of what looked like a huge separating funnel, connected with several glass flasks in a production line identical to the one in Solus' lab. After a minute with just a single spell, he filled the funnel to the brim, revealing several ingredients that had been placed within it, that were now being slowly absorbed by the magic liquid, before it got transferred into the flasks. "See," Riflar said, 10 speed-enhancing potions for barely a minute of work. They would cost 100 points in the prize hall or 100 gold coins in a shop. Even deducting the costs for vials and ingredients, the net income would be around 80 gold coins. Then he proceeded to show how to create fireball seeds before putting an end to the lesson. Lith didn't know if to laugh or cry. This is all so complicated. Between my two other specializations and true magic, I already have a headache. It will take me years to understand alchemy, I just do not have time. Maybe and maybe not, Solus replied. Even in my ring form, I have access to both labs, and in my free time I have been experimenting with alchemy during the last month. When I am not in tower form, I have little mana, so I can only practice for a little before needing to borrow yours. Anyway, if we manage to get our hands on formulas and ingredients, I can prepare the simplest alchemic items on my own. For the others, I will need your help, and once I learn things, I can teach them to you. Well, yeah, our mind link would speed up studying it, but I would still require practice and comprehension for, wait a minute. You had access to the labs. That means you practiced the whole magic circle thingy. Right off the bat, my ass. Ops, Solus mind shrugged. You got me guilty as charged. And why all those students were so faded in your memories? It's like you never focused on any of them. Even the floor was pictured in more detail. Your perspective never moved from Riflar. Thanks to their mind link, despite she had not a physical body, he could feel anxiety and embarrassment leaking from the surface of her mind. Solus, don't tell me that you have reached puberty too or something. Absolutely not, she yelled in a non-convincing tone, her voice gone up an octave. That would explain a lot, the constant pestering me about girls, the nagging about the lack of romance. I don't nag, she replied offended. Then I don't glare, he scoffed. Lith was about to mention the possibility of her having the hots for the teacher, but preferred to back down. If he was right, prodding her further would escalate the joke, leading to an argument. He really hoped to be wrong, though. Solus having such feelings was one of the things Scarlet had warned him from. Whatever was her nature, longing for intimacy but lacking any means of even feeling human contact, was something too cruel to bear. End of Volume 2. Chapter 93 There and Back Again. Lith spent his last free days studying alchemy and forgemastering. Both the crafting disciplines were very hard to convert into true magic. Alchemy was a weak subject for him. He barely managed to understand the basics, leaving most of the work to Solus, while he studied his clothes, amulet, and magic storing rings, hoping to understand how to replicate and enhance their pseudo-cores with true forgemastering. Before leaving, Lith managed to pay a social visit to Protector, Reaper, and Lifebringer. He wanted to be updated about the situation in the Tron Woods, but more importantly, he was fishing for alchemic ingredients. During spring, animals would change their coats, and deer would shed their antlers. What for him was a treasure for them was garbage, so they had no reason to deny his request. By simply grooming them for a few minutes, he had enough to stuff several pillows. After returning to the academy, life once again resumed its routine, with only a couple of changes. Lith obtained from Floria and Freya training in sword arts, and in exchange Floria would take part in his silent magic private lessons. Adjusting their schedule proved to be a bit hard, but thanks to Soluspedia, Lith didn't need to study much. Worst-case scenario, he would not sleep and invigorate himself to cram through the night and leave the afternoons free. That, coupled with Floria attending to only one specialization course, allowed him to practice often. Months passed, and so the end of the first trimester came. Many students were afraid of the finals, and started to compile a list of all the possible trials that could be required for them to perform. Lith couldn't care less. If it was a written exam, with Soluspedia it would be a walk in the park. If the test was of practical nature, he was quite confident to be able to screw it up just enough to be in the top 10, but avoiding the top spots. The day of the finals, they were all assembled in the compulsory courses class, the only one that could accommodate all the fourth-year students, waiting for Professor Trask to arrive. Yet the one that entered the room was Headmaster Linjos. "Good morning, my precious students. This time I bring you only good news. There will be no finals, because you have already taken all of them." Most of those present went into panic, thinking that the mock exam had actually been a real one. All those that reached this conclusion cursed the headmaster inwardly for the unfairness of crushing their grades after only a month of preparation. This is one of the changes that I have made to White Griffin's system that no one was aware of. You have been judged daily for 3 months, based on your preparation and the effort you put into the lessons. I want you to know that rather than failure or success, special importance has been attached to your progress, to how you learned about your weak points and worked on fixing them. After such prolonged and careful evaluation, any further test would be useless, especially written exams. They would only serve to see who is better at cheating, like often happened in the previous years. The only way to get good grades with my system is through hard work and perseverance, not by goofing off a whole term and hoping for a mad rush to be enough. His tone became harsh during the last sentence, looking straight to some students that cowered behind their desks. Also, there will be no ranking, not until the end of the year. It's another toxic relic of the past that only managed to sour relationships and turned friends into enemies. I will now give you your report card, but it's for your eyes only. In front of each student appeared a blank piece of paper. To read its content, just imprint it with your mana. To those who have passed all their courses, you have my congratulations. For those who have failed 1 or more classes, you'll have to retake them entirely in the second trimester. If you have problems with your timetable, I suggest you to drop a specialization if you are taking more than one. It's better to achieve less than failing entirely. Scared murmuring filled the air. To those that find such judgment unfair, feel free to bring the matter up to the professors or to me if you prefer. We'll give you impromptu make-up tests. In case you succeed, the votes will be changed accordingly. There will be no punishment in case of failure. Dismissed. Take the rest of the day to plan your future properly. You have only until the end of today to ask for a second evaluation. Linjos had yet to reach the door that everyone was picking his own report card, infusing it with magic. Lith's one was as following. Theory of Combat Magic. A. Principles of Advanced Magic. A. Forge Mastering. A. Healing. S. School points gained from daily evaluation, 3,365. Fuck, what did I do wrong to get that S? Do you mean aside from sharing your spell, proposing brilliant ideas on daily basis, and removing the clacker's venom from your body and weaponizing it in front of the whole staff? Solus sneered. Damn it, Linjos keeps screwing up my plans. I can't ruin my average score during the finals if there are no finals. That man is diabolical. What is done, Solus mind shrugged. Let's see how the others fared. Looking around the class, watching the students' faces was enough to get an idea of their grades. Those who cried or cursed loudly had clearly failed at 1 or more classes. Lith didn't have to go far. His 4 friends had taken the habit to sit next to him as soon they had returned from the 4 days' break. What's with the sour face? Uriel asked, looking worried. Did something go wrong? Let's get out of here, Lith replied with a whisper. To not betray Linjos' expectations is better to talk somewhere private. He pointed with his thumb to the heartbroken students. Everyone nodded, then they got up and exited the room unnoticed. Uriel's place was the closest one, so they headed there. After closing the door behind them, Lith activated his hush spell. He was almost certain that all the rooms were soundproof, considering the philandering style they were built for. But he wasn't the type to take chances. Well, how did it go? Floria prompted him. Mine is Theory of Combat Magic, B+, Principles of Advanced Magic, B, Mage Knight, A+. School points gained from daily evaluation, 2,254. Everyone gave her a short round of applause. Thanks, but I bet I have less points than you lot, since I got only a specialization. Yeah, we are almost the same. Quilla stood straight as an arrow. I got Theory of Combat Magic, B, Principles of Advanced Magic, B+, Healing, A++. School points gained from daily evaluation, 2,382. Sadly, I still suck at the combat part of magic. Another short round of applauses, with a side of whistles. Sai, seems I'm not in the running for the top spot as a healer anymore, Uriel said with an apologetic voice. I got only theory of combat magic, B, principles of advanced magic, B, warden, A, healing, A, school points gained from daily evaluation, 2,530. At least I can console myself with the extra points. He seemed really dejected. Taking out a specialization, the Archmage's heir had scored 2 pluses less than a starving commoner. Don't beat yourself up, man, Lith said, patting Uriel on his back. Quilla and Floria performed outstandingly, but you are no worse in any way. Managing to score 2 as in both your specializations of choice is no easy feat. Uriel humbly accepted the compliment, and so did the girls. Now my only hope is that I didn't just shoot me in the foot unknowingly insulting Freya. Lith, though, trying to play both sides of the fence. Luckily, she didn't seem upset. Yeah, you have done good. Mine is theory of combat magic, B, principles of advanced magic, B, mage knight, B+, healing, A, school points gained from daily evaluation, 2,420. That's an excellent result for someone who's the first in her family to become a magician, with no legacy or training to speak of, except a second-rate mentor. Lith said to lift her spirit, while winking at Quilla. It meant I know that you and I got a worse start than her, but please follow my lead. But instead of winking back, she blushed and looked away, leaving Lith in a daze. You have yet to answer my question, though, Uriel said with an inquisitive look. Lith sighed, pondering if to tell them the truth or tune down his votes. After all, I am their combat magic teacher and the fastest learner in advanced magic. I doubt they will actually be surprised. And they weren't. There was no awkward pause before they started clapping and complimenting him. Uriel even took out a laurel wreath from his dimensional amulet. I hereby crown you king of the hill. That was to be expected, Freya said. Without you, I doubt I would have got a B in combat magic, maybe a C if not fail it entirely. I would have failed for sure. Quilla wasn't dejected at all while saying it. On the contrary, she was proud of her achievement. I never fought in my life, and never did much with magic beside healing. I would have surely achieved a solid C, maybe C+, but that's it, Floria shrugged. I learned a lot in these 2 months. Who knew that first magic was so useful? I'm the same as Quilla, but for different reasons, Uriel said. I was so eager to please my father that I only focused on Tier 3 magic. I always considered first magic a tool for servants. I knew nothing about it. If what you all said is true, then you should go and report it to Trask, Lith said, returning the wreath to its owner. Seeing their confused expressions at his words, he proceeded to explain. You heard Linjo's, he is trying to change the system. New things are bound to have flaws and need a proper feedback to be fixed. If you share with him your doubts and struggling with the course, you'll help the system, and as a result, all other students. He won't be angry at you for being honest. More likely you'll gain extra points. How do we know this is not a ruse for you to get even more merits at our expenses? Doubt had reduced Quilla's eyes to slits. She didn't want to believe Lith making her look bad for his own profit, but she had learned to look out for herself. Easy, don't mention my name, he shrugged. One of you can take credit for the lessons for all I care. I'm not proposing this for points, but because I care for you and the academy. Without Linjo's, my life here would be much harder, and I think the same stand for most of us. Another thing, try to remember what he said about accepting your limits and working to fix them. I really think it would do you some good. Lith left the room, letting them decide without him interfering. After discussing it for a while, his words actually made a lot of sense. I really can't make head or tails about Lith, Uriel confessed. Sometimes he acts normal, but when it comes down to magic and responsibilities, it seems I am talking to my father instead of a friend. Always worrying about my future, me eating properly and learning my lessons. Agreed, Freya said. At some point I started doubting he was only 12, so I had a background check made on him. He is really 12, and it's supposed to be the youngest child of his family. Then why do I get the impression he is? She struggled finding the right word. Raising us. Later, they decided to follow Lith's advice and report everything to Trask. He asked them a few questions about what they had found particularly hard and challenging, and how they had overcome their respective bottlenecks. Seems a single professor is really not enough, Trask sighed. Combat magic has the highest rate of failure among all courses. We need to fix this ASAP. Thank you for your sincerity, guys, he said, snapping his fingers. I just raised your grade in my class by 1 notch. I'm really proud of your growth. Meanwhile, Lith was in his room, taking a nap to catch up on his sleep. A sudden knocking woke him up, prompting many curses. He was having one of his rare good dreams. Seeing his frown, the academy's clerk apologized for the inconvenience and delivered him the new books. The first one's title was, "Get Out of My Face, a comprehensive guide of all you need to know about dimensional magic." The author's name was Kavos Rudd. Chapter 94, Dimensional Magic. The following morning, Lith and Floria were taking a small walk before picking up the rest of the team for breakfast. Descending from a long line of mage knights, Floria had more experience with swords, and since she had to attend only one specialization course, she was his main teacher between the two girls. That allowed them to spend quite some time together, since both of them had free afternoons to practice swordsmanship. Actually, Floria sometimes needed to cram at night to catch up with her studies, but it was something she gladly did. She would have not given up the weekend lessons about first magic for the world. Besides, once she managed to get to know him better, she really enjoyed his company. The same went for Lith. Up to that point, she was his favorite. Floria was mature and level-headed, speaking her mind so often that sometimes she came out rude. She also had various interests and hobbies, making her able to talk about almost every topic, not only about magic or court life. Lith enjoyed their talks, learning about the New World mentality and non-written society rules. Having lived most of his new life in a small village, Lith could learn more from one of her anecdotes than from an entire book. That day Floria wore her long black hair down, making them dance in his face every time she turned her head suddenly. "Why are you still growing your hair?" Lith asked. "I thought that having them short was more convenient for a fighter." "Yeah, you got that right. But during the last break, my mother kept nagging about me not being feminine enough. She said that if I cut them even shorter, people would mistake me for a boy. What a load of shit," she grumbled. Lith could only keep silent, inwardly agreeing with her mother. Floria was very tall, even more than most professors, and she still had plenty of time to grow further. She also had wide shoulders and enough strength to easily lift him, like during the mock exam. "What do you think about it?" she abruptly asked. "That I hope she didn't phrase it so cruelly, but I have to give it to her that you are prettier this way." Lith dodged the question with a compliment. "Of course not, my mother is of noble origins. She would never be so straightforward. She just pointed out how hard it is to find suitors for me, adding how scared she is at the idea that our bloodline would die with me and all that crap." "I thought you had siblings." Lith raised an eyebrow at such arguments. He clearly remembered that her parents had 3 children. "I do, and when I pointed it out, she replied with the bogus theory that women are more likely to pass down a greater degree of magic. At that point I gave up. You know, parents, you are always on the losing side of any discussion." Lith nodded, not knowing what to say. No one had ever tried to control that aspect of his life. "While we are at it, you do know that Quilla has it bad for you, right?" Yes, he actually suspected that Quilla was developing a crush, but he hoped that with time and not giving her special attentions, it would pass. He did not want to openly reject her and hurt her feelings. "Yet I don't understand why." "Well, she's an orphan. She clearly has daddy issues, and between your big brother and drill sergeant vibes, I'd say you make the ideal candidate." "But why me and not one of the professors or something? I mean, I'm nothing special, just—" "Tall, good-looking, talented, and caring," Floria cut him short. "You are right is a complete mystery." Lith glared at her in annoyance. "That's not funny. Stop ruffling my feathers." "Well, right now I have to take back the good-looking and caring part. With that face, you are creepy." Lith's expression returned to normal. "Much better. By the way, I would keep an eye on Freya, too. It would not surprise me if her family sent her after you. Talented magicians with no family name are much sought after." "Please, I'm just a 4th-year student," Lith scoffed. "It's too soon for that kind of shenanigans." "Nah, you are still too naive. It's the perfect moment to start an approach to develop in the future without seeming too desperate or interested. During the 5th year, it would be too late. One needs an edge over the competition. It's not like they are going to make you marry after all. If you do not live up to their expectations, they can always back off at any moment." "That makes sense." Lith furrowed his brow, thinking about the unexpected problem. "Thanks for the heads up." "You're welcome, but to be honest, you should thank my father. It's only when he asked me if I would mind a younger spouse that I realized what was happening." Lith was afraid to ask the question, but he did anyway. "What did you reply to him?" "After stressing out that I don't mind a small age gap, don't get me wrong, I don't want to end up marrying someone much older than me, I said that I would consider it. No reply was the only reply. If I said yes, he would have sent my mother to make me change my mind. If I said no, he would have probably started arranging our marriage. He is kinda bullheaded. I see. Lith tried to keep his poker face, but unconsciously took a step away from her. Don't overestimate yourself, short stuff. She laughed at his move. I'm my own woman. I may bend on many things for my parents' sake, but love is not one of those. If they try to force me, I'm ready to become independent after the graduation. If I keep my grades as they are, people will line up to hire me. From that point, they walked in silence until they knocked on Quilla's door. During breakfast, everyone expressed their curiosity about the new lessons and their professors, making bets about their looks. Lith sneaked a look at Freya from time to time, and only when he realized that nothing had changed, he managed to put his paranoia to rest. Because dimensional magic was a compulsory course, it took place in the fourth-year lecture class. As soon as the last gong rang, Professor Rudd walked in. He was a tall man, about 178, 510, high, with gray streaked black hair and ice-cold blue eyes. He was in his mid-50s, wearing the robe open and revealing a slim build. Aside from Vaster, he was the oldest teacher Lith had ever met. Good morning, dear students. He spoke every word like he was spitting poison. I'm Professor Kavos Rudd, and I'll teach you dimensional magic. As you can see, I am not one of those hot-stuffed children that our beloved headmaster Linjos placed in the academy. I'm one of the remnants of the old guard. One of those that, allegedly, find a waste of resources to teach magic to those that not belong to mages' bloodline, or at least noble families. At those words, Lith, Quilla, and Freya took out their ballot, placing it on their desk. After one too many practical joke, Freya had decided to follow Quilla's advice and got her freedom back. Being noble, that speech wasn't addressed to her, but she still wanted to prove her point. Freya wasn't scared of putting herself on the line for her friends. Rudd continued like he didn't see anything, despite the three of them were sitting in the front lines. Even in such hypothetical scenario, thought, I would still be a professional capable of leaving his prejudices outside that door. I expect you of doing the same. All the commoner students didn't believe a word he said. Many started regretting not having a guilty ballot. Dimensional magic is a complex and deep subject, so do not expect of getting rid of me after just 3 months. My class is where we will separate true mages from simple birds. Even a magico can fly, but only a mage can do this. After a quick wave of the hand and a hushed word, Rudd disappeared from the back of the class, near the chalkboard, reappearing in front of the first row of students. His hands never stopped. Before they could even gasp, he had already disappeared, materializing with his feet on a second-row desk, making a full round of the class before returning back to the point of origin. This spell is called Blink, one of the most common battle uses of dimensional magic. It's particularly useful to battle mages and mage knights to push forwards, since they use weapons. But everyone can use it to escape in a pinch. Just to be clear, I didn't use any artifact, just my skills. If you aren't capable of doing this by the end of the course, you will never pass it. The good news is that failing my class will not prevent you from graduating, just mark your failure as mages. He smirked, looking at the students' worried faces. A hand rose up from the middle row. What, I still have to begin explaining and you already have a question. I wonder how you got admitted here. Nonetheless, speak freely. Are you going to teach us teleportation? Asked a red-haired chubby boy. Professor Rudd broke out in a loud laughter, full of contempt and amazement. Most of the students understood that he wasn't laughing at the question, but at the boy himself. Teleportation? I haven't heard that word in years. It's a withered branch of magic, whose only success was to get the world rid of all the idiots that practiced it. Chapter 95, Dimensional Magic 2. The idea of teleportation was first born after realizing the limitations of flying. As you all should know, it is impossible to move in such a way an army or its supplies. It's not a matter of mana required, as much that it would take too much time. Not to mention it would offer a perfect target for an ambush, since non-mages would be sitting ducks. The first idea was to just move a body much faster, but above a certain speed threshold, dust becomes dangerous as an arrow, insects hit like an avalanche. Adding a barrier strong enough to endure such hazards would make the mana consumption prohibitive, even for a small group of persons. So some dumb idiot who read too many fairy tales had the idea of teleportation, as in convert living matter in something else that could sustain high-speed traveling, and reverting it back once arrived to destination. Rudd laughed loudly like it was the best joke ever. But when he noticed he was the only one laughing, his upper lip curled in an expression of disgust. "How can you possibly be that dumb? Do you really not understand?" he asked, without receiving any answer besides puzzled looks. "In a fairy tale, it's great, but in reality, converting living matter into something else is just a fancy word to say killing. How can you be sure that the thing that arrives on the other side is really you? What if a part of your body, your mind, or soul gets lost? How do you think you could get it back? And more importantly, would the newborn thing even notice not to be the original? One thing is teleporting a rock, but living beings are much more complicated." Interesting, Lith thought. Is the same moral conundrum theoretical physicist had about teleportation back on Earth. Someone even made a Hollywood movie about it. "And don't let me start it about the necessity of having perfect coordinates," Professor Rudd continued. "Rematerialize a little too high, too low, or too close to a travel companion, and bam, instant death. Not to mention that the aforementioned insects, dust, and even animals are not bound to make space for your arrival. The tiniest hitch, and you have a fly for brains. The last mage that attempted teleportation materialized in the sky, hoping to avoid such issues, only for a flock of ducks to cross his path, making him die like the quack he was." This time, part of the class laughed at the dark humor. "What I'm going to teach you is the art of manipulating space itself, allowing you to arrive from point A to point B in complete safety in an instant, even if the two places are thousands of miles away." Professor Rudd waved his hands in a circular manner, and soon two tiny black spots appeared. The first one between his palms, the second one right in front of the girl sitting in the middle of the front row. With each magic word he spoke, the spots started to enlarge and stretch themselves in a specular manner. One extremity became almost circular, the size of a fist, while the other was so thin and small to be point-like. They assumed the shape of a funnel, made out of energy, with both ends spinning at unbelievable speed. "Is that an event horizon?" Lith was shocked to the point of standing up to better observe the phenomenon. After just a second, the energy funnels had collapsed on themselves, leaving in their places two rifts in space. Professor Rudd extended his hand inside the first rift, making it reappear right above the girl's desk, taking the pen away from her fingers. "Do you understand now? Bending space requires the same amount of energy and focus than teleportation would, but it's infinitely safer. Walking through a gate is like going through a door. What gets in gets out, no more and no less. But do not get fooled by appearances. Even a simple trick like the one I just showed you has many limitations. First of all, it requires a clear line of sight, otherwise one cannot have a clear focus of the entry and exit points. Secondly, even a small gate requires at least the ability to triple cast, since you have to mix and control the energies of earth, air, and water magic. Those are the most basic elements for a gate. Adding more elements allows to create bigger rifts, and it's the only way to make them stable enough to let more than one person walk through it. You will need to develop a deep understanding of these three elements, just for starters. Despite what you may think, dimensional magic does not require enormous amount of mana, like some specializations do. The most important requirement is sensibility to small fluctuations of energy and space. It's not something that you can brute force your way through. You must be able to feel the gate growing and adapt to its changes. If you don't feed it mana at the right time in the right place, it will never open. Dimensional magic is not a specialization. It has no strict requirements that cannot be overcome with practice and hard work. On paper, is something that every good mage can do, even those with one specialization or none at all. Tomorrow, we will start with nothing more than a simple parlor trick. Rudd opened two small portals, barely the size of a coin, one above the other. Then he dropped a small pebble in the lower portal, and it reappeared from the upper one, falling down in the lower portal in an endless loop. Forewarned is forearmed. Better if you start reading your book from today onward if you don't want to start with the wrong foot. Questions? Uriel raised his hand, receiving permission to speak. Professor, you said that teleportation does not exist, but what was blink then? I didn't see any gate opening. Excellent question, young man. For the first time since he had entered the room, Professor Rudd smiled kindly. Many were cursing inwardly, asking themselves if the question was really good, or rather he was appreciating Uriel's father. Dimensional magic is not just a matter of logistic and transportation. In the right conditions is also a perfect tool to defend or attack. But in such scenarios, you cannot expect the enemy to be kind enough to wait for you to finish. Everything needs to be fast. Allow me to show you blink again, this time slowly. The academy ring at Rudd's finger tapped into the castle's magic, opening two portals, one in front of the professor and the other in the middle of the class. But unlike a warp steps, where both ends were still, the portal in front of Rudd moved forward, making him arrive to destination without having to take a step. That's how Blink works, just much faster. Using dimensional magic in combat is the final test of skill for a mage. Another useful but even harder application is the following. Please stand up, young man. Uriel did as instructed, but as soon as he stood up, he found himself watching Professor Rudd standing behind his desk, while he was now in the middle of the room. This spell is called Switch. The name is self-explanatory and requires two sets of portals that, if correctly timed, create the perfect diversion, sometimes even an opportunity to kill. Back in my days, I once found myself surrounded by archers using enchanted arrows. Their commander did me the favor of standing still long enough for me to time Switch, so that while I was running away, he had become a fine spill cushion. A cruel smile appeared on Rudd's face, remembering the shocked expression of the soldiers when they realized what had happened. But don't get me wrong, Switch is even harder to pull off than Blink. It requires that both targets are still within a 10 meters distance and a clear visual. But I digress. Anything further? Is it really possible for a single mage to open a gate to a location 100, if not thousands of miles away? Asked a petite girl. Yes and no. A single mage can open a portal leading to a very further destination, but he needs to have either enough mana to support the task, or a magical item to share its burden. Also, one cannot go in a location he has never been before. Visualization is a key element, and so is the knowledge of the exact coordinates. Moreover, opening such a gate requires a focus, something like this. From his dimensional amulet professor, Rudd took out a small sphere with many arcane red runes engraved on it. Dimensional mages usually plant magical beacons in their most common destinations, making the opening of a portal much easier and less mana-consuming. As I said at the beginning of the lesson, my subject is really complex. It's better to avoid filling your heads with useless notions. Focus at the task at hand. One must first learn how to crawl, then to walk, and only then can worry about his running speed. Dismissed. Almost at the same moment, the gong signaling the end of the lesson resounded. Many students had a worried look on their faces, and Lith was one of them. This is really bad. Not only I have never practiced anything like this, but sensibility is not exactly my strong point. Whenever I encountered a difficulty, I either cheated my way in with true magic until I understood the true core of the problem, or relied on fake magic's autopilot to understand the magic flow. What's the average success rate per year for this course? According to the Academy's records, is a little less than 60%. Solus replied. How many graduated students managed to score an A despite failing it? Lith was considering dropping the subject to avoid it affecting his grades. He could always copy the book and study at his own pace later. None, the answer left him dejected. Turn that frown upside down. Even the most experienced kid here has barely 6 years of magic practice. You have more than 12, not to mention the hexacasting and true magic. I know, but practice is not all. This seems a discipline that requires quite a lot of talent, and we both know I am no genius. Invigoration and true magic cannot help me like they do for forge mastering and healing. I'm afraid I have just hit a wall. Chapter 96, A True Genius Worries. After dimensional magic, it was time for the specialization lessons. Professor Nalar's course was on forced hold. The number of students requiring a second evaluation had far exceeded expectations. A day hadn't been enough. Floria had the rest of the morning free, while Lith and the others went to the Master Healer class. Once at the Academy's hospital, the students discovered that Professor Vaster had organized a small refreshment before officially starting the new trimester. The class had gone down from 34 to 28 students, and some of them had barely broke a C between those who had lost a friend and the ones terrified at the idea of suffering the same fate. Very few were in the mood for celebration. Vaster didn't seem to notice, though, and even if the report cards were supposed to be a secret, it wasn't hard to guess grades based on how he treated the different students. He devoted a lot of attention to Quilla and Lith, arousing the envy of many. Those who liked Professor Rudd were biased against commoners' bloodlines, would have given an arm and a leg to get the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yet they were well aware that because of the ballots, the best they could do was get demoted from unsuccessful mages to expelled ones. Not to mention that instead of being reprimanded, Vaster had received an award for beating unruly students during the mock exam. Keep working hard, my dear pupils, and remember what I said at the beginning of our lessons. After the second trimester, the class will be halved. We will be lucky if 20 of you manage to actually graduate as healers. From how he was looking at the angered students, he had got a taste for it. During the lesson, Lith's group had finally the opportunity to take the lead in delicate procedures like regrowing lost limbs and organs. Previously, the 3 men teams, one responsible for the regeneration and the other for keeping the patient's vitals stable, were both comprised of 2 professors and only 1 student. Now the balance had shifted, and only a professor remained in each team. When Quilla and Lith weren't in charge of one of the teams, Professor Vaster would always put them as second in command, ready to take over the procedure in case anything went wrong. It took Lith a few patients to understand all the quirks and risks of regenerating a lost limb. The Tier 4 spell couldn't be handled by just mindlessly pumping mana, or everyone could have done it, even without a specialization. The whole process revolved around a delicate balance between the 2 groups of healers, with the patient as their fulcrum. The mage leading the regeneration had to keep the spell active, while giving the patient's body the time to rejuvenate. With 2 short intervals between mana pulses, most of their effectiveness would be lost, making the procedure longer and more difficult. Also, it would put a great stress on the patient's body, with the risk that the new limb would be defective. One had to give the vital support team the time to reintegrate the patient's lost vitality during the process, burdening his metabolism as little as possible. The second team acted as a life force IV, but the drip rate had to be manually adjusted depending on the circumstances. Too fast and the energy would be lost, just giving the patient a sensation of euphoria. Too slow and the massive drain caused by the regeneration could kill or permanently incapacitate him. The teams had to coordinate between themselves, the first sending mana pulses spaced enough to allow the life force infusion to be effective, the second adjusting the flow whenever was necessary, to avoid the regenerative spell to be interrupted by a too prolonged pause. Lith and Quilla quickly mastered both roles, receiving many compliments from the medical staff and 30 points from Professor Vaster. They were the only ones that, despite occasionally losing control of the spell, would manage to fix things on their own, without needing a professor to take over. In Lith's case, he did it on purpose. Thanks to invigoration, he was capable of having complete awareness of the patient's status. Lith could understand with a glance when more life force was necessary or not, instructing the other team to speed up or slow down, and time the regenerating pulses so that the next one would arrive only when the previous was already losing effectiveness. Yet he had to make mistakes. Achieving perfection from day one would have been too eye-catching. Even with the help of true magic, the task took a heavy toll on both his mind and body. The stress of handling a human life put a huge pressure on everyone. The patients were real persons and not test dummies anymore. Because of the long pre-operation phase, the students had been forced to spend time with them during the previous semester, to talk and know them personally. It was impossible to consider their lives just a number in their success-failure ratio. And while Lith used invigoration, the others could only rely on their magic sensitivity, listening to the patient's pulse and keeping an eye on their complexion and pain. It was something incredibly hard. Lith had no idea how others could manage to do it. The scariest thing was that despite all that, Quilla was just a few steps behind him. Even if stuck with fake magic, she was able to absorb like a sponge all the notions and suggestions Professor Vaster gave them, managing to get in tune with every patient. Lith would have never been capable of doing that, at least not that fast. He learned by experience, little by little with every procedure, using invigoration as a guiding hand whenever he had a doubt. The more time they spent together, the more aware he was that it was only a matter of time before she revealed herself to be a genius. Her mana core was already on par with Lith's. I can only pat myself in the back for taking care of her for all this time. If necessity ever arises, she can become an invaluable asset. If she really is an S-class healer, she'll relieve me of all the unnecessary attentions, avoiding for a simple class talent like me to be pressured. Besides, it's not like she can threaten my position. With my knowledge of biochemistry, biology, and anatomy, I will always be the top in the theoretical field. Who would ever guess that all the extra credit seminars for the college would pay off like that? All the other students didn't know if to laugh or cry at their helplessness. Envy and shame fought in their hearts like 2 lions tumbling down a cliff. No matter which one would win, the result would be the same. Even Uriel and Freya felt a tinge of jealousy while comparing themselves to them. But most of all, they were proud and happy for their friends. Lith had helped them countless times in the past, never asking anything in return. What had started as a simple business relationship had evolved in honest friendship. As for Quilla, they could never resent her. At the beginning, Uriel had approached her just out of curiosity. He had considered her like a pet, someone talented that would be easy to manipulate due to her childish naivety and poor background. But Quilla's growth as a person and mage had stunned him, leading Uriel to shed his prejudices and accept her as a peer. Now, after 3 months together, he felt deeply ashamed of his initial attitude towards her and was trying to make amends. Freya, instead, liked to think of her as the little sister she had always wanted. Quilla was honest and had a big heart. Their friendship had developed naturally from their first meeting, both suffering from the constant harassing from the other students. When Quilla's body had started to change due to the rapid growth induced by the tonic, Freya had helped her managing her first period, teaching her everything about what being a young woman meant, becoming her confident. When Freya had hit a wall during the healer specialization, Quilla had volunteered to help her. They had started studying together, and whatever difficulty Freya encountered, Quilla had been always there for her. She had never talked about her private lessons to anyone, not even trying to impress Lith, for whom Freya knew she had a huge crush. Quilla's humble and gentle nature had moved her beyond what words could express. Freya had found in a stranger something that even her own family had always denied her. She was ready to do anything for her little adoptive sister. As for Quilla, she was thankful for Tier 4 magic being so hard. Her work as a healer, with the constant pressure of having another human's being in her hands, was the only thing forcing her unruly heart to rest. When they had first met, Uriel was like a Prince Charming out of the fairy tales she read as a kid. He was noble, powerful, rich, handsome, smart, and gentle, almost too good to be true. Lith, on the other side, had been more like a demon lord. Cold, scary, brash, talking to everyone like they were ants, glaring with soul-chilling dead eyes. But after the first 2 days, something had changed. She had noticed how indifferent Uriel actually was, sometimes even forgetting about her existence. Freya was the one actually caring for her, while Lith was complicated. When the first magic private lessons had started, he had lost most of his edge, becoming more supportive and helpful than Professor Trask himself. He was the only one not staring at her for the amount of food she gobbled every day. On the contrary, he would even encourage her to eat more and help her keep her diet balanced. Lith would always worry for her safety, encouraging her to pick up a ballot, even defending her when she still had to get her own. In the last months, whenever students tried to casually bump into her, Lith would switch place with Quilla. No matter how big the other guy was, Lith would remain immovable like a mountain, while the other would fall on his ass wincing in pain. After a month from their first meeting, when she had her first period, he had been the one noticing her distress, relieving the pain with one of his personal spells and bringing her to Freya to get help. As a healer, he was bound to know everything about it too, yet he had the sensitivity to avoid embarrassing her, letting another woman help her face that awkward situation. It was after that moment that something inside Quilla had changed. Whenever she saw him, she would get butterflies in her stomach, her mouth would go dry. Each time they spoke, she needed sheer willpower to not speak fast or giggle at everything he said. Over time, he had become gentler and kinder, helping them whenever he could during the private lessons, answering all their questions and giving them pointers. She started to admire his cold attitude towards strangers, not giving a damn about what they thought or said, having eyes only for his friends. Lith soon revealed to be wise beyond his years, knowing many things and having anecdotes about almost everything. Sometimes when they walked side by side, their hands casually touched. In those moments, she felt really hard to resist the compulsion to take his hand, to feel his warmth. Other times, when she was alone in her room, her mind would go crazy with fantasies and delusions, making her feeling hot and fuzzy in the strangest places. When Quilla talked about that to Freya, she told her that it was perfectly normal, even though she blushed listening to the question. When Freya explained what it meant, Quilla thought she would die of embarrassment. Luckily, there were just the two of them, and she knew that she could trust her friend. Over time, she had learned to manage her feelings, mostly because she was too scared to do anything about them. Except that towards Professor Nalar, Lith seemed to be completely uninterested in girls. Quilla was conscious that even if thanks to the tonic she was now 1.5 meters, 411, tall, she was nothing special. Her figure was still undeveloped and very childish. She lacked Freya's curves or Floria's innate charisma. The only thing she could do was stay strong and hope for her feelings to fade away. Chapter 97, Just a Warning. After the end of the lesson, the group went to lunch, finding Floria waiting for them at their usual table. I seriously think I have overestimated myself, thinking to be able keeping my nice guy facade for 2 whole years. If it wasn't for my big brother instinct, I don't know how many times I would have snapped already. I really don't get these guys at all. To make things worse, no matter how much I force myself, I keep feeling I don't belong with them. Lith inwardly sighed. Solus had no idea what to say to make him feel better. Returning to the academy, right after spending some time with the people he loved, had made Lith depressed. "Hey guys, how was your lesson?" Floria asked. Same old, Uriel shrugged. Vaster keeps pushing forward those who are good and spreads salt on the wounds of those who aren't. And while the class struggles with each task, these 2 monsters keep running circles around us mortals. How did your morning go? Lith tried changing topic. Ever since his encounter with the Scorpicore, every time someone called him monster, he could not help but shudder. He had realized that calling what happened to him, reincarnation, was far from correct. He was more like an evil spirit from a horror movie, possessing the bodies of the recently deceased. Depressingly so, after Professor Rudd's speech, I was eager to check if his subject is really as hard as he says. Well, he lied. It's much worse than that. I spent the last 2 hours trying the parlor trick we are supposed to perform tomorrow. I read his book over and over, but I didn't succeed, not even once. She sighed. Are you serious? Freya asked. We have passed the first part of Professor Nalar's course. Could it be that the spell requires something she has yet to cover in her lessons? Everyone at the table turned gloomy. 2 hours were the regular duration of a class. Floria failing so badly was unprecedented, not to mention a bad omen. If she wasn't able to, it was unlikely that any of them could succeed. Even Lith was on the same boat. Without true magic or invigoration as crutches, he wasn't much better than them. Solus, what is the average time for succeeding in the pebble trick? More bad news, she replied. The school records are not helping this time. The only thing reported is the number of lessons for opening a gate. Lessons, not hours. This is worse than I thought. How many for geniuses and how many for regular students? Geniuses usually need around 3 lessons, the others around 20. Lith almost chalked himself on bread when he heard that piece of news. Normally, I'd propose to gobble our lunch fast and go practice dimensional magic, to not let that old coot embarrass us, Freya said. But Floria and I have yet to take our Mage Knight class for today. Same, I have Forge Mastering later. What about we meet at Quilla's place after the end of the lessons? Uriel proposed. I bet that with her learning speed, by the time we get there, she will be able to teach us the basics. That afternoon, much to Lith's disappointment, Professor Wainmeyer went back to theory lessons. In the first trimester, they had learned how to infuse a single enchantment in an object. The topic of the new lesson was how to mix 2 enchantments together, introducing a new set of runes and magic circles whose complexity was on all another level. He was eager to get back in the lab and put them to test. Because of Soluspedia, when it wasn't involved fine mana control or a particular timing in manipulating volatile energies, such lessons were just redundant for him. He already knew every rune and circle, so he spent most of the lesson practicing how to draw them perfectly, instead of listening. The second Forge Mastering tome was a gold mine of inspiration for Lith. Meanwhile, Uriel was diligently taking notes about the arrays Professor Tinam was introducing. A warden had a supportive role. He couldn't cast random spells like most mages. It was important to understand in what circumstances a magic formation would do more good than harm. Since the Griffin Kingdom was at peace, Uriel had chosen such specialization hoping to help the development of his family's fief. His wish was to become able to build dams, bridges, and roads almost by himself, saving the money to hire more healers and teachers. One of his great-grandmother teachings was that without its people, a country was just a piece of land. The new arrays were even more difficult to perform and hard to control than those of the first trimester, but at least the casting speed was the same. The biggest flaw of a warden was the long time necessary for a single spell. After the lesson, he was about to leave when he was approached by an old acquaintance. It was Liam Lucart, the military-looking guy that Lith humiliated during Trask's second lesson. Uriel knew him because he was the son of Archmage Lucart. They had started the academy together 3 years prior, but had quickly parted ways. The Lucart family was one of the oldest magician bloodlines, and were pretty stuck up about that. Despite their fathers held the same status, Liam had never treated Uriel as a peer, let alone as a friend. Following his family's teachings, he considered the Darras household a branch family at best. Having centuries of mystic legacy, a household with only 3 generations of mages was too young to be considered a real magical bloodline. Liam demanded blind respect and loyalty from those he deemed inferior. The Darras household, instead, didn't give a damn about traditions, respecting only talent and achievements. Uriel couldn't bear Liam's groundless arrogance, so after a while, he had politely but firmly put a distance between them. "Darras, do you have a minute?" Liam asked. Uriel put up his best smile, trying to cut that conversation short. Calling Uriel by his last name was a polite way to underline their difference in status. Whatever Liam wanted, he wasn't willing to give. "Not really, Liam. Dimensional magic seems really hard. I'm in a hurry to practice for tomorrow's lesson." Refusing his request was usually enough. For someone like Liam, having to ask twice was akin to begging. "Then let me accompany you for a while. I promise it will not take long." Uriel was so flabbergasted that for a second he lost his composure but was quick to recover. He nodded, prompting the other to continue. "You have been here as long as I have. What do you think of all the changes Linjo's introduced?" The question was odd, but Uriel had no reason to lie or refuse to answer. "Honestly, I don't know what to think. No finals, that terrifying mock exam, the new professors, and their scoring system. It's too soon to judge his performance, but I must admit that so far things have become more interesting." That clearly wasn't the answer Liam hoped to hear. His upper lip curled up in an expression of disgust, without even trying to hide his feelings. "I get your point," he sighed. "Tradition has value only for those who contributed crafting it and live by it. But you see, many people feel differently about what's happening. First, the seed of a bad apple got accepted to one of the 6 big academies. Then, an outstanding member of the magical society, like Headmistress Linnea, has lost everything in the name of diversity, just to quench the thirst for revenge of social climbers that got too close to the Queen's ear. And now the prestigious White Griffin gets rid of its history, treating it as garbage, abolishing finals in favor of this farce of a grading system." Liam spat on the floor, uncaring of the disgusted looks people threw at him. Yet his voice was calm and collected. Uriel doubted that anyone beside him could hear anything. Many people, both at the court and the Mage Association, are not pleased with the course of these events. They would like the Queen to reconsider her decisions, taking her time to properly reflect before doing something this drastic. Uriel knew there was little if no trust between them, and how Liam was being subtle, making no names. "What all this have to do with me?" "Well, some think that all magical bloodlines should stick together and try to correct this situation. People like Linjo's need to be put back in their place, and for that, I'd like your help." "I'm not going to hurt my friends," Uriel angrily retorted, "nor I am going to let anyone harm them." His hostility only met an amused laughter. "Your friends, it's what you think this is all about. No one cares who do you pick as boot boy or what kind of wench you prefer for warming your bed, to each his own. Everyone has his eccentricities. No one will touch your servants, there is no need to. What we want is to get rid of Linjo's. To prove that all these so-called changes do nothing but let weeds proliferate while real talents get smothered in the crib. I came to you today because I need you to persuade your father to join our cause." "Good luck with that," Uriel managed to say. "Do whatever you want, but leave me out of this. Be it the old or the new system is none of my business." He didn't know if to report everything to the headmaster, but he wasn't stupid enough to reveal his intentions. Keeping a neutral stand while deciding what to do was the best course of action. "That's unfortunate," Liam clicked his tongue. "I really hoped you would come to your senses. Picking the wrong path in life can have terrible consequences." Uriel looked around, noticing that the corridor was empty. No one was around anymore, only the 2 of them remained. Before he could demand for an explanation, Liam punched him in the stomach, following with a hook to the chin that sent Uriel to the ground. Suddenly, several people joined the beating, carefully avoiding to hit his face or vitals. While trying to protect himself, Uriel recognized some of them, all heirs of powerful nobles or ancient magical bloodlines. The good thing about stupidity is that up to a certain degree it can be beaten out. Even dumb dogs learn their lessons with the proper training. Liam kneeled, using a powerful Tier 3 healing spell on Uriel to leave no trace of the brutal aggression. The pain, though, was still there. Uriel needed all of his willpower to not give them the satisfaction of begging to stop or screaming in agony. He hadn't made a sound the whole time. "Tell your father that this was just a warning. We can't wait to have a proper talk with him, too." Chapter 98 Failures. When someone heard referring to the king's council chamber, usually his mind would think of the throne room. More than 20 meters, 666 feet, long and over 10 meters, 333 feet. Large, a single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges going from the 3 meters, 10 feet wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood, and the raised one for the royal family. That way, even sitting on their gold thrones, carved to resemble a rampant griffin, they would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. The whole room was lit by crystal chandeliers, fueled by magic, leaving no space for shadows or need for maintenance. On the walls, magically enchanted tapestries would recount over and over the great feats that the current king had accomplished to be deemed worthy of his power. Both the floor and the pillars of the room were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. And that someone would be dead wrong. The throne room was perfect for holding social events or awarding a particular general or noble. But when it came down to state secrets, it was a security nightmare. Between the main entrance, the servants' passages, the secret passages, and the balconies for the spectators, circling around the room, a small army of spies could easily go unnoticed, even after searching the whole place with a tooth comb. The real council chamber was located in the king's private apartments, inside of a heavily guarded tower. The room was about 6 meters, 20 feet, long and 4 meters, 13 feet, large with only a round table and wooden chairs as furniture. The round table didn't mean that every opinion held the same importance. It was simply the only way to be heard from every side of the room without the need of shouting nonstop. Aside from the furniture, the room was bare, with no windows and only one entrance. Both the floor and the walls were of a pale gray. There was no color outside that of the magical stones the room was made of. Most of the assemblies would last hours, and given the sensitive nature of the subjects that required the king's direct approval, discretion was of vital importance. The whole place was enchanted to prevent eavesdropping, either by conventional or magical means, not to mention all the protections necessary to avoid the whole high command getting killed in one fell swoop. In that particular day, the council chamber wasn't occupied by ministers or generals, but by the upper echelons of the Mage Association. In such occasions, it was the Queen's duty chairing the debate. For the crown to have absolute control over both political and magical matters, responsibilities were shared as such. The one of the royal couple most versed in the magical arts would become the head of the Mage Association. The other would be in charge of all the military power and oversee the ministers' activities. Together, they would hold all the keys to the kingdom. Queen Silpha wore a simple blue satin mourning dress, with long sleeves covering her arms. Despite being over 50 years old, it was hard thinking her a day past 30. With her square chin and sharp features, she couldn't be considered beautiful, but the aura of confidence and power she exuded, coupled with her perfect manners, still made her quite charming. "Your Majesty, we still cannot find Linnea," said a bald, middle-aged man with a gray goatee. "We are certain she hasn't crossed the borders yet. She would never leave her children behind." The Queen dilated her nostrils in annoyance. Recently, she would only receive bad news. "And I want results, not hypothesis. If you can't find her, she could have defected to the Blood Sand tribes, or even hiding up my powdered ass for all I care. What about the Gorgon Empire? Is it true that they are developing clairvoyance magic?" The idea of their worst enemy being able to spy on them from a safe distance caused the Queen to lose sleep over it. "Yes and no," sniggered an old woman with long white hair held up in a ponytail. "Yes, they spent thousands of gold coins to indulge the emperor obsession with prophets, seers, and all that crap about predicting the future. No, because up to date all those so-called mediums were only frauds. Some of them were actually our agents that managed to drain considerable sums before disappearing." Finally, something goes right. She slammed the table with her fist hard enough to make several goblets fall off. "What about the great academies?" An awkward silence fell into the room, instantly ruining her good mood. "Your Majesty, maybe you should reconsider your line of action," said a tall, middle-aged woman with short red hair. "So many changes at once are hard to accept. It would be better to implement them one by one over time." "One by one over time," the Queen echoed, drumming with her slender fingers on the armrest. "Tell me, dear Balna, how long has the Mage Association tried to change the rules nice and easy to avoid unrest? Her tone was calm and amiable, causing those present to shudder. The Queen was many things, but amiable was not one of those. As any purebred politician, she was capable of hiding her emotions and thoughts whenever it was necessary, but her nature was that of a fiery woman, passionate in everything she did. When speaking about state affairs with her counselors, she would not mince words or waste time with niceties. Her being calm meant that a storm was incoming. Over 40 years. The woman swallowed a lump of saliva, forcing herself to answer without trembling. Even before my crowning, yes. And how many rules have actually been changed until now? None. Last question, how many potential magi did we lose during all this time? Her voice had turned stone cold. At least 4. Incapable of returning the Queen's gaze, Balna lowered her eyes. All of them defected, swearing an oath of vengeance. Let me get this straight. The Queen pulled back her chair, standing up. She was a woman of average stature, 1.62 meters, 54, high with a slender build. Despite being held up in a chignon, the long black hair still revealed her uncanny gift for the mystical arts, with all the 6 shades of colors marking her as blessed by all the gods of magic. We lost 4 one-man armies for nothing but petty grudges, and your great idea is to keep up the good work? The Queen moved so fast that one could think she had blinked, but the blur behind her told a different story. She had simply walked. Do you think that when the god of death returns from the blood desert, leading the army of undead that he has been raising for all this time, will he take his revenge bit by bit over time, or just slaughter us all? Silpha said while lifting her by the neck with only one hand, despite Balna was taller and double her weight. None dared to interfere. All of those present were very powerful archmages, but there was a reason for Silpha being the queen. She was capable of casting several spells with barely any delay, moving faster than a wild beast and ripping in half a fully armed knight with her bare hands. Many suspected she was actually a dragon in human form. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the very definition of madness. She brought Balna's purple face near her own. Your masters should have trained you better. Silpha clenched her fist, producing a snap, before throwing the body in a corner of the room. Balna's head was now tilted at an unnatural angle, her limbs sprawled under the heavy magician robe. Now that we got rid of the spy among our ranks, we shouldn't lose so many agents anymore, she said, returning to her chair. Balna was a spy. Everyone was shocked at the news, questioning and discussing what had just happened. Yes, she was. The Queen rubbed her forehead with a sad expression. She looked tired and thin, with no trace of her previous vigor. The old families have their men and women planted everywhere. Academies, court, even the Mage Association is not outside their grasp. They know I invested too much money and energies in the White Griffin. If my project fails, it will be only on me. I would be left with no choice but leave everything as it is, hoping that my successor will have better skill and luck. I may even be forced to resign as head of the Mage Association and leave the position to one of my children. I already have too many failures on my shoulders. Another one of such significance, and my authority and role would be greatly diminished. Even I would question my competence. Queen's aides didn't know what to say, so they waited in silence for her to recover. Balna's reports were all fake. The unrest is growing. Many took their children failing grades or being expelled as personal attacks. They can't stand any more not being in control. She took out several folders from a dimensional ring, passing them to the old wizards, for them to see with their eyes how dire the situation was. According to the documents and the transcribed conversations, the kingdom was on the verge of a civil war. The new nobles, those who had risen in status thanks to their talent and achievements, be them of military or magical nature, weren't willing anymore to live their lives under the heel of an unfair system. The old nobles instead felt their position threatened and feared losing some of their privileges, or even worse, being forced to share resources that up to that point had been their exclusive. The two factions were now too close in numbers and power. It was only a matter of time before the old balance crumbled. I know that despite being loyal to the crown, many of you do not really support my idea, Silpha sighed. But I need you to understand how much is at stake. No matter what your personal beliefs are, if the White Griffin turns out to be just another failure, we'll have a generation at best, before the kingdom plunges into chaos. Chapter 99 Information. After finishing the lessons, everyone was in Quilla's room, waiting for Uriel to begin practicing dimensional magic. Lith was very nervous, tapping with his foot while counting the seconds. "Where the heck is he?" he grumbled. "We have been waiting for him for—" Lith realized that without the sun, he had no idea how much time had passed. "Barely 10 minutes. Soulless mind rolled her eyes at his impatience. "Over 10 minutes. It doesn't take that long to fly over here. Maybe we should start on our own." "Why so anxious? Don't tell me that you let that Rudd guy get under your skin," Freya mocked him playfully. "He can believe whatever he wants. As long as he judges the students semi-fairly is fine by me. I don't fear the professor as much as his subject. Is nothing like I ever done before, and I will not relax until I know I can do it. Is the same for all of us, yet you are the only one freaking out. Do you know why? Because you are all a bunch of children that still believe in unicorns and rainbows. In real life, only results matter. No one cares for the reason why you failed or succeeded. The magical power of friendship has never solved anything, unless in works of fiction. Because despite all of your talent, you are so single-minded on a task at hand to become obsessive. 10 minutes aren't going to affect our chances with dimensional magic. Try to relax. Sometimes one has to stop and smell the roses. Who knows, maybe he has met someone special. I mean, any other guy I know would be delighted to be in your place, surrounded by girls. Yet you just nag all the time like my grandpa." Lith didn't miss her poking Quilla's back, probably to encourage her to say something instead of staring at her own toes. She had been awfully silent since he had entered her room. "It's not like there's something embarrassing around. This place is as empty as mine. I wonder if I was so awkward at her age, too." Despite she really wanted to join the conversation, Solus kept silent. Having access to all of his memories, she knew that the 12-years-old Derek's past was better forgotten. There was only pain and misery there. "I'm flattered by your feelings," Lith replied, "but it's better if we stay friends. It's not you, it's me." Freya was left speechless, while Floria was rolling on the bed laughing. "KD after the first move. You better stay down, sister." Before Freya could scold the two of them, they heard knocking on the door. Lith quickly opened it, eager to begin, letting a groggy Uriel walk inside. He was leaning on the wall just to stand on his feet. His eyes were semi-closed, like he was about to fall asleep any moment. "Are you drunk?" It was the only explanation he could find. Uriel shook his head while Lith helped him reach the bed. He clearly needed to sit down. While the other girls started worrying, asking him what was wrong, Quilla used one of her personal diagnostic spells, finding that he was perfectly fine, just like Lith did with invigoration while supporting him. "He is not drunk," she said. "For some reason Uriel has barely the strength to walk. I can easily fix that." By using a Tier 4 light spell, Lith gave him some of his life force. Uriel finally managed to speak, telling them what had happened down to the last detail. "That bastard beat me so hard that the healing spell drained all my remaining energy. I had to fight just to put one foot in front of the other. It's a miracle I managed to get here without fainting." "What a scheming son of a swine," Floria snapped. "By healing you not only he covered his tracks, but also left you so weak that even if you managed to call for help, it would have been too late. He can be anywhere at this point." "Yeah, I need to inform my father of what happened. If I were you, I'd do the same. You come from a magic bloodline, too. I'm surprised they didn't try to recruit you already." "Maybe they did," Freya suddenly realized. "Do you remember the cute guy that seemed wanting to talk with you, but walked away as soon as he noticed we were together? The one we joked about being too afraid to confess in public? Yes, I do, but what makes you think he was one of them?" "Nothing, just that it seems too odd to be a coincidence. We have attended the same classes for months, and he chooses today to make his move. Also, was he afraid of me or my ballot? Everyone knows I have one." "It makes sense," Uriel nodded. "I think at this point is better if we all get one. Our family names make us targets. It could happen to you too, Freya. Contact your mother and see where she stands in this matter." Lith was shocked, contemplating all the possible consequences. It was ironic how he and Quilla were the least affected from the sudden turn of events. Being commoners, they had no value in a political struggle, at least for the moment. If they really wanted to hurt Linjo's reputation, their existence as the top students of the Master Healer class would make them targets too, sooner or later. The other class wasn't a problem. There were better Forgemasters than him. Or at least, it was what he had made them believe. Freya, Floria, and Uriel took out their communicator amulets to inform their parents of the current predicament. "Mind if I use the bathroom?" Lith asked. In a world where underwear did not exist and the uniform was the only dress they wore, it was unlikely there was something embarrassing lying around. but he wanted to make sure to not invade her privacy. Quilla nodded, and after entering Lith used his hush spell to prevent being heard before calling Marchioness de Star. Despite answering immediately, she seemed annoyed by the call, but as soon as she heard the news, her attitude changed. Good gods, those bastards dared to involve their own sons. This is even worse than I thought. I'm sorry, your ladyship, but you do not seem surprised at all. Can you please tell me what's happening exactly? Marchioness de Star drummed with her fingers on the desk for a while before answering. What happened today is just a side show of the real struggle. It goes on from decades, with new powers demanding more equity and the old ones fighting to keep things as they are. Every year, commoners rise to the status of nobles thanks to magical or military achievements. But getting lands and titles means nothing if bureaucracy stands in your way at every step. Kings come and go, but paper pushers are forever. Over the centuries, all such positions have been taken over by the old powers, and they use it as a bottleneck to others' authority. No one gets anything unless they agree, and that made many people angry. In a way, they can even overrule the court's orders, simply by delaying everything as much as they can. So the court has started to replace bureaucrats, and that also made many people angry. The conflict between old and new powers keeps escalating, despite all the attempts of mediation. Why do you think my family is under a constant death threat? Because in my marquisate there is not one, but 2 of the 6 great academies, and they are key points in the balance of power. Both factions want me dead, hoping to take my place and further develop their agenda. Both of them? Then what side are you on? Lith asked in confusion. The court's side? I believe in compromises. Radical changes lead to chaos on the short term, and the neighboring countries would exploit the opportunity to invade us. No changes, instead, mean the collapse of the system. If no matter how powerful you are or how much you contribute to your country, you do not get a proper reward, then you have no reason to remain loyal. Not when other countries work much better. That's why so many defect. But what does this mean for me and my family? Are we safe? He had little to no interest towards political struggles unless they involved Lark. Yes, you should be. Believe me, very little can get past the Queen's core, and in the scheme of things you are insignificant. No offense. None taken, Lith sighed in relief. This is not the first attempt of sabotage. Linjos knows what to do. I'll let him know everything, so stay away from his office and don't draw attention on yourself. Stay out of it as long as you can, but keep me updated if anything else happens. He promptly agreed. If this goes on from so long, then I just need it to last a bit longer. In less than 2 years from now is none of my business anymore. Chapter 100, Family Matters. While Lith spoke with the Marchioness, everyone was having a conversation with their respective families, deciding how to face the incoming storm. Everyone but Quilla, of course. She had no relatives, hence she never spent precious points for a communication amulet. Yet it was the second time already she was considering getting one. The first time had been during the 4 days break. While the others had returned to their homes, she had remained in the academy. Even in her old village, she had always been surrounded by people. The bustling noise of the daily activities had become part of her life. But during the break, she had no lessons to attend, nowhere to go, and no one to talk to. Ever since Quilla had got her ballot, she had become an outcast, but she never really noticed up until that point. She would always spend so much time with her friends that being alone once in a while was actually pleasant. During those 4 days, though, the silence had started to scare her. Walking along the empty corridors, Quilla felt like she was traveling through the belly of a giant dead beast, with only her steps echo to keep her company. Being apart from Uriel or Floria was meh, while from Lith was actually good. It gave her the time to sort her feelings. The emotional roller coaster she went through every time they met was so frustrating that more than once she almost confessed, just to get rid of the uneasiness, until the fear of being rejected kicked in, making her thank the gods for stopping her. What she really missed was Freya's company. She didn't know if Lith was her first love or just a crush. She never had experienced anything like that before. What she did know was that Freya was the closest thing to a family she had ever had. They would spend hours together, not only for studying, but also talking about their dreams and hopes once they graduated from the academy. She would listen to all the stupid little things that crossed her mind, her fears and anxiety, and never judged her for that. And now, seeing them talking to their parents, gave her a sense of estrangement. I know it's stupid, but maybe if I had one too, if I could call them whenever I want, I wouldn't feel so different, she thought. Velendaris, Uriel's father, was so outraged that his eyes almost popped out. That Lucart scum! How dares treating my son like a dog! I was willing to remain on the sidelines to see from which side we could profit the most. But this blatant lack of respect shows that if those old farts have it their way, there will be no future for us but servitude. What do you want me to do, father? Tell Linjos what happened, get a coward's. I mean a ballot and then wait for my instructions. Don't try to get revenge if he is smart. Liam has a ballot too. That little act was probably meant to either make you submit, or anger you enough to retaliate and get you expelled. Trying to recruit you like that makes no sense, unless they wanted to make us an example for other young magical families. To show that they can reach us both on the inside and the outside. Would be a good plan if we were some stuck-up, self-righteous idiot nobles. I'll play this game by my rules. Don't do anything stupid, son. Think before you act, and if anything new happens, contact me. Love you. The conversation between Freya and his mother, Duchess Solivar, was of a different tone. Sabotaging a new headmaster, it has always happened even to the most insignificant petty bootlicker, let alone to a young radical uncaring for political gains. Her voice was bored. Everyone with half a brain knows there is a huge storm ahead, and I don't plan getting caught in the middle of it. We will remain neutral. In every war, the real winner is the one that does not take part in it, profiting from both sides. Whoever comes on top, I'm covered. Contact me only if you need to get out of the academy. You are the first real mage of Household Solivar, act as one, take no unnecessary risks. Then she hanged up the call. Well, I love you too, mother. Thanks for asking me if I was all right or if I needed something. Fuck you and your precious Solivar household. I'll do whatever I want. For once, I am in control. You need me, not the other way around. Freya was so angry that only Quilla's worried face prevented her from throwing the communication amulet against a wall. Floria's father, Orion Ernaz, was of course well informed too. He was deeply involved in one of the factions that were closest to the Queen, so nothing she said was actually of any relevance outside the attack on Uriel. Orion had kept her in the dark because he didn't want her to grow up scared by the rumors about the impending civil war. He had hoped for the stalemate to hold until she was big enough to choose what to do, but time was running out. He told her the same things Marchioness de Star had explained to Lith. I think that they are closing ranks. Attacking a member of a magical bloodline means that they are not willing to tolerate neutrality anymore. Either you are with them or against them. What can I do for the Queen, Dad? You, Orion laughed for the first time since that conversation started. What can you possibly do? You are just a kid, the real battle is out here. What has happened is barely a ripple effect. This is but the last attempt to sabotage in a long line. They have simply raised the ante a little. Instead of worrying for the Queen, here is what you can do for me. Pick a ballot, stay out of trouble, and if push comes to shove, attack first and ask questions later. Always go all out. No one can get killed in an academy. The castle does not allow for that. It's the first time I hear about this. How do you know for sure? It's supposed to be a secret, but when your daddy was younger and hot-blooded, someone dared to draw his sword against me. I lost my temper and... Well, let's just say that the academy's arrays saved a lot of people that day. Things escalated quite a bit. If it's a secret, aren't you breaking some rule by telling me? Do you think I would put a secret that the gods only know how many idiots like me know above my daughter's safety? I would rather see you safe and expelled than let anyone put a finger on you. At that point, Lith had already returned in the room. Not exchanging any pleasantries saved him a lot of time. Only Freya was already done with her amulet. Lith didn't know what to do. Being a commoner was a double-edged sword in that situation. It meant that he and Quilla were more likely to be left alone, but at the same time that they had no way to help their friends. When all the conversations ended, with the exception of Lith, they shared the information received. The Marchioness had made clear from the beginning that she had already enough on her plate. Revealing their connection would only draw more attention, something that both were glad to avoid. I guess we both need a ballot now, Uriel sighed. Being a victim was a scary feeling for him. His family name had always been the strongest sword and shield, yet now it was reduced to a bull's. We need to go to Linjo's office, Floria nodded. And let everyone know that even powerful people like you're scared. That would mean playing into their hands. Lith objected. What do you propose then? Ignore my father's advice and wait for their next move. That would be stupid. I say to play it smart. He took out his ballot, pushing the button twice. A warp steps opened, and Professor Trask came out of it. When he saw where he was, he furrowed his brows in disapproval. Kid, a ballot is not a toy. Don't try to give me the "I accidentally sat on it" bullshit. We need to see the headmaster. It's an urgent matter. I had to resort to the ballot because we can't allow for others to know about it. I'm sorry if I caused a false alarm. Lith deeply bowed, even though if necessary he would do it again. Trask's interest was piqued. He opened another portal leading straight to the headmaster's office. The room was immaculate as Lith remembered it. His hardwood brown desk was right in front of a glass wall, capable of blocking the excess daylight or amplify it, keeping the lighting uniform during the whole day. Several pieces of paper were arranging themselves in ordinate piles after he finished looking at them. Hearing the gate open, he turned towards them. He seemed to have aged 10 years since the last time they saw him.